We welcome you back to Manual High School after some technical difficulties. We finally got it all sorted out. It took a while, but we're glad to have the video broadcast back. We had to go audio for a minute or two, but we're glad that the cameras, the videos are working well, and what we've seen since the technical difficulties and when we had to stop the stream, it was 32-23 in favor of Danville. They've had the lead for the majority of the game after the initial run by Calvary to open up the game, that 6-0 run. And they've ever since have gone on a 10-3 run. They've been running the court. They've been getting shots open. They've been driving the ball to the basket. We talked to Darrell Robinson before the game, like I've said before. He hopes his players play track, and I can definitely see why, because they keep running.
Yeah, they certainly do. And again, I will admit I wasn't watching a ton of that part of that second quarter because I was trying
you
to
were handling bigger things.
I was handling getting us back on air all right. Not in 360 view again. No clue how that happened. Never happened before in the history of Clutch Sports Media. This is our 797th broadcast, Michael. That's the first time it's ever happened. But good news is now we're back. Should be a good second half. Danville holding the lead, and again, 42 points and a half is nothing to sneeze at. You look at Diddy Robinson. He's got 11 right now. Larkin has 6. Look at some of the scoring. And, Darius J., he's got 7. And, again, it started with that start of the game. You had 7 different players score, and it's kept up that way. CL Dye's got 9. So they've been able to, get to the rack, but also, make some 3 balls as well. Percyrus Menafield has 4 for the Vikings. On Calvary's side, Joshua Long with 9 at the moment. Connor Brown has 4. Reese Huffman with 6. And Luke Blackford, their leading scorer, has just a hair over 20 points a game. He's got 7 at the moment. So, Calvary, Michael, down 16 at the half, I'm sure is not what they wanted, not what they envisioned. But, you got guys like, Brown and Blackford that can light it up in a hurry.
Yeah, and I saw a tweet yesterday when I was prepping for this game about Luke Blackford being a sophomore. There is a trusted, I guess you can say, Twitter page about sophomore players, I guess just prep players, and he is rated on there as one of the top 50 sophomores in the state. So that's quite an honor for someone like Blackford, and we've seen it early on in this game. He's one of their leading scorers. He can definitely light it up. And as for Danville, I didn't see much of Devon Larkin in the early going in the game, but soon, right before the half ended, he started driving to the basket and getting some man-one opportunities. So he can definitely be a difference maker for them. And I think for what I saw that maybe you didn't see because you were fixing some audio difficulties, but for what I saw was the Danville offense, it's really just predicated on their penetration to the rim, whether they penetrate to the rim and score at the basket through layups, or they penetrate and kick it up for 3. That's pretty much their offense.
Yeah, it really is. And, inside-out basketball, usually works pretty well, and Danville's done a good job of doing that in that first half. Again, they're trying to build some momentum right now. Darrell Robinson said to us before the game, hey, we're trying to build towards just getting better. It's just that upward climb, and obviously after a loss last night, I think a 1-1 in their trip to Peoria, I think that would be pretty good for them. Again, facing 2 really good teams. They faced Manual last night, Calvary here today. So again, so many juniors on this Vikings team. Future is bright, really for both teams, again, because you have Blackford, the sophomore, on Calvary as well.
Yeah, and for Danville, I mean, they're an upperclassman heavy team, as most big schools are, because they have a lot of students to choose from. But there's some good upperclassman teams that just have seniors, and then there's a good upperclassman team that has a really good mix of juniors and seniors, and that's what Danville has. And for them, Darrell Robinson had told us before the game that they're playing their best ball right now. They're playing really well. Of course, that loss to Manual doesn't necessarily tell you that, but Manual is a really good 2A team, so they give Manual a run for their money. But besides that, 2-1 in the last 3, defeating Normal West and La Salette. That's pretty good, recent stretch of games. And, looking up in their schedule now that I have it, they're playing Normal Community. They're at Normal Community, a really good 4A team, really like one of the best 4A teams in the state. And then they're at Teutopolis, the Wooden Shoes.
Yeah,
I love saying that. I love saying that.
Got to mention the Wooden Shoes anytime you can.
Yeah, great mascot, a really respectful 2A school as well. So, Darrell Robinson, they're playing some really quality opponents, and they're going to be playing quality opponents all throughout the rest of the season going into the postseason.
Yeah, you look at some of the losses they have. They're 7-13, but these losses have come against some really good teams like Champaign Centennial. They're atop the Big 12, not atop. They're near the top of the Big 12. You have Bloom Township, who's having a heck of a year up in Class 4A. And you have Pure Notre Dame. They've been having a decent season. Just dealing with some injuries right now, but Irish is still a good squad. St. Joseph Ogden, Peoria High, South Holland, Thornwood. I mean, the Vikings have really played a brutal schedule, and they'll have some tough tests the rest of the year. But if you can expose your guys like that to big games, that'll make them really thrive in those type of situations down the road. And look at Springfield Calvary. They've had some big wins. They've beaten some good teams like Riverton, East Peoria. Again, a school much bigger than they are. Prairie Central, always a very good team year in and year out. They took down them. South County as well, the Vipers, all big wins for Calvary. And then they played some good teams as well and still lost, like Auburn, Williamsville, Griggsville, Perry, very good squads. So, again, really so much of games now, especially the non-conference, are less about winning and losing. Obviously, you always want to win. These guys are all competitive. I'm competitive. But, it's more so about, just, building that momentum and, doing the right things, fixing everything you need to before that postseason hits, because it's not far away, Michael.
Yeah, and I mean, what I see from here, from like a 1A school like Springfield Calvary and playing a 3A school like Danville, they're getting their money's worth right now. They're getting a really solid 3A school in Danville, and a good advice. I don't know exactly who I heard it from, but when it comes to lifting weights in the gym, if you can lift if you can lift 100 pounds, it's easy enough to lift 20 to 40 pounds. So what I mean by that is if you play the 3A schools and you play well against the 3A schools and get the experience and the talent level of 3A schools, it comes a lot easier to play the 1A schools, the teams in your division. Yeah,
certainly. And again, you look at Calvary. They won a regional last year, fell in the sectional championship to the state champion Waterloo Jabal. So, I mean, again, when you face schools like Danville and other big schools, East Peoria, Prairie Central, then you go back down and face some 1A schools. You can probably expect that. Unless they they'll just come out not as strong as they want to one game, they should be able to make some noise in that Class 1A playoffs. They'll be looking for some revenge. That's for sure. Calvary has always been a successful team. They've had over 17 20-plus win seasons since its inception in 1980 and 1981 season. So, I mean, basketball is a big deal down at Springfield Calvary, and you can definitely see it. These Saints live for hoops, as do we as well.
Yeah, and for a school that's as small as it, I mean, it's impressive. I think it's really impressive. Not a lot of schools that size can say that they've been so successful in high school basketball. But nonetheless, we're back to the third quarter. And for a full quarter, hopefully, or full game, of high school basketball without technical difficulties, knocking on wood right now.
Not in VR.
Not in VR. Not in the 360 camera is driving in for the Vikings. That is Jerry Reed, and he gets his first bucket of the game. Then another Viking on the scorebook.
That makes it 8 now for Danville. Always nice to see when a team has depth. A lot of teams nowadays at any level really reliant on your top 2, maybe 3 scorers. Danville, though, 8 guys can really hurt you on any given night.
It's really big come playoff time, especially in the bigger tournaments like 3A and 4A that have not just one player do the job, but have multiple players. Some schools can say they have 5, some schools they have 10, and the more the merrier, that's for sure. Is driving in is Blackford, and he scores.
Calvary's going to need more of that in the second half. Go to Luke Blackford again. He's got 9. He's a guy that, Calvary, they can ride on his back if they need to.
Driving in and scoring is Devon Larkin, and I saw him do that a lot towards the end of the second quarter, and he continues to drive in and scores. We have a pause and play as Connor Brown is tying his shoe.
I just got to make sure about that.
Long bringing up the ball. Brown at the top of the key gives it over to Blackford, Blackford driving in, and he draws the foul and will shoot 2.
Again, more of what you want if you are Calvary. Points with the clock stopped, always your friend. And being down 18, and Michael, I mean, 18 is certainly not a deficit that you can't come back from. And we saw it a couple weeks ago. Obviously, me being a Bradley alum, you being a current Bradley student, Bradley Braves came down from 23 down against Southern Illinois. So obviously a little bit different there. A college game, he's, longer. You have more time to come back. But it is possible if you can heat up, get, little 7-0, 8-0 runs, you're not all going to get it back at the same time. If you can just gradually get it back, maybe get it down to, 8 or 10 with a couple minutes left in the fourth quarter, you're right back in it.
Yeah, and, they got to do that now. I mean, as a drive in by Larkin again, and Larkin, he had another basket. He's got a 10. He just keeps driving in and scoring. But for Springfield Calvary, you got to do that quick. You got to make sure you get stops quick because as soon as you know it, time can run out. There's just a 3 by long, and that's no good. And they got to score an offensive end and get defensive stops. They got to play the complete game.
Here's Reed.
As Reed drives in and does not convert. Rebound by Robinson. Back down corner of the Reed, but stolen away by Blackford. And Calvary looks to push. It's a bad pass and stolen once again by the Vikings. And the shot is blocked.
That was Blackford coming in with a swat.
Larkin again driving in, was able to get the shot up, but the shot was blocked. His three-pointer is no good. That was Larson. Rebound, though, by Calvary. Blackford.
Good board from Reese Huffman there, giving the Saints a second chance.
There was a bad pass, a little out of the reach of Connor Brown, and a turnover once again by the Saints. And this is not what you want if they're the Saints. We're just talking about making a big comeback. It's the third quarter. You have, 13 minutes left to go in the game, ideally. But, 13 minutes, in high school basketball, it can seem like an eternity. But with the deficit right now of 18, you got to make some defensive stops quick.
Again, that was good defense from Diddy Robinson on the other end. Playing physical without fouling as we see Robinson shoot a three here.
By Robinson.
Halfway down and out.
It's rebound by Blackford. Looking for somebody trapped. Larson in the corner. Gives it up to Huffman. Huffman. The Blackford. Blackford hits the jumper.
He's got all 6 of Calvary's points here in this second half. So, you said, go to the well of Blackford, and so far he's brought back prosperous returns for Calvary.
They need other players to step up, though. We've seen that for Danville. They have 8 players in the scorebooks. Calvary has some players in the scorebooks, too, but for right now in the quarter, as the shot's blocked by Blackford, it's just really just been Blackford.
He's been doing it on both ends. Well, he's set up for a 3 here, but it's going to be Brown on the drive. Nice feed down low.
Nice feed. No good by Hunter, but a good feed by Brown, and that's a good look for Calvary. Just got to finish it as the Vikings look to start. That's Robinson back out. And it's a 3-ball from Larkin, and he makes it. Devon Larkin.
It's kind of being the Larkin and Blackford battle here in the third quarter. Larkin's up to 13 and exceeds his point total from last night. He scored 11 in this gym against Manual, and I bet that Diddy Robinson also likes this gym as well, Michael. He had 17 against the Rams last night. He's got 11 today.
As Blackford pulls up for a top-of-the-key 3, no good, and a fight for a loose ball, jump ball that will favor Springfield Calvary. As the substitution comes in, that's Percyrus Menefeld coming in for Eric Bryant.
Percyrus Menefeld, I think he's got to be on the Manual Shootout all-name team. Our producer, Owen Dimple, was talking about that before this one, and I think Menefeld would certainly be on there. As
another drive in, and that was CL Dye drawing the foul. And once again, Danville just driving in. They're using their aggressiveness and using their speed to their advantage.
Danville is really getting out fast. I mean, every time that there's either a miss or a turnover, they are sprinting down the floor. So they brought their running shoes to Peoria as
Dye hits his first.
CL Dye. Another guy, I think you could underrated selection on the all-name team. I think you don't see too many players with a 2 letters for a first name, much less CL. That's unique, and I like it.
I've never heard anyone in the name of CL, but I'm a fan of the 2-letter name approach. I think it's cool. As Calvary looks to start, there's Connor Brown driving in, really aggressive, and he draws the foul. That foul will be on Jerry Reed. And for Calvary, you're down by, 21 points. The deficit just keeps growing, and what do you have to do to stop it?
Really it all starts with the defense. You can't make a run if you don't get stops. And so, that's what they have to do. They have to get back in transition. They got to be ready to run. Maybe that means keeping some of your guys more out near the three-point line. If you put everyone down near the hoop, then you're already at a disadvantage and, getting back in transition. So, again, I think that's kind of the approach you have to take. If everyone's around the three-point line, that will probably lead to more three-pointers, and I think, you don't want to go to that well too much right now, but you have to start shooting some threes. It looks like
it's another
technical foul on Calvary.
I saw this by the end of the second quarter, end of the first half, another technical foul. I saw a technical foul on Springfield Calvary in that time period, and here's another one. Another stoppage of play ends in a technical.
And that'll kill you if you're Calvary and trying to come back, and because obviously Jay, he makes 2 for 2 from the line, and then Danville will get the ball too. So all of a sudden, you're down, 20, which you can make a run from. Now Danville gets a 3 here, and then you're looking at being down 26. You're on the doorstep of running clock territory there.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a matchup problem for Springfield Calvary. The fact that maybe they haven't played a team like Danville. There's a steal by Blackford. He drives in and he draws the foul.
Foul looked
like on the floor.
It was on the floor, but we will see.
Shooting foul.
It is a shooting foul, so again, close call there, but Blackford will get 2. Again, he's had, I believe, all of Calvary's points here in this third quarter. He's got 13 currently.
So the first one is no good, and Blackford has to come up big, and he's been coming up big for Springfield Calvary as of late in this game, but really it's just not even just, it shouldn't just be Blackford, it should be other players as he hits his second. He's up to 14. And once again, the Vikings have the numbers advantage down low, but it's stripped. And the Calvary going the other way.
Nice pass.
What a pass down low. That was Anton Hunter, and he misses it, but a rebound by Connor Brown, and he once again draws the foul.
And that was a good play there from Brown. First of all, he threads the kneel to get down low, and even though his teammate wasn't able to get the layup, Brown was right there in position for the offensive board. After you pass, you can kind of just maybe tune out and be like, okay, well, he's going to go ahead and finish that. I'll just kind of sit back here. No, Brown crashed the hoop and then get rewarded with 2 free throws.
Yeah, you like to think, players that like to thread the needle, like to, think that, I made a good pass, it should be a good finish, but there's some players that are like Brown that like to crash the boards, and that's what every coach likes to see is their player not quitting on a play no matter what, as the second attempt goes no good. But once again, he's on the ground getting loose ball. What a play by Brown to Blackford, and Blackford scores the layup.
Like Connor Brown willing his team to come back, and again, now you've cut it to
another steal.
20.
Blackford, no good. Danville with the rebound, and a much-needed timeout by Darrell Robinson. Be a 30-second timeout.
And that's a good timeout if you're Robinson. Could see some strings starting to unravel a little bit for Danville again. Just playing quick and everything is a quick word for ourselves. If you want to advertise with us on Clutch Sports Media, you can send us an email, clutchsportsil@gmail.com for more information. We got prime advertising spots open for our broadcast and our social media, which, in case you haven't checked that out, check us out on Clutch Sports Media on Instagram and Facebook, Clutch Sports IL on Twitter. All sorts of broadcasts and written content from Central Illinois sports. More so in the Peoria and Bloomington Normal area, but as the playoffs go along, maybe you cross paths with Danville or Calvary down the road, who knows?
Certainly, and Robinson with a 5-second violation, he was not, or excuse me, no, that was down low in the paint. A Viking was down there for 5 seconds. And be Calvary basketball. They're coming back slowly but surely in this game.
Now it's at a point where getting back to 10 at the start of the fourth quarter is certainly manageable. Obviously, no shot clock, doesn't help you if you're Calvary. The Manual Shootout, not one of the shootouts that has instituted a shot clock. There aren't any right now at Manual. As
Huffman will draw the foul, and good drive by Huffman to draw it. And the home side, the Danville Vikings, have 4, and that's probably what Teves Gardner had talked about with this team, is probably drive in and draw fouls, because getting these Vikings in foul trouble, and he knows, just like every coach knows, that 5 fouls in a quarter means the double bonus. So they're down by so much, but these free throws can be their friend.
Certainly can, especially when you make them like Huffman it just did. And I think now that's going to be probably a big focus for Calvary, is taking advantage of that bonus. As Danville throws it away, I mean, Michael, the Vikings are just, they're not playing how they used to. Obviously, you're still holding a 17-point lead, but, you certainly want to find something to get out of this rut that they're in right now. Is a 26-point game. Now it's 17, opportunity to cut it to as little as 14.
Vikings are flustered. Larson with the ball in the right corner. Looking for Brown, gets it to Brown. Brown working on Robinson. He finishes with the nat one. What a finish by Brown. He'll get another opportunity to get a 3-point play.
Brown's put together, again, a lot of hustle in this third quarter. You need players like him to, trying to, never say die and, don't quit on your team. Can't get the free throw to go, but here comes the press for Calvary. That's caused some problems for Danville.
The momentum going to the Saints. Another throwaway by the Vikings. And Danville, like you said, John, the strings are starting to unravel for them. And they got to calm themselves down quick. They're getting flustered.
Yeah, they just don't look in sync. They're playing a rush. They're not making very good passes right now. And I think, once you get good passes, then puts the pressure on Calvary to, take the ball away, not give it back to them. I think that's got to be a focus for them.
Connor Brown, the player of the game in the third quarter so far. He's been all over the place. He's on the top of the key, guarded by Robinson. Works around Robinson, but draws the foul on the floor. Or excuse me, no, that would be 5 team fouls on the Vikings, so a double bonus.
Doesn't matter.
For the rest of the quarter. Rest of the minute, 55 left in the quarter. It's 55-40 in favor of the Vikings. The Vikings have been in control for the majority of the game, but at one point, Calvary was down by over 20 points, but they've cut it back down to 15 thanks to the person shooting at the line right now, Brown, as he hits his first.
I think I've counted close to, I know it's definitely over 5, maybe around 6 or 7 turnovers for Danville in the last maybe about 5-6 minutes.
And what a find. Be at the right place at the right time. Luke Blackford, a fight for loose ball, goes right to Blackford's hands, and he's right there for the layup. It's another timeout by Danville. Another much-needed timeout, really, for the Vikings. And, I mean, yeah, they're like you said, John, strings are starting to unravel. And you can't do that to a team like Calvary because they're that good. They can definitely take advantage of your opportunities you give them.
Yeah, and right now for Danville, I think what Darrell Robinson is talking about, he's talking about communication. He says that they're guys that they love to talk to each other. They're all good friends off the court, and on the court, he says sometimes they lack communication a little bit when they're playing. You just want them to talk more, and I think that's got to be the message right now is, hey, even though, we've given up momentum in this game, we can still talk and still bring defensive pressure, can still make good passes, and, good passing and defensive pressure all starts with talking, and that's what you got to do right now if you're Danville. But really, again, big credit to Springfield Calvary. They didn't roll over at all. They've cut this deficit in half. Again, Brown and Blackford have been huge. Blackford's up to 18 now. Brown has 8 points in the game, but I believe at least 5 or 6 here in this third quarter. So I think we may have a ball game on our hands the rest of the way, Michael. Looked like we might get running clock as now Calvary has roared back. A really impressive effort from Teves Gardner's squad.
A talking team is a confident team, and Danville, if they want to, solidify this win, they got to be able to communicate as there's a foul called on Connor Brown. And that will be Devon Larkin drawing the foul. As the Vikings look to inbound.
Third team foul on Calvary, so Danville not looking likely to be in the bonus, but you never know. It's like another turnover.
Another steal. That's Blackford going to the rim and scores with his right hand. Reese Huffman with the steal.
Well, look at that, Michael. You got down to a 10-point game. You still have over a minute to play before we enter the fourth quarter.
As a drive-in by CL Dye, and he'll draw on the foul.
You need that if you're Danville. Again, first of all, able to get shot off without turning it over. It's been a struggle for them in this third quarter, but again, get some high percentage looks to the line. Make at least one of them if you're Dye.
Any way to stop the momentum, because Springfield Calvary has a lot of it, as the first one hangs around the rim, but to no avail, hangs off the right. A make here on the line for CL Dye could honestly go a long way at the momentum. Make sure Danville can see one go down the rim, go down the hoop.
Also stops the clock a little bit. If you're Calvary, you want to keep playing up tempo, try and force Danville into some half-court turnovers.
His die hits the second of 2.
Caleb Larson trying to check in for Calvary, but I guess he's going to have to wait until the next dead ball. Now we see Danville trying to bring a press, but they forgot about Hunter.
Hunter down low, and he scores. And a good idea setting up the press, trying to stop the momentum for Calvary, but the latter end of the press did not work out as Connor Brown, another steal. He drives in, and he scored, or excuse me, no, he did not score. But a foul nonetheless, and he'll shoot 2.
And for Danville, just trying to think, what do you do? Their passing has not been great in this third quarter. Again, really credit to Calvary's press. Coach I played for in high school, Dart Brown up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We really practice his presses a lot as Brown knocks on the first. And, we worked on it a ton. There were some times we worked on presses for over an hour in practice. And, after we got it down, if there's a press and you execute it almost to perfection, just about every time, it is really, really hard to beat.
As the second of 2 does not fall for Brown, but I have the same thing in my high school where we press a lot, and a good press is made by a team that communicates and is just athletic, and that's what my high school was in their glory days. Nowadays, St. Anne High School isn't necessarily what they were back
back in the day. Through those doors.
Jack Sigma in the 1970s, NBA Hall of Famer was not walking through those doors in the later end of the 2000s when they won state and went to super sectionals every other year. They executed a great press as at the line for Danville would be Eric Bryan. He knocks down his first.
And Danville getting into the bonus, so an opportunity after Calvary missed a free throw to add one back to the lead, get it back up to 10. But again, a good press. There's always someone moving, and it's nearly an offensive board there from Jerry Reed, but there's always a lot of helping and good presses.
Blackford for 3. And what about Luke Blackford? He's got 23 points, the sophomore.
This comeback has been incredible. Down 26 in the third quarter. Now it is 6. Well, now it's back 8 after the bucket from Reed.
Yeah, this 1A Calvary Christian team is playing with nothing to lose as Connor Brown looks to drive in and he draws at another foul. That foul will go on Jerry Reed, and with both teams over 5 fouls in the quarter, we're going double bonuses the whole way, or in the third. The 25.9 seconds remaining. Calvary was down by over 20 points at some point in the third quarter, and they have cut it back to single digits. It's only an 8-point lead for Danville as Brown misses his first.
And again, as much credit as we're giving Calvary, they got to make their free throws. They've left a couple shots at the line. It could even be as close as a 4 or 5 point game right now. As Brown misses the second, so an 0 for 2 trip could come back to haunt the Saints.
They got into the Danville Vikings on the foul, and they've gotten them to 5, so they'll be shooting 2 if they were to get another foul in this quarter. But like you said, John, they got to nail the free throws when they're given to them. As the Vikings look to stop the run and maybe end the quarter on a good note, they look for the last shot, driving in. And out to the corner is Jerry Reed. Reed has to shoot it up to the corner. That's Robinson at the buzzer, no good.
Wow, what a third quarter from the Springfield Calvary Saints. We have a ball game on our hands in the opening game of the day at the Manual Shootout, Michael.
We weren't expecting this. I was not expecting this at the end of the halftime break going into the third quarter, but no fighting these Saints. They play like they have nothing to lose, and they surely don't have anything to lose. They're playing a school much bigger than them, and they're playing with all the confidence in the world. So it's seeing that in the third quarter. I'm not really surprised to see where it is now, but with that being said, Danville's kind of shot themselves in the foot way too many times with the turnovers they've had. A lot of bad passes, a lot of low IQ-ish, I could say, passes the players in the corner that aren't there, stuff like that. And
I wouldn't say low IQ. I would say more rush.
I was trying to phrase it a different way.
Yeah, but yeah, again, for Danville, I think it, again, really comes down to passing a lot. Just getting the ball across half court, getting shots off. Obviously, if you get a turnover in the half court, Calvary's probably getting back-to-back possessions pretty quickly. If you're Danville, you can have some long possessions that end in a bucket. That'll be big for them here in this fourth quarter. Back in the first half, a lot of their success came from that transition game. Now I think they got to slow things down, maybe get into the post, get some high percentage looks, and just maintain control of this one. And a lot of it starts on the defensive end for them too.
I'll say this, Calvary is playing his own press, and how you beat his own press, you pass the ball, you do not dribble the ball. We've seen a lot of dribbling from Danville in that Calvary press. That's helped Calvary a lot. So look for Doyle Robinson to make some key changes heading into the fourth quarter and be more methodical on their offense. It's driving in, kicking out to the corner. That is Eric Bryant, no good on the three. Rebound to Bryant, and there's no good, but he does draw the foul. That foul will be on Connor Brown. That's Brown's third.
And you also have Caleb Larson with 4 fouls for Calvary, something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and Calvary, unlike Danville in terms of their scoring, in terms of the players that play for them, they've only had around 5 to 6 players play on the court for them, compared to Danville, who not only have they had more than 5 to 6 players play for them, they have 8 players in the scoring column. As Blackford, the rebound off the miss from Bryant. Blackford going coast to coast, and one opportunity.
Wow.
What a drive coast to coast for Blackford.
I think we're seeing now why Blackford is ranked as one of the top 50 sophomores in Illinois. A tough bucket again. It was a gutsy decision there from Blackford because he had an open teammate there in the corner. Decides to keep it on his own, draw the contact, and also make the bucket. That possession could have ended a lot worse if you're Calvary, but Blackford could cut it to 5.
His and one opportunity is waved off. It's a lane violation. It is a lane violation on Calvary. That is a backbreaker for the Saints. He could have cut it down to 5, and they do not.
Again, we've talked a little bit about Danville giving up this lead, but Calvary is also they shot themselves in the foot a bit too. Some missed free throws. Again, lane violation there takes away the free throw opportunity. Good defense there from Huffman. He was playing volleyball. It almost spiked that one out of bounds.
He would be one of the best volleyball players in the state if you were to be playing volleyball, that's for sure. As I inbound to Robinson. He drives in, and he sees an open lane, does not make the first, get his own miss, and he'll draw the foul.
And for Calvary there, you got to box out a little bit better. You had, Diddy Robinson got his own miss there, and the ball was up on the rim for quite some time. You kind of know where that ball's going to fall. You got to get in a position, get that board, prevent the offensive rebound from Robinson. He'll get 2.
As Robinson misses his first. And you say box out, John, and when I do color commentary, I always mention the small stuff when it comes to certain schools playing, especially the smaller schools, because that is really what makes the difference in the game. It's not always just the athleticism of certain players. Sometimes it is, but smart passes, boxing out, hitting free throws, that's really the keys to the game for both schools. As Brown looks to set up the Calvary offense.
A rare time that Calvary's going to be in the half court here. We'll see what they come up with.
Huffman is a little short on a 3 and rebounded by the Vikings. Zone press.
It's a diamond and 1. That was the press that we always went to force some havoc, and I tell you, that is one of the best presses out there.
As Eric Bryant will miss this jumper. Rebound back out to the corner. That is Seal Dye, and Dye will draw the foul. And now the guests on the scoreboard, Calvary, are up to 3 fouls in the quarter. Something to keep an eye on, because remember, folks, 5 fouls in a quarter is double bonus.
That's on Larson, and that's his 5th. So his day is done with finishes scoreless. So a little bit of a rough day there from the senior guard, but his teammates have really picked him up and again kept the Saints in this game. In case you're just tuning in, Danville led by 26 in the third quarter. Calvary's now cut it down to 6.
Ooh, could have been a steal by Blackford. He was thinking coast to coast there, but he was not able to get the steal. Eric Bryant will turn the ball over. That is Connor Brown. And Brown looks to cut the deficit to either 3 or 4 as a drive-in shot is no good. Fighting for the rebound and ultimately getting it will be Blackford. Blackford at the top of the key. 3 is an air ball. Brown will save it, but right to a Viking and a coast-to-coast drive for Darius J, and he's no good. Back out.
Both these teams need to slow down. That was a rush shot from Blackford and a rush layup on the other end from Jay.
But Seal Dye ultimately gets the basket on an open left-handed layup.
Nice bucket there for Danville. Make a shot from the field, even though it is a close range look. Danville hasn't had many of those as of late in the second half. So Should be good to see one go down. Now, Calvary's got to keep the pressure on. You came a long way. You can't let up now.
As Blackford drives in, and he's unable to make it. He gets his own miss. Around 4 Vikings, he gets his own miss, and he scores.
Blackford up to 27 now on the day. Big one there again for Calvary. Now it just comes down to getting stops.
As driving in and getting a quick basket on the other end is Darius J. And you keep saying, play slower, but this Vikings team just keeps answering on the other end within a matter of seconds.
Again, we talked about this. Danville team can run. This team is at its best when it's running, but not playing too terribly fast, if that makes sense. I know it's kind of a little bit of an oxymoron there, but, I think they kind of fell in love with playing fast, like, that brought them so much success in that first half. But you got to know when to, push it back, play smart. You can't just play out of control. And if you're, Calvary, same applies to you as well. Again, we saw a rush shot from Blackford there, that 3-point at the top of the key. He can make it, but a lot of traffic in the area. So we'll see how both these teams handle pressure, handle adversity. I think both these teams are going to be pretty happy to be heading out of this one, facing a game like this. If you're Calvary, facing a game where you're down by nearly 30 points. If you're Danville, it's a test for them and, being able to hold a big lead.
And it's a full timeout call by Calvary to talk things over. And speaking of the upcoming schedule for both of these teams, we first talk about Danville. They're playing at Normal Community, the Class 4A in the top 10 Ironman. I can't remember off the top of my head where they are in the rankings. Number 5 in Class 4A, so one of the best teams in the state. And then they're hosting to Topless, the Wooden Shoes. And then right after that, in 2 days, they also host Richwoods. So they're playing the top 2 teams in their conference, one of the best 2 teams in the state. And then they're hosting Glenbard South in their own shootout. So Glenbard South also not a snooze fest. They're pretty solid in Class 4A.
They definitely are, and you got a lot of shootouts coming up. Obviously, this one's one of them. A couple other ones going on around the state. I put an article on CSM Overtime. You may see down there on your scoreboard. All of our written content had a guide to all the shootouts for all the local teams in the area as Reed gets it to go for the rest of the season. That Danville Watch Fire Science Shootout, and a good tradition. They should be some good basketball down there.
Blackford kicks it out to Long for 3, and he hits the 3. Big shot by Josiah Long.
That's Joshua Long there, big 3.
Joshua Long, excuse me. Said foul on the floor. Danville's still running like they're playing like they're down by 7. They're up by 7. Just how they play.
I liked how Danville's looked a lot more in these last couple minutes. They're getting some transition opportunities, not turning it over, figuring out ways to break that press. That foul was called on the floor, but Danville's in the bonus the rest of the way out.
Robinson for 3 is no good. A rebound back by the Vikings. CL Dye being trapped in the top of the quadrant is on the 3. Jerry Reed is no good, but a foul is called on Calvary.
Foul trouble starting to hurt the Saints a little bit. Now Danville's in the bonus for their over half of the fourth quarter. That's 4 fouls on Brown, so he's really got to play carefully. You need him on the floor if you're the Saints. Blackford has 2, so he should be okay for now. Antoine Hunter's out there with 3. Reese Huffman's got 2.
And giving Danville, 5 fouls to work with, giving them a double bonus with not exceeding the half point of the quarter. That's not what you want if you're Calvary if you want to get back in this game. Now you got to play more safe on the defensive end. Or actually, I don't know. Maybe Coach Stives Gardner has a different idea, but that's exactly probably what I would do, play more safe on the defensive end. Get steals when they're given to you, but don't try to play aggressive. There's a foul called there on Robinson. That is Robinson's 3rd.
And also the team's 3rd as well. A lot of players out there with 3 fouls for Danville right now. You got Menafield with 3. You have Robinson with 3. CL Dye has 3, as does Jerry Reed. So they've spread them out well. We'll see how much Calvary attacks here in these final 4 minutes.
It's Blackford in the corner. Blackford pull up 3, hits the 3 right in Robinson's face.
Another gutsy 3 for Blackford. He's now got 30. If there is an all-tournament or an all-shootout team, I think Blackford certainly a shoe-in.
Most definitely. As there's a finish there by Jerry Reed. And once again, Danville enters in the other end quickly.
Calvary's, they're getting buckets, but they're not, forcing as much defensive pressure as they were. Nice feed to Brown.
It was a really good feed to Brown, and Brown unable to finish, but he does draw the contact in the foul. He'll shoot 2. And Dye will have 4 fouls. Foul was on Dye.
That's his 4th, as we mentioned. Brown has 4 right now. I think Teves Gardner is going to ride him and just hope that, the senior Brown can keep himself in the game. He's had some struggles from the line today. Gets that one to go.
It's been a while since he's seen a free throw go down the basket. Hopefully that'll be a change for him. But as for Brown, you don't really look. You look at his scoring, you say, hey, he's got 10 points right now. It could be 11 here on this shot, no good. But he's been doing it, mostly on the defensive end, getting steals. He's got to at least have like 5 or 6 steals, as there's a 3-pointer attempt that rattles around the rim but does not ultimately fall. A rebound goes to the Saints. They look to push. That's Long. Long looking to draw the foul, but does not draw it. And Robinson settles down the offense for Danville.
And, yeah, if you're Long, you get a tough turnover there. Again, an opportunity to cut it down to 4 or 5. 3-ball hasn't been kind to Danville so far. And, again, an air ball in the corner from Dye. So if you're Danville, got to get down low. How about
Blackford with the steal? Blackford wide open on the right wing, and he hits a 3. Luke Blackford, 33 points on the night. Excuse me, the afternoon. I'll say the afternoon. So used to doing these at the night, but still, nonetheless, Luke Blackford, a huge night or huge afternoon so far.
He's had half of their points. 33 of Calvary's 66. Credit Calvary, they brought their cheerleaders here, getting the Saints fans riled up. They brought a decent crowd. Calvary has down from Springfield, and boy, they've been treated to quite the ball game. Again, down by 26 in the 3rd quarter, and that's why they play the game. That's why you don't go to running clock in the 3rd quarter, because you can do what Calvary has done. And credit Blackford, he's taking some really, really gutsy shots, some step-in threes in transition. Reminds me a little bit of, again, not to resort to Bradley University comparisons too much, who we obviously watch quite a bit, but Duke Dean. Their point guard, he can step up, hit those big threes in transition. It's kind of a risky shot. You have potential for an open look down low, but you step in, take the 3. It's a confident shot. If you make it, it looks even better. I bet Blackford has all the confidence in the world right now.
As a sophomore, it's insane. He's just an underclassman, ladies and gentlemen. Not a freshman, but a sophomore. He's got 2 more years of high school basketball left, and he's taking gutsy shots like he's been there before. He's got a lot of poise. As Danville looks to settle down the storm that has been created by the Saints. And maybe they're more methodical on offense now, given that they're only up by 4. The layup attempt by Robinson is no good, but he'll get his own miss. And Danville has another life. The pass to Metafield. Larkin.
Right this year, if you're Danville, again, no need to rush the clock. 2 minutes left. Let's take good shots, and we're going to get a travel there from Larkin. He did take 2 steps with it.
And Larkin traveled, got another turnover for this Danville team, and not what they needed if they want to try to win this game. They could have done it if they were still up by 20, but now it's just a 4-point game with just over 2 minutes left remaining in the game.
And if you're Calvary, I think you got to score here again. Danville, I'm sure they do know, the clock situation. They know they don't need to rush. No shot clock.
Another 3 by Blackford. And Blackford once again. What a 3.
He's gone absolutely nuclear, and it's now a 1-point game.
The sophomore. Moly. Oh, my goodness. And Robinson drives in, draws the foul. He'll shoot 2. But you can't say anything more about Luke Blackford than what he's been doing in this game. You can't ask for anything more.
And if you're Danville, good job by Robinson drawing the foul, getting to the line. But, the downside is since – assuming Calvary gets the miss on the second free throw, or gets the board, just gets possession anyhow, I should say, after this second free throw, the first one is good. You're giving the ball back to Luke Blackford. And it's kind of like playing football. Did you leave him too much time? It's like if you're the Chicago Bears, then they always wonder, hey, did we give Aaron Rodgers too much time to drive down the field and get another score? And as a Bears fan, too often I saw that end in ways I did
You
not
didn't
like. So Robinson does go 2 for 2, but you got to just keep the ball out of Blackford's hands. Jerry Reed's playing defense on him right now, so he's got to deny him the ball.
Calvary was once down by 26. Now it's a one-possession game, a 3-point game, 72-69, a minute and 30 left. Long in the corner. Blackford again. This time it's short. Rebound by Danville. It's Robinson. Robinson, a wide
Good
open
pass.
Viking, and that is Jerry Reed. He'll drive in. He will not finish. And not to Darrell Robinson's please.
Darrell Robinson was jumping. He wanted him to jump stop and just calm down with that one to tie it up.
And Connor Brown will have his three-pointer fall and a foul by Calvary. But Darrell Robinson, I'm sure he was not pleased with the fact that he wanted his player was trying to get the layup. He probably wanted his player to be more, I guess, more patient and not want to try to shoot it, just try to run some clock. But nonetheless, they still have the three-point lead and with an opportunity to stretch at the 5.
And big free throws here from Larkin. He's been pretty good at the line so far. Okay, now you just got to, it's going to be a battle of, which team can, keep their composure, keep their heads screwed on straight right now. Pretty free throw there from Larkin. He's nice job of calming down and not let the moment get to him and, calmly putting your team back in a comfortable position.
With the opportunity to put the 5 points. It's currently a 2-possession game, but it'd be a true 2-possession game if he makes it, and he makes it. Larkin's up to 15. And now Calvary Christian, you got to score.
Need a bucket here. Doesn't have to be a 3. Really just what's more important is you do get a bucket, whether it is a 2 or a 3.
Is long. Top of the key. Gives it to Blackford.
Here comes the double.
Blackford being double teamed. Gives it to Brown. Brown driving in. Layup
Tough
is good.
bucket.
What a finish by Brown. He had a Danville defender wrapped around him, and he had a Danville defender trying to get the block, and near steal by Blackford.
Almost still in the corner. Hey, if you're Danville, again, you're kind of at a point of the game where even inbounding the ball isn't easy. Nothing coming easy for both teams here. It's going to be a great final 38 seconds.
This is Reed, Jerry Reed. Jump stop, loses the ball. What a steal for looking for Blackford.
And Blackford wanted a foul. Thought Robinson maybe got him a little bit, but tough play there if you're Calvary. Again, big opportunity to at least cut it to 1 and give it right back to Danville. So again, possessions have been anything but assured for the Vikings.
29 seconds, approaching 25 seconds left. It's a 3-point game, 74-71. The Vikings on top. Robinson with the ball. He might get double teamed. He splits the defense. He's just dribbling around now, wasting time.
Got a foul.
And the foul is coming up pretty soon, and Joshua Long will pick it up. That is Long's second. And that will put Danville at the line.
And if you're Calvary, it's good that Long fouled him. He's not in any trouble. Again, Brown's on the floor with 4. Larson fouled out earlier. If you're Robinson, you just need to make at least 1 here, and he does.
Cold shot by Robinson, and that makes it a 2-possession game with 14 seconds remaining. Now if you're Calvary, you got to score quick on the other end. As Robinson can put it to 5, and he does. It's 76-71. And Calvary has to go quick if they want a chance at this game. It's Blackford. He'll pull up for 3.
Oh!
Just in and out. And that might just do it. And it will. Calvary calls off the dogs. And Danville, they were up by 26, but you can call this more of an escape of a win. They nearly give it up their lead, but they they prevail. It's 76-71. That is the final. John, thoughts on this game?
What a ball game, Michael. I haven't seen a ball game like this in quite a while. The pace was frenetic, always kept us on our toes. Incredible fight, from Calvary. Danville, again, they almost gave it away multiple times. Really got to credit them, though, down the stretch. They made free throws. They improved a little bit since that third quarter and held on to the ball a little bit more. I do think that Darrell Robinson and Teves Gardner, they share a jovial word at half court. I'm sure a lot of good words being exchanged between these two great head coaches. Both teams, I think, have, they're going to look at this game and say, hey, we have a lot to work on heading into the playoffs. If you're Danville, playing with a lead and, just doing multiple things, not give it away. If you're Calvary, to not, give away, go down 18 at the half. I think if, again, they did pretty much all they could in the second half. I mean, Blackford, a couple of tough shots that he didn't go down, had that 3-ball that rimmed in and out, another one that didn't fall as well. So, what a phenomenal game, though, from Luke Blackford. Michael, we we were joking before this one as I revealed the snack that I brought. Again, long day at the Manual Shootout, Peoria High, Galesburg coming up next. You got to have some food, to keep you through the day. So,
get ready to hear this one, folks.
Yeah. So I brought, I was looking for snacks to bring that would be good for all day. I was out of Cheez-Its. I brought a pack of Mission tortillas. I'm a big fan of tortillas. We made a joke that, we'd give an honorary tortilla to the player of the game, and I don't know if I'll actually head down and give it to Luke Blackford, but if I were to give, the tortilla a player of the game, it definitely, I think, would be to Luke Blackford. Even though they came out with a loss, always there on the defensive end, scored 36 today. What an incredible performance from the sophomore. So, Luke Blackford, you get the honorary tortilla from Clutch Sports Media as a player of the game. Danville, if I had to give it to somebody, could really give it to a lot of people, but, got to give it to Javon Diddy Robinson, though, making those clutch free throws at the end of the game for Danville.
It was a game that, you can say anything about Danville controlling the pace of the game. They certainly did until the fourth quarter really came along. But if there was one thing that Calvary did, or Danville did that Calvary couldn't, that was hit free throws. And if Calvary were to have gone probably, I'd say 80% from the line, they'd probably win this game. But then again, you can't hit them all, and that's why you play the game.
It certainly is. What a game it was. What a great game to set the tone of the Manual Shootout. Again, full day of action coming up on Clutch Sports Media. Right after this, we see Peoria High and Galesburg they're taking the floor right now. We're gonna go to we're gonna stop our broadcast for a second, but we'll come back in a little bit between the Lions and the Silver Streaks. Then at 4 p.m., Richwoods against MacArthur, and then the nightcap, Manual and Metamora, two state-ranked teams. That will be an absolute dandy. Should be a good atmosphere here at Manual High School. Glad you're with us on Clutch Sports Media. And again, we forgot about how this game started, Michael, and our technical difficulties, which we had never seen before. So that game just truly had it all.
Unprecedented technical difficulties. The first time I'm sure that Danville and Calvary have played against each other. It's really cool about a shootout is that you can get teams from the southern part of the state and the eastern part of the state. Yep. They can come right in the middle and play in Peoria. So it's a great shootout here. They have a Mango upcoming matchups, as said, we're going on. And we'll take a quick break, and we'll come right back with the new broadcast of the upcoming game. Or, no, the upcoming broadcast.
It'll be the same broadcast.
The new game.
We're just going to mute ourselves and come right back. Peoria High and Galesburg next up from Manual.
welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 here in the Manual Shootout at Manual High School. In round 1, we saw Springfield Cavalry fall to the Danville Vikings 76-71, almost with a 26-point comeback. And now as we get ready for game number 2 between the Peoria High Lions and the Galesburg Silver Streaks. Hi, everybody. Alongside Michael Savoy, I'm Owen Dimple. And Michael, just talk about that first game that really got the shootout going.
It was a great game. I mean, when people look at the enrollments and people look at, the both teams' classes, Danville in Class 3A and Springfield Cavalry in Class 1A, people can look at that and say, hey, Springfield Cavalry probably doesn't have a chance. And for a little bit there in the first half, going into the second half, Danville with the 26-point lead, people probably would have written off Springfield Cavalry, but nonetheless, Springfield Cavalry a ton of fight on that team. And they were led by Luke Bradford, the sophomore. He had 36 points in that game. I mean, he's rated as one of the top 50 sophomores in the state by multiple, prep websites across the state. So that kid can play.
Yeah, we certainly saw that. I mean, just will this team back to within a 1-point deficit in that third quarter. And it just seemed like every time he touched the ball, he was throwing it up, and more importantly, it was going in. He just could not miss. And then, Danville really tried to alter his just shooting rhythm by double teaming him, allowing no space for him to get the ball. And that it kind of did affect him in the fourth quarter. Wasn't maybe as accurate or getting the ball. Played a little more rush, but still an outstanding performance by him. And even in this game, we're going to see some great players. You can look at LaShawn Stowers from Peoria High. He has D1 offers, along with Rico Jackson, who's had a tremendous year for the Peoria Lions.
Yeah, and, Peoria High, you're not really sure what you're going to get from the Lions. I mean, they have the capabilities to hang with the best, not only in, their conference, but even in the state. They have that type of talent, but they're so inconsistent. They're one of those teams where you go into a game, you're like, okay, Peoria is playing, but which Lions am I going to get? Am I going to get the Lions that, doesn't play well enough as a team together to, pull together wins, or do I get a Lions team that, proves to be one of the best in the state? So it's just a question for them.
Yeah, and it really speaks for their 10-10 record, 4-4 in Big 12 play. And you kind of look at Galesburg Silver Streaks. It's been, a turbulent season, 5-17 overall. They're 0-8 in the Western Big 6 Conference. Last night they lost to East Moline United Township. But there's still some players, standing out. You look at number 1, Tyree Taylor, the junior, gets the scoring started for the Lions.
Boy, he came out quick on that. He got the steal, and he was set to the basket. No one could really catch him.
Here's Croc Sibbing. Drives down, kicks out top of the mid. Poked away by Russell again. And just a mirrored image for Spencer Russell streaking down the court, gets the easy layup.
Spencer Russell is quick, and he just did it again where he gets the steal and no one can catch him. It's just him in the basket, and he finishes again.
Now Croc Sibbing again. He'll throw it to Taylor. Taylor out in the corner. He'll try work inside. Gets it poked away by Foy, and they're going to get possession from that. Great defensive poke by Felix Foy.
Right as I said, Peoria High didn't have a good start in this game. They've started the warming up on the defensive end, getting stops, and their offense is feeding off their defense. Their only 2 buckets so far have been off Spencer Russell steals.
Yeah, apologies for that. It's pronounced Phoenix with an N and not an L, so apologies on my part. But here's the lines again. Rico Jackson, step back. No good, but an offensive rebound by Foy. He'll throw it out to Russell. That one wildly inaccurate. Here comes Taylor driving. He'll throw it up, and it rolls in.
It's not good ball movement by Peoria High. Passing right in the middle of the defense, and Galesburg takes advantage of the layup on the other end.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to get those swing kind of jump passes against a 2-3 zone. Now the Lions will work again. 5-4 lead for Galesburg, as that one was missed by TJ Sturdivant. Just under 5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Tyree Taylor, no good on that drive. Now the Lions will push the ball up court. Rico Jackson swings it across. There's Spencer Russell for his three-pointer. Bounces up, no good, and rebounded by Tyree Taylor.
It's good ball movement by Peoria High. If you're going to make those cross passes in the defense, you got to make sure that it's a clear lane for that pass, and he did, and it's a good look for 3. And Galesburg's going to want to live with those 3s if they're going to play zone.
Absolutely. Galesburg trying to establish some offense here. Taylor just about lost it. He'll drive into the corner, loses the ball, throws it away, and it's a travel by Jackson Wyatt, the sophomore forward. And the Silver Streaks will turn it over to the Lions.
For the early going, we can already tell that, just a little under half the period has gone by. This game's going to be pretty close. It's going to come to who can execute on the offensive end. A lot of defense has been playing so far, but who can make the shots when they need to be made.
Here's Richard Jackson. He kicks it out. Deontay Mann, his corner three. Good! Deontay Mann with a three-pointer.
It's a big shot by Mann, and, like I said, the Silver Streaks are going to have to live with the three-point ball if they're going to play zone, and, Deontay Mann, good shot.
And Tyree Taylor and Jackson Croc-Sibbing not on the same page right there as Taylor throws it out of bounds, and yet another back-to-back turnover from the Silver Streaks.
They're going to have to limit those if they really want to beat this Peoria team, because this Peoria team can get out running on the fast break if they were to turn it over and not go out of bounds, and you just got to limit the turnovers.
Rico Jackson drives down baseline, kicks it out. Deontay Mann, his three-pointer again. Oh, spins out, almost down, but no good. And Galesburg rebounds it. Here's Croc-Sibbing trying to find something. They'll throw it into the corner. That's Oxley. Now Taylor has it, throws it back to Keith. Good defense here by the Lions, and now Croc-Sibbing, he's going to drive, finger roll, no good off the backboard. Rebounded by Sturdivant. He's going to push the ball into the paint. Nice little floater. Oh, not enough. Not enough. Off the backboard, rimmed out.
It's a good look from the Lions. It just wasn't able to be falling, and good job running out and on offensive transition. Got Galesburg on a numbers advantage and just not able to finish it, but also just a good look.
2:40 to go here in the first quarter with Peoria leading Galesburg 7-5. And Taylor's three-pointer, top of the key, is good. And Galesburg's going to call a timeout after Tyree Taylor's first three-pointer of the afternoon.
Folks, they're 5-17 right now, and you look at their 6-game losing streak. Like I said in the open, some teams can just falter from that. They can just say, hey, not that the season's over, but they just lost themselves. They lost their confidence to play. But not this Galesburg team. They're playing with a lot of confidence right now. They're taking good shots. They're making good shots, and right now they got the 1-point lead.
Yeah, and I think it'll be a good sign for Galesburg. Throughout this ball game, if they can just keep it a close game, if they could find themselves in a close game here in the fourth quarter, who knows? Maybe they can knock off Peoria, but you got to get there first. A lot of game left to be played in Peoria. Seeing some good shooting so far. He had Deontay Mann. He hit his corner three-pointer, just barely missed one from the opposite side, rimmed in and out. But, yeah, with 2:34 here in the first, Galesburg retook the lead 8-7 off a Tyree Taylor three-pointer from the top of the key. And now the Lions will get back to work. Here's Jackson. Right at the free throw line, bounces back out, swings it to Deontay Mann. Here's Jackson again, just about threw it out of bounds. That was Jalen Rayford.
The sophomore football player for Peoria High. I mean, I appreciate the fact that he drives into that zone, but he was wide open in the corner for a three. I would have much rather taken that three-point shot, but I'm not too sure how Rayford plays his game. Maybe he's more into the driving, not to the shooting.
Rayford has it again on the right wing. Tried to feed it inside, gets poked away by Keith. And a turnover from the Lions. Now here's Tyree Taylor. His ball gets locked, poked out of the way. Now a 3-on-1 transition. Here's Rayford. He'll go up and get fouled.
It's a big thing for Galesburg, like it was for Springfield Calvary, with a team like Danville and a team like Peoria High. They both like the run, so limiting the fouls will be big for Galesburg in this game. And if you got to do the small stuff right when it comes to that. You got to not draw. You can commit fouls, but you got to make sure they're smart fouls. You got to box out in this second attempt. You got to box out. So you got to be smart.
Jalen Rayford missed the first of 2 free throws. They're at 1:58 mark here in the first quarter. Score still 8-7 Galesburg. And number 5, Ian Dominique, will check in for the Silver Streaks. Rayford's second free throw, no good. Off the back iron. Now Croc-Sibbing, he'll go to work. Finds Dominique in the corner, who gives it to Oxley. Now Taylor swings across. Three-pointer off the back end, no good from Dominique. Now the Lions will push. Here's Rico Jackson, throws it out. Three-pointer, no good from Deontay Mann, but the rebound by Foy, and they'll get a foul.
Yeah, Galesburg just has to box out there in that situation. You know, I just mentioned doing the small stuff right. When you're in a disadvantage in terms of records, you know, 5 and 17 versus, you know, Peoria High's record, you just got to do the small stuff right. You got to make sure you box out, and in that situation, you can't give Peoria High a third chance of making a basket, because ultimately they'll get something good out of it.
Rayford makes the first free throw. Yeah, like you said with the rebounding, I think that's a huge key for like any team in any matchup. If you can really dominate and get ahead on the offensive boards, it can really level the playing field.
Certainly, and it's like a football thing where it's not, you don't rebound in football obviously, but you know the line, like, you know, the defense and offense line. If you can dominate down in football, then that sets up well for your team, and rebound is the same way in basketball.
Yep, the line of scrimmage, always want to establish that dominance. Here's Dominique, top of the key. Finds Oxley in the corner. He'll work his way around. Now the ball's back to Tyree Taylor. Guarded by Rico Jackson. A true one-on-one matchup. Here's Dominique's three-pointer. No good. Rebounded by Tyree Taylor. He kicks it out to Croc-Sibbing. His three-pointer, good. Croc-Sibbing with the three-pointer, and that's his second one already. He's up to 6 points here in the first quarter.
We were just talking about second chance opportunities and third chance opportunities at Peoria High. Same thing with Galesburg. You give them a second chance opportunity, and Croc-Sibbing with a big three-pointer.
11-8 Galesburg lead here, under 35 seconds in the first quarter. What can the Peoria Lions get right here? Rico Jackson drives. His floater no good. Rebounded by Oxley. Dominique, he'll go to work at the free throw line. Gives it up to Oxley. Croc-Sibbing, another three-pointer. Good! Another three ball by Jackson Croc-Sibbing, the sophomore guard.
It's another technical foul. I saw my fair share of those in the previous game with Danville and Springfield Cavalry, and looks like it's a tech on Galesburg.
Yeah, like you mentioned, 2 technicals in the first game, and now we have our first in here. I mean, I don't know what the Clutch Sports media is for the record for technical fouls, but we might be pushing it today. Here's Rico Jackson with the technical free throws. He makes the first. Yeah,
we're not even done with the first quarter of the second game. We have 2 more games to go in this, so within I'd say a 24-hour span, we might as well, we could break the record, but I don't know what record that's at.
And the second free throw by Jackson is good as well, and because it was a technical free throw, Peoria will retain the ball. We are with 12.5 seconds on the clock, trailing by 4 to the Silver Streaks. And now looking to get the last shot here of the quarter. Throws it quickly. That was Bailey, Craven Bailey, checking into the game. His three-pointer was no good. Tyree Taylor just lofts it up. No good, high off the backboard. And with that, the first quarter here comes to an end in the Manual Shootout, with the Galesburg Silver Streaks leading the Peoria Lions 14-10. Michael, what do you think of that first quarter?
I don't think Galesburg plays like their record shows. I think 5 and 16 is a little misleading for this team. They've been playing up to Peoria High's level, and once again, we also said in the open that Peoria High, you're not really sure what team they're going to get. So currently they're struggling, obviously, but Galesburg, you know, Croc-Sibbing, big three-pointers, and it's just it's been a good quarter for Galesburg so far.
And here at the end of the first quarter, we'd like to take another moment to let you know you want your business to, you know, get some nice exposure here from the Central Illinois sports coverage. Clutch Sports Media is the great place to do it. Between game advertisements on social media, your business can get the reach it needs to increase sales. Yeah, so reach out to us on Clutch Sports Media on social media, whether that's Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, you name it. You can find us and reach out for your advertising needs.
It's great opportunities to advertise with a good Central Illinois company that does a lot of sports broadcasting. You know, we broadcast a lot of really good marquee games, whether it be the Big 12 Middle Line or even the HOIC. So good way to get your business out there because we get a lot of viewers. We get a lot of people who like to watch our broadcasts.
We'll start the second quarter here. Galesburg having the ball. It's Croc Sibbing. He throws it out to Tyree Taylor before giving it back. The layup is good by Jace Keith.
It's a good start to the second quarter by Galesburg, and you know they're on fire right now. They're playing good offense and they're playing really good defense as well. They're playing a little complete game.
And for Keith, the senior forward, getting his first points of the game. Here's a drive by Rayford, no good, high off the glass. Rebounded by the Silver Streaks.
They have an opportunity to increase this lead even more.
Tyree Taylor loses the ball in that drive, but Oxley, right place at the right time. He loses the ball. Croc Sibbing corrals it. He'll try to drive. Looking for anything. Not finding much. Before Taylor gets it, he'll feed the post. And that's a nice feed to Oxley. His layup is good.
Good ball movement by these Silver Streaks, and I'm seriously impressed. You know, this team has been playing well on both sides of the ball.
Like you said it, the Silver Streaks displaying great ball movement despite the Lions' tough defense. And the Silver Streaks now with their biggest lead of the game, up 8. Three-pointer by Rayford. In and out, no good. Offensive rebound. Fouled. And that was Keon Jordan, the junior forward, with that offensive board, and he'll get 2 shots at the free throw line.
Yeah, Tyron Taylor needs to box out. In that situation, he needs to be able to box out on the initial shot opportunity and not give Peoria High another opportunity, because what he did there is he gave the Lions another opportunity to score, and then when that happened, when he got the rebound, he fouled him. So, you know, not boxing out leads to that foul.
Rayford now 2 for 3 at the charity stripe. He'll get another one. Second, no good. So here comes Galesburg once again. Taylor finds Keith. He'll drive. Fouled, going up with his left hand. He must have knocked that thumb. You can see him kind of holding it. You know, that's Michael. That's something you always run the risk of when you're playing basketball. A lot of jammed fingers, and you know certainly that doesn't feel good.
Yeah, especially when you play like above the rim or at the rim, like some of these players do. You run the risk, even when you try to dunk it. Sometimes you run the risk of maybe putting your hand over the rim, and maybe you hit your wrist on the rim too hard. You know, just some basketball injuries that you don't really see in other sports.
Yeah, playing in the paint, playing at the rim, it's not for the weak. You got to bring your A game. And Keith goes 2 for 2 at the line, as he's up to 4 points. And Galesburg leads 20-11 here with 6:20 to go in the second quarter. Rico Jackson kicks it out. Three-pointer by Mann. Off the back iron, no good. Rebounded by Tyree Taylor.
Not really a fan of that shot by Mann. You know, you're down by 9. I'm sure you probably want to spark with that shot, but I want a better shot there. You just got to get some points.
And a turnover. And that's Pollard on the drive. Looks like he got fouled. Wonder if they're going to give him the shooting foul or on the floor.
Looks like they're going to give him the shooting one, yep.
Yeah, so Detarian Pollard, sophomore guard, will head to the free throw line. Here's Pollard's first free throw attempt. It's good. Sorry, overheard on the PA that it's Mays shooting the free throws. You know, that's the one thing when you're game prepping for high school sports. You try to look for max preps, huddle for rosters, and it's never, you know, a for sure gamble that they're accurate. And so we try our best. End of the day, sometimes we make mistakes, and that's our apologies, but we try our best here at Clutch Sports Media. That's a drive by Tyree Taylor. Gets it in. Nice finger roll by Tyree Taylor.
Another 9-point lead. They just keep putting it at 9, and Peoria High, they got to You got to be able to score on the offensive end and the defensive end too. It's still early though. They have time to come back. So there's a finish there.
Deontay Mann with a nice drive and floater. He's up to 5 points. With 5:28 to go here in the second quarter. Galesburg leading by 7. That's another drive. No good by Croc-Sibbing. Here's a tip pass nicely to Rayford. And a stuff by Tyree Taylor.
What a block by Taylor. And, you think that block was forced by the deflection by the Silver Streaks, giving Taylor enough time to come down the court, and what a swat. He was in the right place and the right time for that one.
Tyree Taylor showing his athleticism with that play. An incredible block, saving a basket. Now here's Mann again. He made his first three-pointer, has missed on his last 3 field goal attempts. Rico Jackson, top of the key, three-pointer, swish! Rico Jackson for 3.
You see Peoria starting to feel their stride now. And, some stops on the defensive end can go a long way here. End the quarter on a good note.
Croc-Sibbing, his three-pointer, little right, no good. Rebounded on the floor by Cody Jones. In a great heads-up play that while Jones had possession of the ball, Galesburg was able to call a timeout so they can retain possession. That's just a great play by the players and the coaches, knowing the situation and making sure you have that ball.
Yeah, and the underrated part about that timeout is that it was honestly much needed. I mean, Peoria High is now on a 5-0 run since they were trailing by 9. Now they're only trailing by 4. So, Peoria High is starting to find their footing, and Galesburg starting to, I shouldn't say fall apart, but they're not playing like they were in the beginning of the game. So this timeout is very beneficial. And the coach needs to talk to his players about, hey, just calm down. They're starting to find the other team's starting to find their stride. Just calm down, take a deep breath, and just play how we've been playing.
Yeah, so far we've seen great efforts from both squads today, both on the offensive side and defensive side, just flying around the court, making plays. Now Galesburg will inbound the basketball. Finds Tyree Taylor underneath. Throws it up, no good. Rebounded by Foy. Now the Lions will try and get a quick transition going. Jackson had that ball poked away on the floor before it was picked up by a Lion, and that was Foy who picked it up on the ground, lays it up for the 2 points.
It's a good job by Galesburg on the initial steal attempt to poke the ball loose, but being in the right place at the right time, Peoria High still scores.
22-20, Galesburg leading here with 4:15 to go in the second quarter. Dominique, a couple pump fakes, trying to get his defender off the ground and drive, but good defensive discipline right there by the Peoria Lion. Now Croc-Sibbing, his three-pointer, no good. He knew that it was off kind of target, got his own rebound. That's a crucial play right there. And his floater's good off the glass.
You want to talk about not quitting on a play. Croc-Sibbing, he knew his shot was off, so he went to go get the offensive rebound, gets it, and puts another shot up. That's not a good defensive possession for Peoria High.
Deontay Mann answers with another three-pointer. Yeah, going back to that play by Croc-Sibbing, I mean, that's sometimes something you can't really coach. A player going after his own rebound and getting an easy floater out of it.
Yeah, it's all heart. I mean, you can't really teach heart. You can't really teach willingness. You just got to have it as a player.
Now an offensive foul by Jace Keith. Looked like an illegal screen right there. That'll be his first foul.
And we've been talking about how Galesburg has held it to 7 or 9, maybe even 5 at some points, having a little bit of a sizable lead, but now it's just a 1-point game, and Peoria High with a good offensive possession, a good make, can make this their lead.
Galesburg still going with the zone coverage, and man, makes him pay for it. He was open in that corner and knocks down yet another three-pointer, his third three-point make of the afternoon.
And just like that, Peoria High has the lead.
Now Keith down low in the paint, kicks it out, Croc-Sibbing, another three-pointer. It's good. It is raining threes here in Manual between Galesburg and Peoria.
Like Croc-Sibbing is a little streaky here, one might say, than Galesburg.
And man, goes back to back. Oh, Croc-Sibbing and man, just trading three-point baskets here.
Just trading leads and trading three-point baskets. This is fun basketball.
Keith drives. We're going to get a foul. Oh, no, a travel by Jace Keith down in the paint.
Man, that's a backbreaker for Galesburg. They were trading baskets back and forth, and now with an offensive possession, they don't get a single basket. You don't even get a single shot up. You know, it's a little bit of a backbreaker. Peoria High, if they were to capitalize off of this, it'd be even worse.
2:30 to play here in the second quarter with Peoria leading Galesburg 29-27. Deontay Mann, the leading scorer for the Peoria Lions with 14, and Jackson Croc-Sibbing on the opposite end for the Silver Streaks. He's matching with 14 points as well. Now here's Mann dribbling around top of the key, trying to cross his man. Feeds Foy down the paint. He'll put it up and off the glass. Good. Foy with the nice paint moves.
It's a good opportunity for Peoria High to test out, you know, their ability down low. They've been a good three-point shooting team all afternoon, but to get a good basket down low is pretty beneficial too.
Now Wyatt with the ball. He'll throw it out to Tyree Taylor, his three-pointer. Good as well. Another three-point basket from the Silver Streaks, this time from Taylor. Rico Jackson, he has a wide open jumper but could not connect. Rebounded by Taylor. He's been all over the floor today, you know, offensively, three-pointers. He's got it down in the rim as well, but on defense, nice rebounds and then that block.
He's clearly their most involved player, and sometimes most involved players are their best players too.
Croc-Sibbing's deep three, no good. We're approaching 1 minute left. Deontay Mann, his deep three-pointer, no good. They'll get an over the back on Phoenix Foy.
Yeah, just approaching a little over a minute left here to go in the half. And, you know, this game is very close. I wasn't too sure what I would expect out of Galesburg. You know, I've never seen them play in person. Same thing with Peoria High, but we know more about Peoria High, obviously, them being more in the coverage area. But this game's been pretty impressive so far. I like to see some good basketball, and this definitely is it.
And we've officially hit under minute mark here in the first half. Jace Keith tried to go up for the layup in the paint, but he was fouled by Deontay Mann. And he'll get a couple chances from the free throw line.
Yeah, that was a good drive by Jace Keith, you know, cutting to the basket, making sure he was available. Not the best defense there by Peoria High. You could have checked the cutter, make sure he wasn't available to catch the ball. And he was just late, you know, and the foul was because of that.
His first attempt is no good. And, you know, Michael, something that I've really noticed from the Galesburg offense is that they really move well without the ball. All guys, I mean, no matter what, you're just seeing them curling, cutting, back doors. I mean, they are moving without the ball, and that is something tremendous that you see. You don't necessarily see all the time at the high school level. Yeah,
you see that more so with teams that have players that played with each other a lot. They have that chemistry, you know. They know where one's going to be. They know each other's strengths, and you don't see that to every team.
Jackson out of control, just about threw it away before Spencer Russell got the ball. Now he'll drive into the paint, and we'll get a whistle.
Yeah, that was more of the push foul there on Jace Keith there. I saw that in person. That was more obvious for the rest of the call, and it was off the ball.
Keith picks up his second foul here with 32 seconds remaining, and he'll check out. You know, Coach Chad Thompson trying to save one of his starters from early foul trouble as Ethan Oxley will check back in. Foy has it in the corner. He'll give it to Rico Jackson. Under 30 seconds remaining. Peoria High with a 31-30 lead. Jackson drives, puts it up, and it's good. Rico Jackson with another drive and another basket. 33-30, Peoria leading down under 15. Wyatt, his shot, no good. Peoria looking to try and get some extra points here. Throws it away. Croc-Sibbing intercepted that pass. Down to 5 seconds. He's looking for a shot. Tries to get open. It's good at the buzzer. Jackson Croc-Sibbing rims it in and cuts the lead to 1 at the half.
Yeah, if I'm Coach Ruff, and I'm not pleased at all with that sequence of events. You throw the ball away. You don't need to throw the ball away in that situation. You're not in a hurry for a shot. It's not the fourth quarter. You're not 5 seconds away from winning the game. You don't really need to make that extra pass. You have to lead after all. And that pass was just not a good pass. And, you know, Croc-Sibbing making them pay with the jumper. And it's just a 1-point game.
Yeah, definitely rushed that pass. You know, there was still 8 seconds, give or take, on the clock when he intercepted that. So they had time to kind of, you know, get a little movement from some teammates, maybe find an open shot. But, you know, in the end, he forced the turnover, and Croc-Sibbing makes him pay with the 2-point basket as the buzzer sounds. Just quick point totals here at the half. From Peoria High, Deontay Mann leading scorer with 14 points. He's knocked down a couple three-pointers, been an electric player on the offensive side of the ball for the Lions. Rico Jackson with 7 points. Spencer Russell, 4 points. Phoenix Foy with 4 points. And Datarian Pollard with another 2 points. As for the Galesburg Silver Streaks, it's all Jackson Croc sibling with 16 points to go into the break. Tyree Taylor right behind him with 10 points. He's been electric as well all over the court. Jace Keith has added 4 points of his own, and Ethan Oxley with 2. We've seen a great, first game between Springfield Cavalry and Danville, and now we're seeing another great one here in the second game between Galesburg and Peoria. And don't forget, we still have 2 more games here at the Manual Shootout. At the 4 o'clock hour, we will see who's the matchup for the 4 o'clock. Richwoods and MacArthur for the 4 o'clock slot. And then for the nightcap at 6 o'clock, we will have Manual and Metamora to close out the 2024 Manual Shootout. Final thoughts here from the first half.
This is everything a shootout's supposed to be. 2 teams that aren't necessarily, or no, I shouldn't say not 2 teams, but 2 teams that don't really see each other much often. Meeting in a certain location, neutral location, and it's just a great game.
All right, and now we'll quickly send it over to an ad here at the halftime with Peoria leading Galesburg 33-32.
We're going to overtime. After 4 years of preps coverage in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime? We're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams,
Your stories.
your stats and standings, your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts. As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds.
CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action.
More stories.
More coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
Attention business owners and entrepreneurs. Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than Clutch Sports Media, your go-to destination for local high school sports coverage in Central Illinois. Our business has reached almost 1 million total views on YouTube and is connected with an astounding 39,000 accounts on social media, averaging thousands of views with each post. That's 39,000 engaged and passionate sports enthusiasts who love tuning into our content, ready to become your new customer. Clutch Sports Media is offering an exclusive opportunity for local businesses to seize the spotlight. We are opening up prime advertising spaces in our social media posts and live sports broadcasts. Partnering with Clutch Sports Media isn't just about visibility. It's about being part of a community that loves and embraces the spirit of sports. It's about making lasting connections with your target audience. Don't miss out on this winning opportunity. Clutch Sports Media, where Central Illinois plays its biggest games.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 Manual Shootout here in Manual High School. Here in our second game, Peoria leading Galesburg 33-32. We talked about in the first half, great back and forth action between these two teams. Pretty much there was a streak right there. Jackson Croc-Sibbing and Deontay Mann kind of going basket for basket. One player that, we really didn't realize was quiet in the first half until John mentioned it was LaShawn Stowers, really pretty much non-existent in this game. What are your thoughts on that, Michael?
I mean, it's weird that you can see like someone who's has Division I aspirations and has Division I interest go. They don't score in the first half. It's weird. It's not really normal. I'm sure it's not normal for him, but nonetheless, Peoria High, they're leading this game by 1. So, if they really want to pull away and win this game, it probably would take a big second half from LaShawn Stowers. I can't remember if he was in foul trouble or not. That could be a reason why he was out, but from what I've seen, I don't think he would be in foul trouble. I don't think Peoria High had many fouls at all in that first half as a team. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
I'm just trying to think, on the court, didn't really see him too much. Not sure if, any reasons that we don't know of. Not going to speculate at all. But it's great to see from the Lions team that, outside of Stowers, who's, arguably one of the better players on this team, but Rico Jackson, he's contributing, Deontay Mann contributing. It's really a good group effort so far here in the first half from the Lions. So you really got to like to see that if you're Coach Ruffin.
Yeah, and, the 3A, they're in Class 3A. They're the bigger schools. If you want to become a good team come playoff time in Class 3A, it doesn't just take one player. It can take one player in the smaller schools like Division 1A. But, when you're in 3A, when you play good schools across playoffs, you have to have other people step up, and it's good to see the Lions step up besides LaShawn Stowers.
Yeah, so once again, LaShawn Stowers hasn't really played much here in the first half, and going back to last Friday in their game against Normal West, he dropped 32 points. So he's definitely a huge impact player for the Lions. And but like as we said, great group effort. And then Galesburg, they're playing a team effort as well on the other side too. Between Tyree Taylor and Jackson Croc-Sibbing, they have a really good 1-2 punch for the Silver Streaks.
Yeah, and it's weird that, this team is the record that is. I hate to keep recognizing it, but they're a 5-17 team. When you look at that record, you might just think that it's not their year. But right now, they're playing Peoria High tough right now, and they're having a great game. Both these teams are playing really well, and it's something that we probably didn't expect as much because we've talked about both of these teams being, kind of inconsistent, but both these teams are playing really well.
And as we mentioned in the open of the broadcast, how, if Galesburg can find a way, to be in a close game in the fourth quarter, you could really see them, maybe winning this game. And the trajectory of this game is going, they could find themselves in that position. Can Peoria find a way to maybe go on a run and really put them away here in the second half? But we'll have to see here in the second half. Michael, what's your key for each team going here in the second half?
I just got to say, Galesburg, you got to keep doing what you're doing. You have two hot hands. You have Croc-Sibbing and you have Taylor. So both of them have been big for you guys. They have to continue to be big. And, I think most of the advantages probably go Peoria's way. You look at the size, you look at the speed. They mostly go Peoria's way. So when you look at Galesburg, it's all about doing the small stuff right. And for Peoria High, it's LaShawn Stowers. And if he plays or not, that's sure to be seen. It looks like he's out there starting the second half, but it's going to take a big second half from him to have Peoria High go over the top.
Now both teams getting ready to take the court to open up the third quarter. It'll be Peoria inbounding the basketball. And we'll underway here in the third quarter. Here's Stowers, top of the key. He gives it to Jackson. Now Mann with it. Lions just floating it between the top of the key. Jackson thought about the corner three. Finds a wide open Spencer Russell in the paint. His shot no good, but a whistle, and he'll get 2 opportunities from the free throw line.
Yeah, Galesburg opening up in the zone, and good job by Peoria High to find the opening in the zone. And what was that, Jackson, right? That was did I get that right?
He was in the corner.
Oh, Wyatt, Jackson Wyatt. Yep, number 42 for Galesburg. You know, not being there at the right time, didn't keep his eye on the Peoria High man, and at the line.
That one was good from the free throw line. Now 35-32 lead for Peoria. Galesburg will go to work. Here's Croc-Sibbing, had a big first half. Lost the ball off his foot. Or excuse me, it looked like off the foot of the Peoria defender. Can't quite. Rico Jackson was the defender.
Yeah, I think it was off Rico Jackson there. Yeah, it had to have been because they already made that decision.
Here's Sibbing with the ball again. Looking for something. Found Ethan Oxley. Now it's Jace Keith down on baseline. Kicks it out. Tyree Taylor, his three-pointer. A little too much on that, no good. Peoria trying to quickly get a transition. Croc-Sibbing knocking that one away. Stowers was looking for Rico Jackson.
Yeah, that was quite a risk there by Croc-Sibbing to jump that passing lane, because if that pass were to have gone between his hands or just passed him and went to the Peoria High offensive player, then that would have been an easy 2 for the Lions.
Now Rico Jackson again, he'll drive, kicks it out to Russell. His three-pointer, no good. Rebounded by Ethan Oxley. Now here's Croc-Sibbing again. Dribbling around the top of the key. Almost crowd wanting a carry on that one.
Yeah, they could have gone the other way. I feel like I wouldn't be upset with any call with that.
Taylor gives it to Jace Keith. Thought about the three-pointer. He'll drive inside in a push right before the shot. Gets a foul on the court.
Yeah, the big thing we didn't really mention was the fact that both these teams have been, I shouldn't say clean, but they haven't really been in much foul trouble. So it's like that medium between clean and foul trouble. Both these teams have been all right.
Here's Taylor again, looking for something. He's falling from that pivot foot. And now Rico Jackson, his shot, up, knocks it in, and one. Rico Jackson.
Now we're starting to see Peoria High start to run away with this game, and I don't want to say that too early, but now it's a 5-point game. Now it's pushing 6.
You see Tyree Taylor taking a seat on the bench. He looks in pain after that one drive. Look, he's holding that elbow. He might have landed hard on that elbow from that floater. Hopefully he's okay. And the free throw is good by Rico Jackson. He's now up to 10 points. 6:20 to play here in the third quarter. Peoria leading Galesburg 38-32. Some half-court press by the Lions. Ian Dominic gives it off to Jackson Wyatt. Tries to drive. Dominique three-pointer, no good. Off the front of the rim. Here's Deontay Mann looking to drive. His three-pointer, no good. Rebounded by Oxley. He was falling out of bounds. Was able to find a teammate before committing the turnover. We'll see a double team on Croc-Sibbing between Jackson and Mann. They'll get a foul on Rico Jackson.
Yeah, we saw Peoria High start to feel themselves, and that now they have some momentum. Now they're starting to play better defense. They're starting to play more aggressive defense. Just a little too handsy there. Just something that that's really just up to the ref at the end of the day, whether they call it or not. You can't really be upset with that.
I think that's going to be a defensive effort as it's poked away by Russell. And a foul from Ian Dominic, his second. And as I was going to say, it's going to be a point of emphasis from the Lions defense to probably not let Jackson Croc-Sibbing have space to shoot it, because he proved in that first half he can knock it down.
Yeah, he's definitely probably the biggest offensive threat that Galesburg has, and he's definitely shown in the first half. So a point of emphasis for Peoria High is to lock him up.
Stowers' jump shot off the back iron, no good. And the loose ball poked away by one of the Silver Streaks big man down below. So the Lions will still have the ball underneath. I believe, unofficially, I believe that was Stowers' first field goal attempt. That one just...
I couldn't tell you if you were correct, but I'm sure you are correct.
We just really didn't say his name a whole lot, so I'm not really... I'm assuming that was his first attempt of the game. It was no good, and then turnover by the Lions. We'll get a 5-second call.
Yeah, just Croc Sibbing not able to get rid of the ball. He's just unable to get rid of LaShawn Stowers. LaShawn Stowers, great defense there.
He couldn't make the basket on the opposite end, but gets the turnover.
He's finding more ways to get involved, not just on the offensive end like we're used to seeing, as he just take a three, and that's his first field goal.
LaShawn Stowers for 3. And it's now a 9-point Lion lead here with 4:43 to go here in the third quarter. And I don't know if you noticed or not, but Galesburg is scoreless here in this third quarter.
Yeah, Galesburg is scoreless, and Peoria High's on a 7-0 run. It's just been Peoria High's quarter so far.
Almost halfway into the third quarter as we see an offensive rebound from Ian Dominic. Kicked it out to Croc Sibbing for 3. So there's their first basket of the second half. No other than Jackson Croc Sibbing. He's now up to 19. Stour traveled. Tried to get the pump fake to shake his defender, but he took one too many steps from that one.
Yeah, I think he just realized the pump fake worked, and when the pump fake worked, he realized that it was just him in the basket. Maybe a Galesburg defender would have gone in the way of him, but he realized he could have scored, and he just got a little bit of happy feet.
Just Croc Sibbing again, hands it off to his partner, Tyree Taylor. Great swing offense here. Now Jace Keith has it. Taylor from the corner, three-pointer, not enough, hits the front end of the rim, rebounded by Stowers. And there's an offensive foul from LaShawn Stowers, just playing out of control and swung an arm in it, caught Taylor. And just not the, usual LaShawn Stowers performance that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and, that'd be called every time. That's just reckless play. That's not something basketball related. That's just something that, you're bringing too much physicality to a game that doesn't need as much physicality. So that'll be called every time.
Dominic gave it to Taylor in the corner, but.
Yeah, that's more of the same deal as LaShawn Stowers, where he just got the ball and he realized that it was just him in the basket, and he just got some happy feet. So you just got to control yourself, realize that you have got offensive opportunity, and just control yourself and get the basket.
Kind of looks like their brains are playing faster than their bodies, and that
exactly.
Ill-advised pass just about taken away by Tyree Taylor. And now Pollard, his floater, high off the glass, is good.
That was an acrobatic, pretty shot for Pollard, and, now they got the 8-point lead.
Great shot by Pollard. Now here's Croc Sibbing. Gives it off to Dominique. Oxley looking for the paint touch. Tyree Taylor had a wide open lane before being pushed on the shot attempt. Didn't get the basket, but he'll go back to the free throw line. With 2:55 here in the third quarter. Peoria leading Galesburg 43-35. We'll see the first attempt from Taylor. Rims around, no good.
Yeah, that's got to be something that Galesburg has to fix if they really want a chance of beating Peoria High, is just those free throws, because they're going to get them, because, Peoria High can be a real handsy team, and, they can cause fouls that some teams just can't cause because they're not as aggressive, and, shots at the line would be pivotal.
Taylor's second free throw attempt is good. From there, we've had some substitution. Dominique and Oxley will take a seat on the bench. Stowers with the ball, trying to command the offense.
He wants a screen, and he's not going to get the screen that he wants.
Now Deontay Mann driving, whistle. and we'll get a full timeout from Daniel Ruffin.
Yeah, just a good timeout by the Lions. I mean, we looked at that offense possession. They looked like they were a little out of sync. They looked like they weren't communicating. They looked like they weren't on the same page. So a good timeout by Coach Ruffin. And, that's some talking points there is make sure that, hey, this game's close. And, if we want to make sure we can win this game, you guys have to communicate and you guys have to be on the same page. So good talking point there.
Yeah, and I think this is a key moment in this game. This could really flip either way. Peoria has a chance here late in the third quarter, already up 7 points. They could almost, start to put it away here to go in the fourth quarter. But if they can't, Galesburg is still right here with it. And as we mentioned before, in the fourth quarter, Galesburg might be able to do it. So, as you said, important timeout. This could be the chance for Peoria to put it away before they let the Silver Streaks hang around too long.
Yeah, and I just saw one of the assistant coaches for Peoria High pretty much point to his head like he was saying, mental. You got to think about the game in a smart way. Make sure that, you do the smart things. You don't throw the ball away. You don't take risks when you don't need to because you're up by 7. So it's just just a good timeout overall for Coach Ruffin. I did like that decision made.
We'll restart play with the Lions inbounding the ball. Finds Stowers. One-on-one with Jace Keith. Tries to go baseline. Was denied. Man wants to go back to Stowers again. And another player control foul from LaShawn Stowers. He just put his shoulder right into him. And that's a great defensive play by Jace Keith. Just, chest straight up, let him go right through you and get the foul.
I'm sure Coach Ruffin wasn't really that much pleased about that, given that he called a timeout to say mental, and there's a steal by Stowers.
Just like that, Stowers making up for the charge call, gets the steal, and tried to get the layup but fouled, so he'll get a couple free throws.
Yeah, you can tell that he's not used to having only 2 points in the game in the middle of the third quarter. Actually, the later end of the third quarter is he just nails the free throw, but he's got 4 points. He had 3 before, now he's got 4. So I'm sure he's not used to it. I'm sure he's going to play more aggressive because I'm sure he knows that he's better than 5 points.
Stowers makes both free throw attempts. Now a 45-36 lead for Peoria, approaching 2 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Galesburg just trying to find some offense. Here in the first 6 minutes, they've only put up 4 points, and that's just not great offensive efficiency. And Croc-Sibbing answers that right away with another three-pointer.
Yeah, he's been single-handedly bringing Galesburg back into this game. He's got 22 points, so it's quite the night for him.
Yeah, last night in their loss against East Moline United Township, Jackson Croc-Sibbing finished with just 9 points, and he matched that by the first quarter of this game. He's already up to 22. And, it'll be interesting to see the high scores after all 4 games are completed today. As we said, Luke Bradford had 36 for Springfield Cavalry in the first game. Didn't get the win, but still a tremendous performance. And right now, Jackson Croc-Sibbing also having a terrific performance.
Our own Josh Messenger is saying that, Croc-Sibbing, I think he deserves a tortilla. I think he does.
We still got.
But now, yeah.
Still got plenty of game to play. But I would say he's definitely a leading candidate for the Missions Player of the Game tortilla. Unofficial sponsor.
Not sponsors of us, we'll say yet. Maybe something is in the works. Maybe. Well, I don't know. That'd be cool, though. That would be cool.
Here we go, 1:55 to play in the third quarter. Stowers brings the ball up for the Peoria Lions. He'll go in the paint, kicks it out. 24. Don't have a 24 on the roster. But Stowers, his basket, no good. And yet another miss from LaShawn Stowers.
Yeah, he had the matchup he wanted. He had pretty much isolation on a smaller defender as Croc-Sibbing. Oh, my goodness.
Another 3-ball from Jackson Croc-Sibbing. He's now up to 25. and cuts the lead to 3 here with 1:19 to go in the third.
He's been single-handedly bringing Galesburg into this game. He's been streaky, let's put it that way. Silver streaks, a little streaky.
Stowers drives in the paint, lost the ball, trying to find someone. Has Pollard. Ooh, his nice move gets it in. And a nice fancy 2-point basket by Spencer Russell.
Yeah, that was a nice move, and you see the two sides of fandom there. Galesburg wanted to travel, and Peoria High thought it was a nice move.
And Croc-Sibbing answers with a floater of his own. 40 seconds remain. Peoria up by 3 here in the Manual Shootout. Pollard, nice spin move, ups it up and one. Datarian Pollard puts him in a spin cycle.
Yeah, now these possessions are starting to mean something. So
Sorry, once again, number 5 is Mays. Now, apologies for that. On the Huddle team roster, they had number 5 listed as Datarian Pollard.
Maybe it's like college football where you just have the same number for both offense and defense. I don't know. Maybe some clarification on that.
Here's Dominique working up above the three-point arc. Trying to find anything. Good movement here from the Galesburg. His drive, too much off the glass. Here's Mann. No whistle on the play as he drove to the basket, couldn't connect. Rebounded by Jace Keith, and now Galesburg will work in transition. 1 second left. Croc-Sibbing. Ooh, he already had one buzzer beater going into the second half and just barely missed on another one here going into the third. But here after 3 quarters of play, Peoria Lions leading the Galesburg Silver Streaks 49-44.
Yeah, it's been Jackson Croc-Sibbing versus the Peoria High Lions. 27 points is nothing to snooze about. It's a great night for him, and he's got almost, actually, if I do my math correctly, he's got more than half of their points. So it's just another one of those players that he's just playing pretty well. He's shooting the ball really well.
And we'd like to take this opportunity to remind you that Clutch Sports Media can play a large role in expanding your business reach. We play host to some of the most passionate and dedicated fans in Central Illinois. So if that sounds like an audience you'd like to connect with, reach out to us at clutchsportsil.com for more information. Our teams of marketing experts are excited to help your brand awareness expand. So email us at clutchsportsil.com today for a variety of partnership options to choose from. We look forward to working with you. Huge shout out to our producer Joshua Messenger throwing together that ad promo as I, barely made it through the first one. But hey, we rocked it with the second one through it's teamwork. Just like on the floor, you got teamwork up here, we have teamwork up here in the booth. And it was A+ effort. And we'll start the fourth quarter with Galesburg starting with possession. Croc-Sibbing, nice move, finds an open lane, puts it up, no good, but a foul. And Croc-Sibbing will get a crack at 2 free throws.
I really like how Croc-Sibbing is playing. He's shooting the ball really well, and he's fearless when he goes to the basket. He realizes that he's not the tallest player on the court, and he's going up against some of the bigger guys in Peoria High, and he's not scared. So I like how he's playing.
First free throw off the front of the rim, no good. But yeah, Croc-Sibbing, you can kind of just see he's got that Mamba mentality that every possession he just wants the ball, and he knows he's going to have a chance to go put up points. Offensive board by Jace Keith. He'll put it up. No good. Rico Jackson comes flying in and grabs the board. Now Jackson will go to work to facilitate the Lions offense. Stowers now in the corner. He'll go to work on Keith before giving it up to Rico Jackson. Stowers drives baseline, sidestep, layup good. And that's the LaShawn Stowers we are used to seeing.
What a pretty move. Go right by your defender with the pump fake, and then right away he just does a little Euro step, and he's a big guy. He's a big body, so it's pretty impressive to see him do that.
Now here's Jackson Wyatt. Hands it off to Taylor. His layup, no good. Now here comes Stowers in transition. Tries to put it up. And Wyatt's going to get called on the foul, trying to knock that ball away and prevent another Stowers layup.
Yeah, now LaShawn Stowers, now he's roaming down the court. Now he's playing with some confidence. This is LaShawn Stowers, like you said, Owen, we're just used to seeing. And now if he's able to get going, then it's going to be hard to stop this Peoria High team.
That free throw a little too much. Misses off the back iron. He'll get another crack at it. And he knocks in the second one. Stowers up to 8 points, all here in the second half. Peoria leading 52-44 on the Silver Streaks. As we see Dominique bringing the ball up. Finds a wide open Wyatt. His three-pointer, a little too much on that one, missed. Rebounded by LaShawn Stowers. Stowers, a little hesitation, puts it up, and a fantastic drive by Stowers.
Wow, what a drive by Stowers. He absolutely blows by his defender. I mean, it's hard to stop him when he's going at full speed, and we just saw it there. It's just a great drive.
And now Stowers heating up, going to everything in his bag. Is that nice cut by Jackson Wyatt. Puts in the bucket.
And that's what Galesburg needed there. They needed to stop the momentum. Maybe that stops LaShawn Stowers a little bit. Just that offensive end, just, seeing a ball go in.
Great ball handles by Rico Jackson. Throws it up and knocks it in. Rico Jackson now up to 12 points. Here's Croc Sibbing. Guarded by Rico Jackson. Makes a move on him. His floater just missed. And Rico Jackson tried to grab the ball, and it was knocked away, but they're going to say it was off Tyree Taylor. Yeah, both number ones on the team for each team. Rico Jackson, Tyree Taylor fighting for that loose ball. Evidently, it was Tyree Taylor that the ball was last touched off of. Here we go with 5:35 to play in the fourth quarter. Peoria holding a 10-point lead on Galesburg. Jackson kicks it out. Now it's Mann with the ball. He'll drive, Euro step, puts it up, and then good.
Peoria High at its best is when not only does LaShawn Stowers play well, but his supporting cast plays well. Rico Jackson, DeAndre Mann, those kind of players. If they can play well, this team can actually be really scary.
And Deontay Mann, that's his first basket of the second half. He had 14 in the first half, so he had a little bit of a quiet third quarter, but finds his way back on the box score here in the fourth.
Yeah, and this is dangerous territory now if you're Galesburg. You're down by double digits against a team that now has its best player finally playing well, so it's scary territory.
Ian Dominic puts in the three-pointer. And that's his first bucket of the ball game. Cuts the lead to 9 with 4:57 here to play in the fourth. As we'll get a timeout on the floor.
Yeah, I think Galesburg just needed a full timeout just to talk over things and realize that, hey, this Peoria team that we saw in the first half that we were sticking with now feels a little different. So maybe now we need to change a few things up. And now, I mean, you think about the time; it's a little over 5 minutes left to go in the game, and now you're down by 9. So now possessions start to become really important, where you need to make sure that you score on the offensive end. That's priority number one. You got to be able to score because you're not going to win by just getting defensive stops. But now you got to make sure you got defensive stops along with the scoring. So the Galesburg I think if they really want to have a chance to win this game, they have to play pretty much, I shouldn't say perfect, but superb. That'd be a way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be our first comeback of the day, as the game prior, the Springfield Cavalry almost erased a 26-point deficit in the second half. Got to as close as a 1-point game. Couldn't finish the job, but, maybe Galesburg can take some notes out of the blueprint from Springfield Cavalry in their first game.
That would be interesting to see if Galesburg would be able to come back and they'd be able to finish the job. That'd be really good for them, being the record they are now, having a good one against a quality Peoria High team.
And there's a stolen ball by Jace Keith. He puts it in. And that's a big basket right there from Keith. Peoria will work the offense. Here's Rico Jackson. Thought about going baseline, thought otherwise. You see Stowers trying to get posted up down the paint. They're going to send a double team with Dominic. He steals the ball. Great defensive play by Ian Dominic. He'll bring the ball up. Croc Sibbing, his three-pointer, no good. Off the front end, rebounded by Oxley. Dominic, his three-pointer, rimmed in and out. That ball was halfway in, almost saved by Ethan Oxley. Stowers takes it. He gives it to Mann. Tries to lob it up to Foy. He gets it in. So a chaotic sequence of events right there. But in the end, it's 2 points for the Lions via Phoenix Foy.
Wow, I'm just surprised Galesburg didn't score in that situation. 2 really good looks at the three-point shot, and they just weren't able to make it. And then Peoria High, right out the gates, they wanted to make sure they scored on the other end. So good sequence of events for the Lions.
Dominique's shot, no good, rolled off. And he had a chance to be the real hero with that. Gets the steal on the defensive end. Could have had the kick-out three-pointer. Like I said, that was halfway in the basket and rolled out. And now here's LaShawn Stowers. Passes it back and forth with his teammate Rico Jackson. Down to 3:25 in the fourth quarter. Peoria leads by 9. They're going to bring the double before he gives off to Rico Jackson. They're going to get a push on Ian Dominique. Now we'll see Spencer Russell check back in for the Lions. Stowers will take it out of the backcourt. He'll hold on to it. Kind of sense that maybe Lions want to just control the ball here, wind down the clock as much as they can, force the Silver Streaks to foul.
Yeah, turning this more into a 1v1 matchup here, just making sure that you don't turn the ball over. Make sure you aren't too paired with the ball, because that can cause a turnover that you don't need.
Just trying to play a game of keep away here. Kicked it out to Spencer Russell. Almost lost it. Somehow threw it back into play and saved the play. As now they roll into 2:50 mark. That pass, ill-advised, stolen by Ethan Oxley. And now the Silver Streaks are going to have a chance to get some points here.
Yeah, Rico Jackson was jumping up and down. He really wanted that pass, but then again it was a turnover, so not a smart pass there by the Lions.
And it was a good drive by Jace Keith, but Phoenix Foy coming in and denying that layup. Now 2:33 to play, still a 9-point lead for the Lions. Dominique, three-point shot. No good on that one. Rebounded by Rico Jackson. So a couple tough misses from Ian Dominique that really could have cut the lead. Just throwing the ball around.
This is a smart offense here. No shot clock. They can take as much time as they want.
Nice feed from Rico Jackson to Phoenix Foy. And that's a big basket right there, extending the lead to 11 with 2 minutes to play in regulation.
Good offense by the Lions. Be patient and then take what they give you. If they were to give you a layup, then take it, because that's a free 2 points.
And Foy commits the foul. That's Foy's third foul, and we're going to get a timeout here from the Silver Streak bench.
It's a 30-second, just making sure that, they can calm down the momentum. I think Galesburg knows that Peoria High has a little bit more momentum than them, and maybe they just want to try to calm it down. And, this is late game situation talk right here. What do? You have fouls to give, so you can definitely foul them. So that'd be a point of emphasis if I was the Galesburg coach. And for Peoria High, they just had a good offensive possession not too long ago with just taking care of the ball and taking what the defense gives you. So continue to do that, and you'll for sure walk out of Manual with the win.
1:56 to play. Peoria up 62-51. Seen a lot of great scores here on the floor. The leading scorer between both teams today has been Jackson Croc's sibling with 27. Peoria's got a few guys in double figures, including Deontay Mann with 16. Taylor's three-pointer from the corner, it's good. Now that cuts the lead down to 8. Throws the ball across the court. Stowers driving. He's going to put on. Oh, what a slam!
Oh, my goodness.
What a slam! LaShawn Stowers.
What a crossover to get to the right baseline, and all he saw was a Galesburg man in the basket, and he made him pay. Don't jump with the man. He can jump with the best of them.
And Stowers putting the exclamation on this game, putting the Lions back up to 10 points with 1:19 to play. Hey, he didn't have much of a performance in the first half, but this second half by LaShawn Stowers has been outstanding.
I think he's woken up. I think he was a little quiet. He didn't really wake up in the beginning of the game. Now he's woken up.
Good find from Taylor to Keith. Cuts it down to 8 with a minute to play. Here's Rico Jackson. Good pump fake. Easy layup. He's up to 14 now.
It's a good fake by Rico Jackson, and he didn't really get the Galesburg defender didn't really even move with the pump fake. That's how good it was.
Taylor's three-pointer. Another good one. He exchanged three-pointers from both corners. Almost lose the ball right there, but Peoria's going to keep possession. 37.4 seconds remain. Lions over the Silver Streaks, 66-59.
Yeah, Galesburg's starting to make shots now like they did in the first half, but now they know it's pretty obvious that they just can't keep trading baskets. They're down by 7, and you got to get defensive stops.
Now Dominique fouls LaShawn Stowers. Had fouls to give, so they're going to inbound it again.
I think Coach Chad Thompson's going more offense-defense here with his players. He went quickly to the bench to get his player.
Yeah, puts in Cody Jones for Ethan Oxley. That ball stolen. That's quick 2 points from
That's
Taylor
what Galesburg
again.
needed. That's a perfect world for Galesburg to get an easy 2 points off a steal.
Now it's a 5-point game, 24 seconds. It's not over.
Definitely
Galesburg
not
is
over.
still in this ball game. They're definitely going to need some things to go their way, but it ain't over.
Yeah, we just saw that wasn't even the first time Galesburg has stolen the ball off an inbound from Peoria High. That's got to happen at least, 4 to 5 times, I'd say. So Peoria High has the tendency to, not be the smartest with the basketball. So it's going to take for Peoria High to come out here just smart basketball. You got to be able to make good passes. You got to be able to make the smart passes. Take what the defense gives you. If they give you a layup, then take it. It's just an easy 2 points. You got to make sure you make it, but if it's a layup, then it's probably the highest chance you'd ever make a shot in basketball.
A little confusion on the substitution, but in the end, Ian Dominique checks out of the game. And they foul LaShawn Stowers again.
Yeah, Jones, number 12, I think he's really just in for giving Galesburg some fouls because they have fouls to give, so they need a player that I shouldn't say he's not important to the team because every player is important to a team, but he's not the most focal point on offense, I should say. He's not the one that's going to score the points. He's got 0 in the book right now, but he's there because he's important for the fouls.
Now we'll see Jackson Hillhouse check into the game. Maybe not.
This will be after this free throw.
Yeah, I'll take out Jones after he pick up his third foul. 19.8 left on the clock. Peoria up 5. Stowers shooting free throws. First one's good.
These are big free throws. You got to talk about, now it's still a 2-possession game, but if you were to make this one, now it's a 3-possession game. So this is actually a really big free throw.
And ice in his veins. Knocks down both free throws. LaShawn Stowers coming up clutch here for the Lions at the end of the game.
It's a big free throw. Now Galesburg really needs to score quick.
Croc-Sibbing lays it in.
That might have been too little too late. Good job by Croc-Sibbing taking the layup, going on the drive. But that might be just a little too late. It's 8.8 seconds. It's not impossible to win this game, but if you're down by 5 with 8.8 seconds remaining, then it's going to take a lot going your way. You don't have a lot of time to, settle for things. You have to foul. You have to hope that maybe the 2 shots at the foul line are missed because you can't afford any more baskets to go in. And then you got to go down the court and you got to score really quick. You got to score within 3 to 4, maybe even 5 seconds. But if it's past 5 seconds, then you're really in trouble.
Yeah, and I think another key focal point would be to get a turnover off this inbounds and a quick layup. I mean, really, other than that, it's hard for them to make up 5 points in a matter of 8 seconds.
Yeah, we've seen Peoria High throw the ball away a few times, so it's not impossible that they turn the ball over yet again. I hope that Peoria High knows now that, you don't need to make the hero pass. You have timeouts. You have 3 timeouts. If you don't see what you like, you can call a timeout. But just make smart passes, and you'll come out here with the win. It's 8.8 seconds. So, you have the 5-point lead.
Yeah, Ruffin almost certainly told his team about ball control in that timeout as they get another foul, sending Stowers back to the free throw line.
Yeah, and Stowers isn't the one guy you want the free throw line, but you can't do much in 8.8 seconds. The only way you can have LaShawn Stowers not be at the free throw line is if you double him off the inbounds pass, or at least you deny him with the one defender on him in the inbounds pass.
The first of 2 free throws. Good. From Stowers.
Yeah, it's still a 2-possession game. That can be a 3 here. Oh, he misses.
Missed the second one. Clock rolling under 5 seconds. Tyree Taylor puts it up. No good. And I believe the clock sounded after he got that off. But nonetheless, as the clock hits 0 here in Manual, Peoria beats the Galesburg Silver Streaks by a score of 69-63. Michael, what are your final thoughts on the game?
You cannot be ashamed of yourselves if you're Galesburg. I have not seen them play in person, but from what I've seen on their schedule, the losses that they've had, I'd be proud of myself. This is probably the best game they played all year, I'd say, and outside of the games that they obviously won. They're probably their greatest loss they've had this year in terms of how they played. Yeah, so you can't really hang your heads if you're Galesburg. And for Peoria High, I think the fact that LaShawn Stowers didn't do his usual self, especially in the first half, but yet you're still able to have a lead, you're still able to have players step up, it just speaks to how they can do as a team when LaShawn Stowers is red high. And we saw that in the second half where they started pulling away because LaShawn Stowers was finally scoring.
Yeah, we saw the duality of the Peoria High Lions in the first half. It was all Deontay Mann with 16 points, and then LaShawn Stowers had 13 all in the second half. And, a good contributor in between all around was Rico Jackson with his 14. Some other scores from the Peoria Lions included Spencer Russell, 6 points. Mays had 3, maybe even 5. Could be wrong. Phoenix Foy, I feel like he had a pretty underrated game in my opinion. Put up 9 points, but he made some great plays in transition on the defensive side that don't necessarily show up on the box score, but he definitely made an impact in today's game.
Yeah, we talked about how him, along with LaShawn Stowers, the fact that he wasn't his usual self in the first half and going a little bit into the third quarter. Maybe the points, we look at the points and we say that, but especially in the third quarter, what we saw from LaShawn Stowers and Phoenix Foy, we just saw a good complete game from them. They were active on the defensive end, they were making the right passes and they were giving to them. But yeah, I mean, just for the Peoria Lions, what I've seen in this game that maybe I haven't really seen all season from them is the fact that LaShawn Stowers didn't have his usual best game. In the first half, he didn't score a lot of the points that he's used to scoring, but all the players on Peoria High stepped up.
Yeah, I think a lot of takeaways from both teams in this game. Close game. Yeah, I mean, it just really can power you into a March run. And, for Peoria High, maybe it's the ball control towards the end of games. You don't want to force turnovers that aren't necessarily needed. And for Galesburg, I mean, it's playing a good game. Yeah, you didn't come out on top, but I still feel that Galesburg put together a good product on the court today. So, as you said, nothing really to hang their head about. Move on to the next one, see if you can get a W. Some final point tallies from Galesburg. The leading scorer of the entire game was Jackson Kroc-Sibbing, the sophomore guard. He finished with 29 points, and he was just electric from everywhere, whether it was three-point arc or driving floaters in the paint. And, just knowing that he's a sophomore, this kid has quite the potential to become one of the best players, in the central Illinois area.
Yeah, and him and Kroc-Sibbing and Luke Blackford for Springfield Calvary, both sophomores, and both had really big afternoons. So, sophomores are bright, and Central Illinois, and I'd be willing to see how their careers turn out when they're seniors.
And another big-time contributor for Galesburg was the junior Tyree Taylor. He finished with 19 points. Some other scores along the way. Jace Keith, he was productive, 8 points. Ian Dominic had a 3-pointer. Ethan Oxley contributed 2 points, and Jackson Wyatt had 2 as well. So once again, final from the second game of the Manual Shootout. Peoria tops Galesburg 69-63. And now through 2 games, halfway point, we've seen some great basketball here. Now we're going to transition to the later half. We got our third game coming up at 4 between Richwoods and MacArthur. Should be a great matchup as well. And then don't forget, still at 6 o'clock, we have Manual and Metamora. So a lot of basketball played, a lot of basketball left to come. So don't go anywhere as we step aside here for just a brief moment before the third game tips off.
Decatur and MacArthur, I'm not sure they play Richwoods as often. I'm sure the opposite way for them. And, having them meet in a neutral site like Manual it's going to be fun. And, even though one of these teams has to lose tonight, like you said, John, the experience factor, the fact that they're playing good teams is probably what they can get out of this game no matter what.
Certainly, Class 3A battle between Richwoods and MacArthur. Game 3 of the Manual Shootout. Manual and Metamora coming up right after this. Two of the top teams in their respective classes. But, Michael, we said it's a matchup that we had our eyes on from the start of the shootout, well, at least when the schedule was released. And, again, Richwoods 18-4 overall, near the top of the Big 12 at 7-1. That lone loss in the conference play came to Normal Community. MacArthur 18-2, 9-0 in the Central State A Conference. They are searching for their first conference title ever since they've joined the Central State 8. It's a big year for the team in blue. Should see a good one here from Manual. Jonathan Michael alongside Michael Savoy. But a good day of action here at the Manual Shootout. Michael, we've seen some really good matchups. It started with that wild game between Springfield, Calvary, and Danville. Danville won at 76-71, leading by 26. They almost lost the lead. And then we saw Peoria High and Galesburg. We thought that Peoria High would run away with it, but Galesburg hung tough with the Lions.
Yeah, and like I said, the whole point of a shootout, to see great games between two teams that don't necessarily see each other all the time. I'm sure Peoria High doesn't see Galesburg and vice versa because there's not much in the region, but, in terms of the two games at hand, two sophomores had come up big for both of the teams that, didn't come out of the winning end, but, we saw some great performances.
We have seen some great performances today, and looking at what we may see out of this one, Michael, really not much of a secret. Lathan Somerville, the big man coming back from the Skill Factory in Georgia for his senior year. He's been a double-double, near triple-double machine. And he put up 31 points, 15 boards, 7 assists, 6 blocks, and a few steals last night. He is an absolute force to be reckoned with at 6'9". He is a grown man in a high schooler's body, it seems.
I've never seen this kid play in person. I've always seen all the reviews. I've always seen all the stories written about him. I've always wanted to see this kid play in person, and I'm surprised I'm even calling this guy a kid. I mean, I'm older than him technically. I'm in college. He's still in high school, but he's 6'9", I'm 5'4", and, he looks like he's a grown man, like you said, John.
Lathan Somerville, Michael Savoy matchup. I think, Michael, I love you, but I think it would go in the way of Mr. Somerville. Starting 5'4", MacArthur, Sam Owens, MJ Murphy, Stevie Tatum, King Deese, and Sean Lee. For Richwoods, it will be Jaquan Little. He's back in the lineup. Did not play last night against Centennial. Nick Louderman joins them at guard. Tavy Smith and Jared Jackson, the two other guards, and the big man in the middle, Somerville. Really interesting team Richwoods is, Michael, because you have a number of good guards. Louderman's a great shooter. Little's an intriguing transfer from Peoria High. Then you had two stars from last year, Tavy Smith and Jared Jackson. They're maybe not the number one stars like they were last year with Somerville in the mix, but again, great shooters. You have a guy down low. It really can stretch you out, Richwoods can.
Yeah, and like you said, number one people on the Richwoods team last year, if you can have that experience come back for the Knights and you can add a player like Lathan Somerville to the mix, a player that has had Division I interest, now committed to Rutgers, that makes this team that much scarier.
It really does. As we're getting set for tip-off, glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com or our YouTube page. It's been a fun day here at the Manual Shootout. Great day of basketball action as well at the college level, and
it looks like
what a start. We're gonna have a looks like a administrative technical foul against Richwoods, so they're gonna start already behind the 8 ball as MJ Murphy at the line for MacArthur. We'll give the Generals 2 points before we even tip off.
Yeah, see, I figured that was going to happen. I wasn't too sure the refs were in the beginning of the game, but the Richwoods Knights, they were just dunking all warm-ups. I'm sure it was a dunking technical on them for dunking and warm-ups while the refs were there. I was waiting to see if the refs were there or not.
Interesting start to this one. We've seen it all really today on ClutchSportsIL.com as opening shot is missed by Stevie Tatum. They'll get another look in the corner. Lee, his three no good. Rebound, Tatum, third, just blocked by Somerville.
Somerville using his 6'9" body immediately in the game. First possession down the court, and he already blocks a shot.
Now it's Jared Jackson with it, returning starter for the Knights and an all Big 12 conference caliber player, as is really anyone on the floor for these Knights. Here's a 3-ball on the way, and good. That's Tavy Smith. He was quiet last night, but gets on the board early.
Good start by the Knights on both ends of the court. Somerville with the block and Tavy Smith for 3. Good start.
I believe Tavy Smith's given name is Artavius, but they just call him Tavy. Generals now on the other end. Here's MJ Murphy, a senior. Lots of experience and plus a sophomore on this starting 5 for MacArthur. You have Sam Owens, Murphy, and Tatum, all seniors. King Deese, a junior. Lee, a sophomore. This Richwoods team, Michael, has quite a bit of seniors. You can count them all up. It was senior night for them last night. They have 10 seniors on their roster.
I wonder how long that senior night festivities took, really. 10 seniors, that's wild.
Multiple chances for the Generals, no good. A wild shot put up by Deese, and he'll head to the stripe for 2. To answer your question, Michael, I was at the game last night, but I got there just a bit too late for senior night. I had to park way out in the parking lot. It was a packed house at the Dungeon. Really great atmosphere at that game against Centennial last night, as it'll be King Deese shooting 2 for MacArthur.
But you talk about 10 seniors on a team. I mean, that's the year that, a high school basketball team, they know they want to win that year because they have the most experience back, they have the most talent back with seniors. I mean, if there's any year for Richwoods basketball to do anything within the state, is this year.
Certainly is. Again, just that addition of Somerville took them from, they were already going to be a state contender. They lost in the sectional finals to Metamora last year, who obviously ended up winning the state championship. So Knights were right there before Somerville was in the mix. Now they add him in, and they've been really dangerous. Louderman, he's dangerous behind the arc. Knocked down 4 threes last night, and his first of the afternoon here. Layup up and good on the other end from Murphy.
Murphy doing all the points so far for MacArthur. It's a timeout.
That one is called by the Generals sideline. Head coach Therese Bryson in his 4th year. He's coaching his 100th game at MacArthur, so congratulations to him. He's had a pretty good mark at MacArthur, 82-17. So anytime that your winning percentage through your first 100 games is over 80%, it's pretty good.
I mean, I'm not sure if MacArthur has their court named after everybody or their gym named after everybody, but that's how you get your gym named after you. It's just that start, the hot start, and you just keep going. You keep being consistent with your winning, then there you go.
Maybe after 4 years, it's a little bit early to start naming gyms.
You gotta keep going.
But he's certainly on a good track, that's for sure. Speaking of gyms, this is a very historic gym here in Manual. You see all the banners and pictures from the state titles they won, 94, 95, 96, 97, 4 in a row for the Rams. Richwoods has always been good, not quite the same historical success as Manual. Somerville, a tough look, gets it to go. That's his first bucket of the day.
You can't keep Somerville quiet. He's one of those players where you can hopefully try to contain him, but you cannot let him go scoreless. He's going to get his.
It's a great point, Michael. And thinking if you're MacArthur, maybe figure a number as Somerville blocks the shot from Lee.
The second block.
Again, Somerville, a triple-double machine. There's Little in the corner for a 3. 3 triples for the Knights here in the early going.
It's a really good start by Richwoods. And, a lot of three-point shooting and a lot of Lathan Somerville will do the trick.
Generals working in the corner. Murphy drives baseline, goes reverse, blocked by Somerville. 3 blocks in the first 3 minutes.
He's wide open in the top of the key. Oh, he's covered now. I thought he was going to try to get the ball and shoot it.
Jackson driving baseline to finish. He's fouled from behind. So we update our scoreboard. It's 3 fouls already on Richwoods. Just that was the first on MacArthur. It'll be Jackson shooting a pair. And Not a huge scoring output from anyone outside of Somerville last night. Louderman had 12, Somerville 31. Jackson and Smith had a couple buckets, but were held to single digits. Keep an eye on J.D. Etherly on the bench as well. He looked good last night. Jackson goes 0 for 2. Nice job by Tavy Smith keeping it in bounds.
That's the stuff you can't teach as a coach. You know, you can teach people, you can teach players how to shoot, you can teach players how to pass, but you cannot teach the heart. That's all heart right there. That's all. You want to win doing that kind of stuff.
See this extra possession. It grants the Knights. It's a mid-range from Little and corralled by Lee. MacArthur looking to push downhill. Murphy nearly blocked. Rebound Somerville. He throws up ahead to Little. Out of control. Ball's on the deck. And MacArthur takes the turnover.
This feels like a very important possession for the Generals.
Corner 3. Owens, no good. And Somerville grabs the miss. Goes behind the back. Somerville, not just a big man for your prototypical one. He's got some handles. Shows it off here. What a pass to Louderman into the corner. Bang!
Oh, wow. You know, I've never seen Lake Somerville play in person, but man, I'm blown away right now. I've always heard all the video about him. I've always seen all the articles made about him, but
he is the real
in
deal.
person, I'm still blown away. I know he's a Rutgers commit, but I'm still blown away.
Welcome to the circus. Blocked by Smith. Richwoods, a great start to this one. Now the other way. Here's Little on the drive to finish, and a foul. Believe that may go on Deese, but boy, what a hot start for the Knights. They jumped ahead 21-7 last night, and they're maybe on the same track to do something like that again here today.
You know, we looked at both of the first two games, and we just figured because, you know, of the record differences between the two teams in both games that, you know, maybe, you know, it would just be a blowout in favor of the team with the best record. But no, those two games, the first two games were, you know, they were shockers, honestly. I didn't expect them to be so close, but this game, you know, between the two best teams probably in the shootout, you know, this might turn out to be more of a blowout towards Richwoods' way, but it's still pretty early. I don't want to make any assumptions.
No, certainly not. And again, their game last night against Centennial, not to keep harping on it, but still fresh in my memory. Richwoods was up again by 14, looked pretty comfortable, and then Centennial stormed back and took a third quarter lead for a second. Knights looked a little sloppy in the third, but came back with a very strong fourth quarter, shutting down the Chargers on defense. Ended up taking the 14-point win. Somerville nearly loses it. Near half court, hounded by Owens. Cross it up, oh boy, and Somerville gets tripped up. It's like we're gonna get a timeout rather first from William Smith. That was gonna be a guaranteed foul on MacArthur, but first a timeout from the Knights sideline and the 14th year head coach William Smith.
Yeah, I mean I can see why Smith would have called that timeout. I mean his team was getting hounded on the defensive end. You got to credit MacArthur for their defense in that situation, but Somerville, I mean, I don't want to keep saying I'm blown away, but like I don't see someone 6'9" have that much good of a handle. I mean it's so impressive.
And he's also very agile too. You don't see a player that, you know, he's built. You know, he's got some bulk to him for sure, and usually you see a 6'9" big man, and he doesn't not able to move like that, but Somerville can. Again, the son of former Bradley great Marcellus Somerville, who took Bradley to the Sweet 16 back in 2006. He is a legend here in the River City. Smith with it on the wing, cross court over to Jackson, finds Somerville down low. Short shot, just a bit too strong. Generals quickly the other way. Nice passing to a cutting Murphy and the bucket. MJ Murphy will head to the line for one more, and he's put together a solid early start to this one. Already with 4, could make it 5.
That's good passing all around by the Generals. Good pass to the left wing and to a cutting Murphy. Good cut by Murphy, able to get to the basket and draw the foul for an and one opportunity.
Free throw up and good. I'll make it 15-7 game. Poked out from behind by Murphy. His strong end continues. Nice feed to Owens. Blocked from behind by Tavy Smith. Not in my kitchen, he says. Somerville loses it and Richwoods recovers. Now back to Somerville driving the lane. Finish up and good.
Tavy Smith, I mean, on the other end, he brings some momentum down for MacArthur. When they think they got an easy layup off a steal, he says no.
3 ball good from Lee.
And that's someone else other than Murphy scoring for the Generals, but then Lathan Somerville on the other end for Richwoods scores. So this team, you know, if they can get on a roll, Richwoods can, they'd be really dangerous in 3A.
Smith got fouled. Rather, that was Jackson. A little slow getting up, but he is all right. As Etherly now checks in for the Knights, and Somerville will get a breather. Got 3 blocks in the first 3 minutes. The rim is well protected for the Knights, and it has been all season long.
Yeah, it feels like when you play Richwoods, the rim that you're scoring on has a lid on it.
Nice steal from the Generals. Murphy in transition, the finish. MJ Murphy with 6 early ones for MacArthur. They're hanging around, Michael. I mean, this is a pretty high-level game on both sides. MacArthur's played some pretty good defense, poking the ball out multiple times, as now here's Smith with it.
Yeah, it's really going to be on the MacArthur defense if they really want to win this game.
Another turnover and numbers. Here's Tatum. The pass was off the mark and back to Richwoods. Maybe MacArthur could have used one of the guys on their bench, Cameron France. He's a quarterback of their football team who we saw on CSM back when they played Metamora. First round of the playoffs this last year. Sam Owens, a star wide receiver. And interestingly enough, Owens is easy to spot. He's got those fluorescent green shoes. He wore those same type of shoes, same color, on the football field.
Must be his favorite color, and I do like it. I like the bright color.
Stands out for sure. Somerville, what a pass. Jackson's triple, short. MacArthur pushing. Now here's Tatum on the drive. Sees Somerville and kicks it over. Rebound up and good. That's Sean Lee with a second chance bucket.
It's a good pass there by MacArthur, finding a cutting Sean Lee. That's good offense there by MacArthur. We've seen a couple of times already that they cut to the basket, and some good passes will get you some good buckets if you were to cut.
Look at a timeout by head coach William Smith. So he's already burned 2 here in the first quarter. Hard-fought game currently between Richwoods and MacArthur. MacArthur's won regionals in back-to-back years. Richwoods won one last year. Now, both these teams definitely feel like they can make it to state. I don't believe that these teams would face each other before state if they were to make it that way. Richwoods is subsectional, will match up against one from the south side of Chicago, including Harvey Thornton.
See, no, that is something I didn't expect the team from Peoria to be in that subsectional Chicago schools, but that'd be really fun. I think they faced each other earlier this year, Richwoods and Thornton Township. Okay. I can't remember the outcome of that game. I do remember.
Thornton won that game. It was close. I believe 67-62 was the final. So Richwoods hung in there with Thornton, who's, again, ranked the #1 team in the state currently in 3A as Smith turns it over.
That would be Rutgers versus Illinois there. That would be the future of the Big Ten. One of the many matchups for the future of the Big Ten if they were to play.
It really would. It'll be exciting to see what Somerville does next year in Piscataway for head coach Steve Pickill's squad. On the drive, here's Murphy. 3-ball, Tatum, good. Richwoods all of a sudden is found themselves in a tie ball game. 17-all with a chance to hold for the last shot here in the first quarter.
Yeah, if I'm Richwoods here, I need to end this quarter on a good note. I let go of the run that I had, and now it's a tied ball game. There's a turnover.
Turnovers are hurting the Knights right now. That one, bad pass from Smith, trying to find Somerville in the post. As now here's Murphy. Richwoods led 14-4, and since then it's been a 13-3 MacArthur run. On the drive, nearly getting it was Tatum. Chance for a prayer at the horn. Jackson got it off. Got it to fall!
Oh my goodness.
Jared Jackson from past half court. What an unconventional prayer. Off the backboard on the top of the rim and falls in. Talking about ending the first quarter on a good note, Michael. They got it on the prayer from Jared Jackson. Wow.
You want to talk about suspense? I mean, it wasn't a swoosh. It wasn't like it just went in. It rattled around the rim. It went up. It rattled around the rim a couple more times, and it finally went down. Our hearts dropped until that ball went in the hoop. What a shot.
I've never seen a half-court shot fall like that. Usually it goes off the glass and just bangs hard into the court and no good. But that one had a little bit of touch on it, too. How about Jared Jackson? I want to take a quick break to remind you that we have prime advertising space available on Clutch Sports Media on our broadcast and social media side. We play host to some of the most passionate and dedicated fans in Central Illinois. So if you sounds like an audience you'd like to connect with for you or your business, reach out to us at clutchsportsil.com for more information. Our team of marketing gurus are excited to help you bring brand awareness, help it expand. So email us, again, clutchsportsil.com today for a variety of partnership options to choose from. Looking forward to working with you in the future. Big playoff slate coming up on Clutch Sports Media. Stay tuned to where we'll be for that as the playoffs will get announced here in the coming weeks. Second quarter starting, and Richwoods turns it over again.
Yeah, MacArthur triple teaming Somerville when he got it down low. That's what you got to do against someone like Somerville. You got to triple team him.
Murphy drives in on Jackson and goes out, and you bring up a good point, Michael. You know, Somerville has been double-teamed, triple-teamed quite a lot this year. I mean, what makes Richwoods so deadly, though, is, you feed Somerville down low, it attracts another defender, then it leaves another three-point shooter like Smith or Louderman open behind the arc. Murphy's three nearly rims in. Rebound fought for it, will stay with the Generals. Lee was in there for the team in blue.
Yeah, and to bring back your point about Somerville being triple-teamed, that's good offense there. If you can get triple-teamed, you can find the open players, which we've seen Somerville do with this passing, then that's how Richwoods finds their success.
Three ball is, rather than that was a long two from Sean Lee. MacArthur shooting the rock pretty well here at Manual. Again, third game of the Manual Shootout. Manual and Metamora coming up next. Here's Somerville. Top of the key. What will he do? He'll shoot a three. High arcer. No good. Jackson the second chance. Fighting for it. And back to MacArthur.
Good defensive possessions for the Generals so far. And, that's what they need. They got to get defensive possessions together. They got to string together some possessions. And that's how they're going to beat Richwoods. They're not going to be able to trade baskets with this team.
Three ball on the way. And good. That's Sean Lee. As MacArthur takes a 22-20 lead.
What about the Generals' 5-0 run to start the quarter?
What a swat there from Owens. They tried to feed Somerville. Owens denied the entry pass. And, if you're MacArthur, you got to be feeling pretty good right now. Again, going down 10 early. This looking a little bit like Richwoods last night. Started hot and kind of had a little bit of a lull, but finished strong. We'll see what's in store today. Little drives in. A floater didn't have enough mustard. Jackson, second chance. Somerville, the third, and gets it to go.
Yeah, that wasn't really much of a legitimate box shot, because if it was, it would have been clearly over the back. But then Somerville uses his 6'9" frame just to grab it and pretty much just float it up.
Somerville defending Lee. Nearly got another block, but Lee will head to the line. That will be Somerville's first foul of the contest. By the way, DeQuan Little playing with 2 fouls for Richwoods right now.
Yeah, MacArthur, all they're really doing, for what I've seen, they're just driving in and hoping that there's contact, and when there is, they're hoping there's a foul call. They're just playing for the idea of getting fouls.
First free throw is up and no good from Lee. Second one is up and good. So that will give MacArthur a small advantage here. Early portion of the second quarter. Little to Somerville, and he's hacked. And another thing about Somerville, Michael, and you feed the ball to him in the post, and he's just a foul magnet. I mean, that really sometimes that is your best defense against a 6'9" forward like Lathan Somerville.
Yeah, you just got to be able to hack at him and make him, maybe that's the way to get him frustrated,
Louderman slipped, but Smith there to recover, and he tried to keep it in bounds, but his momentum carried him near the bleachers, and it'll be MacArthur basketball. Sean Lee with 11, leading MacArthur right now. In the matchup of two teams that are not in the top 10 of Class 3A, but they're just on the outside looking in. MacArthur has 18 votes. They would essentially be in 11th. Richwoods right behind him with 10 votes in 12th. Kick out, Tatum driving in on Somerville. Blocked again, his 4th of the day. Somerville had it searched from him. Turnovers hurting the Knights right now. Richwoods, MacArthur quickly the other way. Deese, triple, off the mark.
Yeah, we talked about just a little bit ago about how they sometimes being hacked is sometimes your best defense, and maybe that will be because you can get Somerville frustrated, and it looks like right now he's a little frustrated with the fact that he's not getting the foul calls.
Somerville plays with a lot of fire. That is for sure. He isn't afraid to talk a little smack to his opponents. Good ball movement here from Richwoods. Smith on the drive, kisses it off the glass too much. Somerville's second chance, no go. This is an all-out war on the court right now. You just see it in the players' faces. They are fighting out there. This is shaping up to be a classic as we get timeout from the MacArthur sideline.
Yeah, and classic, and I'm honestly shocked that none of these two teams are ranked inside the top 10 in Class 3A because I'm almost positive Richwoods was ranked in the top of 2 or 3A at some point.
They were in the rankings at one point.
They were. I can't remember. I think I saw something on MacArthur being in the 3A rankings. So both these teams have been with the best in 3A. I'm just surprised they aren't right now because both of these teams have been playing really well. And, this is shaping up to be probably the best game of this tournament, I'd say, the shootout.
Don't know what's in store next. Again, Manual and the Class 3A number 3 team, Metamora. 3A is just so stacked this year. You got Harvey Thornton, Mount Carmel as well. They are very legit. Kankakee up in the top 10. Morton's having a great season right here in the Peoria area. Then you got Metamora. Mount Zion only has one loss. That came to Metamora as well. So Brother Rice also in there, another Chicago powerhouse. So 3A shaping up to be an absolute dandy in the postseason. And Dees knocks in an absolute dandy of a triple.
Yeah, Dees, wide open in the corner, and Somerville and the Knights were trying to get out there to close that on him, but they were collided with each other, and now they're a little frustrated with each other. So not great defense to the Knights.
Somerville traveled with it. Good defense by Sam Owens. Owens has not scored for MacArthur, but he has drawn the Somerville matchup quite a bit, and he has played really, really well.
I gotta wonder if he really wanted Somerville to be his defender, to be the challenge for him, and so far, if that was the case, he's been excelling.
There's Murphy. MacArthur trying to build more on the lead. Almost the 3 ball from Deese as we get a push. And the second foul of the quarter on MacArthur. That one goes on Owens. That's his second. So now he's got to be careful, and we'll see if he continues to defend Somerville with those 2 fouls.
It looks like he is. It looks like he's right by him. It looks like he's still taking the challenge. And it looks like his coach has told him, be calm, be patient. You don't need to be aggressive. You have 2 fouls.
Here's Smith. And work it to Louderman in the corner. Louderman is an absolute deadeye from behind the arc. Smith sizes up Deese. Richwoods slowing things down. Little on the drive. Floater too strong. Batted around. Jackson comes up with it and finishes.
Good finish by Jackson there over the MacArthur defender. And, this game is just getting back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So it should be a good one.
MacArthur can tend to slow things down a bit. This one has been very fast-paced. Again, both teams playing their second game on back-to-back days as Therese Bryson screaming at his generals from the sideline. And Generals just seem content to sit on it for a little bit.
I wonder why they would try to do this. Maybe it's just to make sure the opportunity comes where Richwoods comes out and guard him, and then they can probably pull by the defender, maybe.
Both teams do play very fast. And that one lost out of bounds. Lee turns it over.
Yeah, the idea sort of went into fruition where they we're waiting for Richwoods to go guard him at the top, and then they have to try to go past the Richwood defender and then penetrate the defense in and then kick it out for three. Just wasn't able to really be done.
So now Richwoods has a chance to tie or take the lead. They led 14-4 early on in case you're just tuning in. Lathan Somerville was hot to start, knocked in a couple of shots, a couple of great passes, and 3 blocks in the first 3 minutes as Tavy Smith gets the mid-range to fall, and we're all knotted at 26. MacArthur slowing things down again. They probably feel like, again, no need to rush. If we rush, we risk a turnover, and then Richwoods could hop in the lead. 3-ball good from King Deese. He's got 2 of them here in the second quarter. Generals hop back out in front. Pretty balanced scoring from Richwoods so far. Louderman and Somerville both have 6. Smith and Jackson with 5.
Really balanced scoring from both teams. MacArthur more so 2 players are stepping up for them, but for both teams, really.
Little dials one up from deep and off the mark. Owens brings in the miss.
We're just under 2 minutes left to go in the half, and it's just a 3-point game, and I think MacArthur might be a little bit more patient in this possession, too. There's no need to really force anything when you have the lead.
Whichever team heads into halftime with a lead has got to be feeling pretty good.
Oh, good split.
Nice feed down low. Somerville, though, got the block. I believe it was him.
That was Tavy Smith.
Smith, that's his second block. Jackson to finish. Somerville, he's impossible to box out. Puts it up and in. I'll cut it down to 1.
You said it, John. Impossible to box out. I mean, he's just, if you don't put a legit box out on him, you're not getting an over back call. He's just going to grab the ball over your head and just throw it up.
He's got 8. Another 3-ball. Lee got it. Sean Lee's got 14 of MacArthur's 32 with the Generals just keep on running out in front here as the first half comes to a close. Jackson on the drive, wide open lane, and finishes.
Yeah, whoever's going to win this game is going to be the one who puts together defensive stops. When you keep trading baskets, it's just going to be a close game, and you know the team that has the lead will obviously prevail. But if you're able to put defensive stops with the good offense, then you're set.
I would say if I had to give out a report card for this first half, I think both offenses playing pretty well for the most part. Obviously, a couple turnovers on both ends. Maybe if you're MacArthur, start boxing out. Richwoods don't turn it over as much, but pretty good offense. Whoever, I think, locks in on defense could end up hanging on in this one as they'll hold for the last shot.
I'm not sure why Richwoods isn't guarding him when there was 20 seconds left and not when there's 7.
Murphy getting the play call from the sidelines. Here we go. Gets a screen and a takeaway. Here's Smith. Has a chance for the lead at the horn. Can't find the magic that his teammate, or rather that was Jackson, almost had a second buzzer beater after he got that first one to go. But MacArthur will head in to the showers with a 2-point lead at the halftime break, 32-30. What a first half, Michael. Can't wait to see what second half is going to bring.
Yeah, this game is just as advertised. 2 really good teams. 2 teams are reserved in the 3A pools. They're right by each other. You said it, John, about how they're ranked. They're not in the top 10, but if you think about it, they're 11 versus 12, and you're seeing a really close game against 2 teams that actually really match up well against each other, I do believe. And Lathan Somerville is just as advertised. 4 blocks. He's got his fair share of points. He's got 8 points so far. I'm missing a couple. I think I missed a 2-pointer, but yeah, this game is, like I said, just as advertised.
It certainly is. MacArthur holds the lead. Can they hang on in the second half, or does Richwoods have another good second half left in it? We'll step aside here on Clutch Sports Media. First of all, I want to let you know that, again, we have prime advertising space available on Clutch Sports Media, whether it be our broadcast or our social media following of over 10,000 loyal high school sports fans in Central Illinois. That sounds like an audience you want to connect with. Reach out to us, clutchsportsil@gmail.com. Look forward to hearing from maybe you own a business, maybe someone you know owns a business, want to advertise to the local community, and again, loyal following as well. Plenty of spots available on Clutch Sports Media. So definitely reach out to us if you are interested. MacArthur leading Richwoods 32-30 here at the half. Game 3 of the Manual Shootout. Manual and Metamora on deck later, but this one, it should be a great finish. We'll step aside for a moment on Clutch Sports Media and come back. Jonathan Michael Savoyan with you on CSM.
Attention business owners and entrepreneurs. Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than Clutch Sports Media, your go-to destination for local high school sports coverage in Central Illinois. Our business has reached almost 1 million total views on YouTube and is connected with an astounding 39,000 accounts on social media, averaging thousands of views with each post. That's 39,000 engaged and passionate sports enthusiasts who love tuning into our content, ready to become your new customer. Clutch Sports Media is offering an exclusive opportunity for local businesses to seize the spotlight. We are opening up prime advertising spaces in our social media posts and live sports broadcasts. Partnering with Clutch Sports Media isn't just about visibility. It's about being part of a community that loves and embraces the spirit of sports. It's about making lasting connections with your target audience. Don't miss out on this winning opportunity. Clutch Sports Media, where Central Illinois plays its biggest games.
Welcome back inside a Manual High School halftime of a battle between Richwoods and MacArthur, live on Clutch Sports Media. Jonathan Michael here alongside Michael Savoy. Michael, great first half of action. Let's look at the scoring for both teams. Sean Lee really leading the way for MacArthur. He's got 14. He's got it from most every level, from behind the arc, down low as well. King Dees has chipped in 6 on 2 3-pointers. Stevie Tatum, one of MacArthur's key players, he has just 3, so he's a guy to keep an eye out for in half number 2. MJ Murphy really got the ball rolling, though, for MacArthur early on.
Yeah, and, I think a game plan for MacArthur, and I hate to say this because Richwoods can pretty much exploit this if they really wanted to, but you got a double team or triple team Lathan Somerville, because at the end of the day, he's going to get his, and if you make it tough on him, not only do you make him frustrated, but that gives you probably your best chance of getting the ball back if you triple or double team him. But what you run the risk of doing is leaving shooters wide open, and we've seen Richwoods make those shots, and there's no doubt that MacArthur's talking about stuff like that in their locker room. So if I'm Richwoods, my keys to the game is the three-point shooting, because the focal point is Somerville. It's been Somerville for every team Richwoods has played, because he's definitely their best player. He's the most recognizable player. He's going to Rutgers, So if you double team or triple team him, what I'm telling my players for Richwoods is shoot the 3.
I think so, and for Richwoods, limit their scoring. They got more than a couple 3 balls to fall. Had that buzzer beater at the end of the first quarter from Jared Jackson, that wild shot that bounced off the backboard, hung up on the top of the rim, and then fell in. That was one of them. Nick Louderman drained it 2. Daquan Little added a 3. Louderman has 6 total points. Little's got 3. Tavy Smith with 5. Jackson with 7. Somerville with 8. So balanced scoring from Richwoods. It's not so much like last night where it was a Lathan Somerville show. Really, Richwoods is going to make it tough for MacArthur to defend, or figure out who to defend tough in that second half. Look at MacArthur's defense inside of, again, Sam Owens. No points for him, but again, can't understate his defensive effect in that first half. Looking for both teams, Michael, both these teams not super deep. Something to keep an eye on, I think, in the second half. Again, both these teams coming off the game last night. They both won. But Richwoods, I believe, only played about 6, maybe 7 guys until garbage time in the final minute or 2 of the game. MacArthur, I believe we've only seen maybe about 5 or 6 players from them as well. So I'd like to keep an eye on the stamina in this fast-paced game here in the second half.
Yeah, and it's weird because both these teams play really aggressive defense. I mean, we've seen aggressive defense all day and all night, but both these teams really do exemplify aggressive defense, and it feels kind of contradictory when you have such a non-deep team. You have such a team that you only have like 5 to 6 players that play, but yet you still play aggressive defense, because when you play aggressive defense, you're running into some foul trouble at some points sometimes. So, a good key for both of these teams together would just be limiting foul trouble.
That'll be something to keep an eye on as well. Not too many players in foul trouble for either side. MacArthur comes out of the locker room. Richwoods will be right behind him as well. We'll step aside again on Clutch Sports Media and come back with the second half. Generals lead 32-30 in a Class 3A battle. We'll be right back after this on CSM.
Central Illinois, we're going to overtime. After 4 years of preps coverage in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime? We're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams,
Your stories, your stats and standings.
your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts. As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds.
CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action.
More stories.
More coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
And there is a word for CSM Overtime, the home of all of our written content. First year we've done it, and Michael has been off to a great start. All sorts of great high school sports content here in Central Illinois that we've been able to put out. Power rankings, daily roundups of all the scores and top performers, photo guys, you name it. It's been a joy really, getting out to see these games, talking to these players and coaches, and writing stories about them all on CSM Overtime. A lot of good features that we've had these past couple of weeks. You've had a couple as well that have been pretty good. Maybe talk a little bit about what who you've been able to see and write about on CSM Overtime.
I've wrote about, the Pekin duo of Matthew Juergens and Payne Hess. Those Dragons are playing really well as of late, and they've been playing better as of what they've seen in the past few seasons. And, Coach Jeremy Crouch has been having them go the right way. But I've also written about some twins in Richwoods, the Richwoods Knights twins,
right.
Alana Russ and Alyssa Russ, and I feel very grateful to have written that because I am a triplet, and I have full respect for those twins.
Alana and Alyssa Ross, two catalysts on that Richwoods girls team who's having a very good season as well. Again, you also got girls like Cameron Hyder, Brenia Hickman back, so keep an eye on the nice girls team as well. Richwoods a well-rounded basketball school. Again, you can read more about the Ross sisters and Richwoods girls and really about almost every team in Central Illinois on CSM Overtime. Lots more great content coming lined up, including a possible sit-down Q&A with Lathan Somerville coming up sometime soon. Who knows? Ready for the second half here as MacArthur controls it. Here's Murphy on the left side of the logo. Jim filling up here at Manual. Should be a great crowd on hand for the nightcap between the Rams and the Redbirds. And a good crowd on hand for this one as well. They go up top looking for Lee. Was Murphy, just not quite.
Talk about starting the second half on a bang. That would have been something if you were to finish that, but nonetheless, not able to finish it, and Richwoods could start the second half on a good note.
Here's Smith. Now Jackson crossing over Lee. Lee dribbles in, kicks it back out. Now Smith gets a screen from Somerville, drives the lane, kicks it out. Little's three is good. Just like that, Richwoods back on top for now.
Yeah, I mentioned Richwoods' three-point shooting in the break. It wasn't like I meant that they were just going to shoot threes like they just did there. I just thought that maybe they would have gone it to Somerville. But nonetheless, three-point shooting, no matter how it comes, good for Richwoods.
Another block from Somerville. He's had 5, possibly 6. Again, no official stats. But he has protected the rim better than anyone else.
Yeah, this is turning more of a true back-and-forth game, a game that we've envisioned seeing as there's a travel.
Whistle blew, and I thought it could be a foul initially. That would have been the third on Daquan Little, but no, it is a travel. Good to see that, again, neither team in that much foul trouble despite playing very aggressive the entire game, so we should be able, hopefully, to see the Stars in this one play the entire game, which I'm sure is, something that both teams haven't always had this year. A lot of big wins for both these teams, and maybe that fourth quarter is more so filled with guys from your bench. I'll tell you, last night, Kylon Ross hit a big shot off the bench for Richwoods near the end that made the dungeon go crazy, and Daquan Little helping the Richwoods go crazy to start the third quarter with back-to-back threes.
And Little showing some personality going the other end, showing some emotion, and it's good to see.
3 ball on the other end. Tatum can't respond. Here's Jackson now. Quickly up the court, kicks it out. Louderman can't leave him open, and he shows you why. 3 triples for the senior guard.
Yeah, Louderman, key for Richwoods, like I said, three-point shooting. Their guards like to penetrate the defense and collapse the defense and opens up three-point shooting, and right now Richwoods is knocking them down.
Nick Louderman is sort of almost the Kyle Korver of Richwoods, just an absolute dead-eye shooter from behind the arc. If you want to maybe stay with Korver, played for the Atlanta Hawks, stay with the Hawks. Maybe Lathan Somerville is old Josh Smith, a big bully down there in the paint. I maybe date myself a little bit.
Could be a Atlanta Hawks Paul Millsap. Could be.
Paul Millsap, yeah.
They'll worry back.
Referees are going to discuss this.
Whoa.
Looks like there's some miscommunication. Now they agree on the call. As we try and sort things out here, William Smith wants an explanation. And if he does, I assume it may still be MacArthur ball. And it is, so maybe that one got tipped. Wasn't quite sure, couldn't see from our angle up here. Murphy brings it up for the Generals. Lee thought about a 3, drives in. Murphy on Somerville, loses them for a second, turns around, shoots. Rebound, fought for, and that's going to be, I believe, an over the back call on Stevie Tatum.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
That's his first.
Yeah, yep.
There's one team foul in the quarter for both teams. Each team has 3 timeouts left. Richwoods nearly a 5-second call. And as we talk about timeouts, William Smith takes his third to try and preserve possession for Richwoods. Interesting fact about Richwoods, Michael, they've been on the road a lot. And they're going to be on the road a lot more coming up. They've only played 3 games at the Dungeon since the calendar flipped to 2024. They played Limestone, Urbana, and Centennial. They're obviously the Manual Shootout this week. Then next week they head down to the Bank of O'Fallon Shootout. That's a dandy of an event down near St. Louis. And then the weekend after that, I believe they will be at the Watchfire Signs Shootout down there in Danville, if I'm not mistaken. They also were on a shootout last weekend. I have to double check and see where they were, but almost every weekend, Richwoods has been on the road, so they probably travel by bus, but if they were to fly, they would certainly have quite a bit of frequent flyer miles. They've been traveling the state, even a little bit of the country. They played in New Jersey earlier, back near Christmas, in an event put on by Rutgers.
Isn't that just, I think that's an event of just Rutgers recruits, correct?
I believe so.
That's a pretty cool event, I'll say.
The Richwoods nice defeated College Achieved Charter out of New Jersey, 81-71. Last weekend, Richwoods picked up a big win in Quincy, another big-time shootout. They beat Lee's Summit West powerhouse out of Missouri near Kansas City. Here's Somerville, double team, finds Jackson. What a pretty feed from Somerville to Jared Jackson.
Just one of the many things Somerville can do well. Not only can he rebound, not only can he shoot, not only can he dunk, he can put on a show in the passes.
He passes like a point guard, blocks like a center, shoots like Nick Louderman. Although maybe Louderman hasn't beat behind the arc, but Somerville can't knock down those deep shots. They feed him in the post, and he puts it up and in. Easy bucket for the big fellas. Now he reaches double figures.
You've seen Lathan Somerville become a big difference maker so far. This game was close heading into the break and was close for a little bit of time in the third, but now you're seeing Richwoods pull away.
13-0 run. That was blocked by Smith. He's got 3 blocks now today. Chucks it down court to Louderman. Now to Jackson! There goes the roof! 15-0 run for Richwoods, and Jared Jackson throws down the hammer. MacArthur can't get it to go, and the drought continues. Somerville brings it in and finds Smith. Oh, my.
A 15-0 run. MacArthur has not gotten a field goal in this half so far. And Richwoods, I mean, they have not really ever missed. I mean, I'm sure they missed, but it's just been that kind of half for them so far where they've just been unstoppable in the offensive end.
They did shoot at a high percentage last night. They made quite a few buckets in a row, so it is a high percentage shooting team. Driving in, Somerville, an easy block. Boy, he made that one look easy. Louderman's 3, he got it to go! Richwoods pulling way out in front. 18 straight in the third quarter. Lathan Somerville and the Knights are loving it.
Just an offensive explosion for Richwoods, and it's not even really just an offensive explosion. They've been doing it on both ends. Lathan Somerville, big blocks. Lathan Somerville, big passes. And what about Jared Jackson? Oh my goodness! I mean,
he flew.
I gotta say,
got up there.
That was one of the nastiest dunks I've seen in a while.
The two-handed finish from Jackson. If you're MacArthur, that just kind of, obviously it's only 2 points, but it does demoralize you a little bit. Seeing Richwoods fly around and dunk it home with Jackson, have Louderman hitting 3 balls on you. Somerville is doing his thing in the post on both ends. So, they really have to dig deep and just come together, and find a way to chip away. We've seen comebacks today. Calvary was down 26 to Danville at about the same spot in the third quarter, came back and nearly took the lead. So it's not impossible for MacArthur, but they do have to get something going here soon to stop the bleeding.
I got to say, Danville and Richwoods are 2 completely different animals when it comes to how they play the game. I mean, I can't remember seeing Danville, have a show-stopping dunk and have, all these different things go well for them. So it's a different animal when it comes to Richwoods when you compare them to Danville. So we'll see how the MacArthur Generals respond.
Still searching for their first bucket here in the second half as they'll roll it up with Murphy and keep the clock stopped at 3:23. Now they'll pick it up and find Deese. Nice cut down low and a pretty finish from Stevie Tatum.
Yeah, Richwoods was there playing his zone, and they just forgot about Tatum cutting in downside, and good find by the Generals.
He came in through the back door. Here's Jackson. Nice defense from Owens. Nice feed to Smith, and he is absolutely walloped by Sean Lee, and he'll head to the charity stripe.
Yeah, we've mentioned both of these teams playing aggressive defense. One way you can combat aggressive defense is doing back cuts. And he did more of a UCLA V cut there where he just showed his fist. I saw his little fist there showing, and then he just went for it to the basket. Took advantage of the aggressive defense by the Generals.
Smith's first rolls off the front rim and in. Coming up next for Richwoods. I believe they have a week off until they face O'Fallon down at, again, the Bank of O'Fallon shootout. Then they're going to make good use of their trip down south as Smith gets a second. They're going to cross the Mississippi and take on a St. Louis powerhouse in Chaminade College Prep. They're a very good school down there in the gateway to the west. And Richwoods will face St. Lawrence down in Danville. 3-ball good on the other end. I
think that was Owens.
believe that was Sam Owens. Scoreboard here at Manual hasn't updated yet. 3-ball good from Somerville. He's now got 13 and he's showing off the shooting stroke.
Yeah, I think I've seen it all from Somerville. I mean, he's going to Rutgers for a reason. Division I school, big Division I school. I can't wait to see him in college.
Big recruiting class for Rutgers. Somerville a big part of that. Now here's Jackson pushing up the floor. Finds Little. Drives in mid-range off balance. Nearly got it to fall. And Tatum brings in the miss. Now MacArthur the other way. An easy deuce from Sean Lee.
Like MacArthur's trying to catch fire here, trying to at least try to end this quarter on a positive after giving up such a big run to Richwoods.
And if you're MacArthur, you just need to get some stops, a couple buckets, and you're just right back in it. Don't turn it off yet if you're a MacArthur fan. Smith drives in with the left hand, and he's hacked. He'll head to the line for another one.
But it's hard to do that when you know your opposition has a Division I basketball recruit, not just any Division I basketball recruit. I think Lathan Somerville is just he's a unicorn. Let's put it that way. He can definitely play. He can do a lot of stuff right, and there's a reason why he's going to such a big program like Rutgers.
We have another Big Ten commit coming up in the next game, Cooper Koch, and then also on other side for Manual, Dietrich Richardson is drawing some interest from Illinois, where his uncle DJ Richardson used to play a little over a decade or so ago. So that should be a really fun matchup, again, between two players that could be facing off in the State Farm Center or
the Carver Hawkeye.
Carver Hawkeye Arena. I was going to say Carver Arena, but I hear Carver Arena and think Bradley, just up the road from here at Manual. Inbounds pass blocked away by Richwoods. Somerville should get partial credit at least for that one. As we get another foul. Richwoods' third whistle of the third quarter. That foul goes on Jackson, his first. Sean Lee at the line. He's AAU teammates, Lee is, with an up-and-coming star on Manual, Josh Humbles. Both those players sophomores, and yeah, we've seen some really good sophomores here today, Michael. They were the leading scorers in the first two games, and Lee with 17 has an opportunity to make it 3 games with 3 underclassmen leading their teams.
Yeah, 3 sophomores. I mean, that's just impressive. Already enough to see a sophomore play varsity basketball. Then you got to add the fact that he's a difference maker on this varsity team. Just a lot of poise. You know, not every sophomore, not many sophomores even at that have that kind of poise.
And, you know, with these teams, it's not like a sophomore has to play out of necessity because you're just young. Both these teams fairly experienced, so they've just earned it. Now here's Somerville, guarded by Deese. Finds Smith, shot fakes, driving in. He's been aggressive this third quarter. That one, though, no dice.
With under a minute remaining, let's see what MacArthur does.
Great cut from Murphy in the finish.
It's a good start, MJ Murphy.
MacArthur's cut it to 13. Jackson in a bit of trouble. Gets it across the timeline, finds Little, open in the corner. He got it. Little up to 12. All 12, I believe, have come from behind the arc. Richwoods making it a 3-point shootout here at Manual. Could be the final possession of the third quarter. Generals drive in. Blocked by Somerville again. I believe that is 7, if not 8, for the big fella today. He is knocking on triple-double territory.
I mean, it almost feels like it's not fair when he gets those kind of blocks. Just, it doesn't even have to jump. He just puts his arms up and he gets it. It almost feels like it's not fair.
Somerville, tough shot, falls over and can't get it to go. 1 second left, getting it off. Good attempt there from Murphy. That's where we'll leave the third quarter. Richwoods came into the frame, down 32-30. They scored 28 and allowed just 10 Generals points to take a comfortable 16-point lead heading into the final frame. And while we have a quick break, I want to remind you of the advertising opportunities available here with Clutch Sports and Media. You or your business, or maybe someone you know's business, can play a large role in expanding your reach. We play host to some of the most passionate and dedicated high school sports fans in Central Illinois. So if you want to connect with that audience, reach out to us, clutchsportsil@gmail.com, or you could also DM us via social media. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, you name it. So email us today. We have a variety of options. Again, Athlete of the Week sponsorships, our standings graphics, that those get spread around pretty decently just about every week, and we'll have plenty of broadcasts coming up the rest of the season, especially as we near the playoffs. Richwoods, I don't know what subsectional MacArthur's in, but Richwoods, believe they're in a subsectional with teams like Metamora, Morton, lots of other good schools. So Richwoods trying to earn a pretty good seed, but you got to figure that regardless of who they play, there's going to be some big tests coming in these strong local teams here near Peoria.
Yeah, especially in the 3A level and the 4A level in terms of the bigger schools in Peoria. All of them, I would say, are actually really good this year. I mean, it's just a tough league, especially the Big 12.
I almost wouldn't hope, as Jackson shot as he gets fouled, I almost wouldn't hope that Richwoods and Metamora wouldn't face in the regionals, because both those teams are, state championship level teams. However, only one of them could make it as far as subsectionals. They both won't be able to make it to state. As we go look at MacArthur, they're in a subsectional with Champaign Centennial, who they have beaten this year, so that will play big in terms of seeding. Head-to-head is a factor. Champaign Central, Danville, Decatur, Eisenhower, Mahomet, Seymour, Mount Zion. That's the name that stands out to me in that subsectional. The Mount Zion Braves, I believe, or the Warriors. One of the top teams. They're in the top 10 of Class 3A, so MacArthur, Mount Zion should be some of the top 2 seeds in that region. Shot turned away by Richwoods. What a feed up to Little, and he lays it in. Great passing, threading the needle was Richwoods.
Throwing the needle right there. You said it, John.
Another block by Somerville. They're going to call it a foul.
Yeah, they're going to call it on Somerville, and he's not pleased, and you can see the shock in his face as soon as they blew the whistle.
At Somerville's third. I believe no one else on Richwoods has 3 fouls. Sam Owens of MacArthur playing with 4 at the moment. Big free throws here for Lee to try and get his team to claw back into this one. If you're MacArthur, Michael, you need to keep Richwoods stuck on a number, and ideally for them that number would be 60. They need to go on a little bit of a run like Richwoods did back in that third quarter. Lee now up to 19.
Yeah, and just in case anyone was wondering about Richwoods and Metamora, yes, they are in the same subsectional, so that should be a fun subsectional.
Louderman, a tough look from the corner. Can't get it to fall. Now Murphy with some speed the other way. Finds Deese, driving baseline, swatted away by Somerville. Stays with it, though, and puts it up and in. Lathan Somerville, by my count, up to 9 blocks. I'm sure he's at double-digit boards, so one more block, unofficially, I believe, should give him a triple-double. And we still have 7 minutes left in this one.
And you have 7 minutes, and you sure hope that, he probably will get more than 1 block by the time this game ends from now. Just a matter of if he will.
Here comes the press from MacArthur. As Smith finds an open Somerville, and they cross the timeline. On the drive. And he's fouled. Boy, it takes a lot of courage if you're MacArthur. King Smith, their defensive lineman on the football team, was there in the lane. It takes a lot of courage to see a big man like Somerville just barreling down the lane at you. Thankfully, though, Smith, a pretty big guy as well. And not much, but, Richwoods last year was a team that had so many good guards. And it still carries over into this year. You have players like, Marlon Heron. He's a junior, so keep an eye on him for next year. Etherly, a senior's played well as Somerville and the one. He's now up to 23.
25. I'm sure 23 was up there beforehand. I have not updated.
No, yeah, he is 20. Richwoods holding a pretty good lead here in this one. Looking to advance to 19-4 overall. MacArthur trying to get their 19th win as well, but it looks like might be too little too late for them. MacArthur's only losses this year have come to a pair of 4A schools in O'Fallon and Bolingbrook. And get this, Michael, assuming this result holds, all of MacArthur's losses this year have come at neutral sites. They haven't lost at home, they haven't lost away, but on a neutral court. That's where all 3 of their losses have came. As Somerville checks out, that might be it for the big fella. He's got 23, I don't know how many rebounds, but it's quite a lot, and I believe 9 blocks. Again, all unofficial. Maybe he did get that triple-double. We'll see as Deese gets one to fall for MacArthur. Quickly the other way. Here's Carter through contact off the mark. And Little with the cleanup duty.
Yeah, if that's it for Lathan Somerville, that's one hell of a night from the big man. The only way I think he checks back in the game is if this game for somehow, some way gets back into.
It'd have to flip on his head.
It would have pretty much have to flip, and it would have to be MacArthur going on a big run that would force Lathan Somerville and the starters to come back in. But from the way it looks right now, I think Richwoods can hold their own at this point. It's only less than 3 minutes left to go in the game.
At 21 with maybe 2:50 left in the second or third quarter. Okay, that's doable. And now in the fourth, you're looking at Mount Everest.
You're thinking these teams, like the team that's in the lead, like Richwoods, they have to do something that's just not in the game plan, I guess you can say. Something that's just so boneheaded that it would be unfathomable.
Appreciate you all singing with us on CSM. We'll get our internet difficulties sorted out before the next one between Manual and Metamora. Should be a good one, as here's Jackson. Richwoods probably content to just run out some clock here. Jackson on the drive, acrobatic finish, can't get it to go.
Yeah, if MacArthur wants to have a chance, they have to score quick in these possessions, and that's not a good sign right there. Ball goes out of bounds, and that's off of them, so we'll head back to the Knights.
Let's take a look at what MacArthur has coming up for them. They take on Springfield Southeast on Tuesday. That's a CS8 conference game. Then they host Rochester on Friday. We saw Rochester at the Clinton Shootout. 3 maybe is a better team down there in the Decatur area.
Yeah, and, you know, that might be the game that is like a preview of the regional championship, them being both in the same subsectional. So nonetheless, great marquee event, and I don't know if the game's going to be streamed anywhere, but if it is anyway, I'm definitely going to watch it.
Here's Jackson on the drive, gets it up to go. He's got 13 on the afternoon. Daquan Little has 23 for Richwoods, tying Lathan Somerville. Tavy Smith has matched Jackson with 13. Euro stepping is Tatum. He gets it to go. He's also in double figures with 12. Michael, you know, we talked about earlier in the day, in case you weren't watching the earlier broadcast, I needed some snacks to bring. Obviously a long day here at Manual. So the snack I brought of choice is maybe unconventional, but one that I like. Tortillas, and we joked about giving a tortilla to the player of the game, which I'm not sure we'll actually do. We're running low right now because we've been pretty hungry up here in the booth. But if we had to give a tortilla, the game of the player of the game, who would you give it to? A couple options for Richwoods.
For Richwoods, I mean, I hate to say it because I wanted to be different, but I'm sure the majority of folks would agree with me. It'd probably be Lathan Somerville. I mean, it's hard not to pick him, but they're also, like, Daquan Whittle has been on fire from shooting and, you know, beyond the arc, so it could be him as well. But for MacArthur, I think if we were to give a tortilla to a player of the game from the first 2 games, it'd probably be a sophomore, right? So, I mean, I'm going to keep that tradition going with Sean Lee, the other sophomore that MacArthur has. He's probably been their most, I guess, consistent player in offense.
He certainly has. He's got over 20. That would no good, but back to your point about Somerville, hey, I mean, the big fella's got to eat, you know?
Yeah, it's hard not to pick him because you want to be different and you want to make sure that you can get all the Knights' names in. But when you have Lathan Somerville scoring over 20 every single night and having all the blocks and rebounds he has, it's hard not to pick him.
It certainly is. He had 31 last night, 30 last Tuesday, 27 last Saturday. So in a stretch of 4 games, got to do some math here. He scored 111 points, so he's well over 25 per game, and that's just in the last 4.
It's absurd.
Lee, he now has game high honors. That bucket to go gives him his 25th. Bench shoot it in for Richwoods. Here's Truman Raher in the corner. He enters the scorebook. Nice shooting stroke from the junior.
It's good to see by Richwoods to get more people involved in the scoring column.
Tatum knocks one in on the other end. Scoring never really stopped in this one. High-scoring battle, but it's going to be the Richwoods Knights coming out on top, 90-74. They racked up the points today behind the arc, down low. This Richwoods team is the real deal, Michael, and I think, you look at some teams that can make a state run. Richwoods has what it takes in this game, really proved that.
Yeah, and I think honestly, looking into what they've been, that's most notable. I think you got to think that this is probably their biggest win in state. I mean, you got to think about where
Decatur
MacArthur, the Decatur MacArthur Generals, where they are in terms of the 3A rankings, along with Richwoods. It's probably their biggest win in the state. I mean, you got to think about it that
yes,
way.
it would be. Yeah, but Richwoods hasn't beaten a AP mentioned top teams here other than Chicago Phillips down there in Class 2A. But again, yeah, this is one of the biggest wins in the state that Richwoods has made this year. They advanced to 19-4 overall. MacArthur falls to 18-3. Somerville and Little with 23 for Richwoods. Smith and Jackson have 15 and 13 respectively. MacArthur gets 25 from Sean Lee, 17 from Stevie Tatum. What a ball game it was here at Manual, and we have one more on the way. Manual and Metamora, two of the best in the Peoria area. Mid-Illini versus Big 12. It should be a great battle as Dietrich Richardson and Cooper Koch duke it out in front of what should be a very big crowd here at Manual. Glad you're still with us on Clutch Sports Media. Don't go anywhere. We were going to send it over to a little bit of a break. We're going to stay on this same stream so that you can take a little break, maybe eat some dinner, grab a drink, you do whatever you need to do. Come back in maybe about 30 to 40 minutes or so. We're well ahead of schedule. And we will have Manual and Metamora coming up right after this. Again, a quick word for all of our crew. Owen Dimfel behind the camera. Josh Messenger doing a great job at producer, leading us through some troubled waters. We're back on CSM in about 35 minutes or so between the Rams and the Redbirds. Don't go anywhere, folks. Right back in a little bit. The fans are filing inside Manual High School. It's the fourth and final game of the 2024 Manual Shootout, and one that many around Central Illinois will be watching. It's a state-ranked clash. It's Mid-Illini versus Big 12, 2A versus 3A, number 2 versus number 3. The storylines are endless. It's Manual and Metamora live on Clutch Sports Media. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jonathan Michael of Clutch Sports Media. Alongside me, Owen Dimfel. And Owen, this is a game that we've all been looking forward to all game long. The basketball just seems to have gotten better throughout the day. It already started out very good, but just the level and the intensity has just ramped up throughout the day. I think it's going to culminate in a big-time game here today.
It for sure has. You know, the first game between Danville and Springfield Calvary really set the tone for the day we were going to have. Lots of high scoring in that one. Then we come on the flip side in game 2, Peoria and Galesburg, and they delivered as well. And then to top it all off before, this game was MacArthur and Richwoods, who put on just a thriller, and really the shootout element of the name really stood out in that game. But this one, we've had circled, like you said, throughout the entire day. Manual and Metamora, and these two teams are just full of firepower that are going to clash.
They are indeed. And let's start looking at the hosts, the Manual Rams. They come in number 2 in Class 2A, earning a couple first place votes as well. They're 14-9 overall, 4-4 in the Big 12. They're coming off a big win against Danville last night, 70-49. They've won 5 games in the last 8 days. They were at 500, 9-9, just a little over a week ago. And now all of a sudden they're building lots of momentum, and this would be almost the icing on the cake of a very big stretch for Manual as we get near the playoffs.
Yeah, you could say, they're catching their stride at a really good time. And like you said, a win tonight could really push them even further into a longer run that could stretch into March.
It certainly can. They've had some big wins this year. They've beaten Springfield, Lanphier, Rock Island, Washington, Pontiac, Sherrard. The list goes on. They've played a very tough group of teams. They've lost to Bolingbrook, Normal Community, both those teams ranked in 4A. Richwoods twice, so we just saw them and what they can do. So even though they have those 9 losses, a lot of those losses aren't bad by any means at all. Talk about hot teams, though. Metamora is hot as well. They've won 17 of their last 18. Their only loss coming to Class 3A, number 1, Harvey Thornton, by 1 point in the final seconds. Redbirds are playing their best basketball as well, so it's just going to be a matchup of 2 freight trains that are going to collide on the tracks.
Yeah, you could say, they've just been really consistent over the past, 2.5 years now. The 2 state appearances and then last year winning it. And this year they're picking up right where they left off. They've been tremendous. I was at their game last Friday night when they beat the previously unbeaten Mount Zion. And that was a terrific game. They played outstanding. So it'd be cool to see if they could, replicate that performance tonight.
Metamora has also had a big week as well. They thrashed Canton last night, 69-16. They also beat previously Mid-Illini undefeated Morton 51-54 on Tuesday. We'll step aside here for the national anthem.
Central Illinois, we're going to overtime. After 4 years of preps coverage in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime? We're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams,
Your stories. Your stats and standings.
your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts. As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds.
CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action. More stories.
More coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
And welcome back inside Manual High School. Metamora Manual getting set to tip off. The Redbirds starting lineup is being introduced right now. Metamora's starting five will be Tyler Mason, the star guard who's committed to Winona State. Matthew Zobrist as well, Cooper Koch, Luke Hopp, and Nick Walker out there for the Redbirds. Quite the starting five that they have. So much height with Hopp and Koch as well. For Emmanuel, it will be Jarrell Traps, the senior of many good guards on this Rams team. DJ Finley, another junior guard, will join him. Then there's Dietrich Richardson, the nephew of former Illinois legend DJ Richardson. He will be headed to Division I. And alongside them will be Nas Jackson, a sophomore point guard, and Terrence Page, the junior forward for Manual as well. Oh, and we talked about this Manual team very deep. It does not stop, though, at just those five guys.
Yeah, as we talked, any guy could pop off at every night. And, the main nucleus is going to be Dietrich Richardson. That's kind of almost 100% given. But who's going to be his duo and partner each night? And so it could be Traps, it could be Finley, Jack. I mean, you could pick whatever. Take a blind dart and just pick one.
You certainly could. Out of good depth on this Manual team. Metamora, mostly going to roll with those five, but we'll see Ashton Greaves probably later on as the ball is tipped around. And the Redbirds will control it as we are underway in the final game of the 2024 Manual Shootout. Nice crowd on hand here at Manual as Zobrist drives in, finds Hopp, cutting baseline, and the score.
That was a good find right there. Great cut by Luke Hopp.
Here's Traps on the drive. Tough finish, just bounced off the rim and out.
It's a good take, though. We've seen a lot of good drives throughout today. Most of them have been finished, too, so expect to see that even more in this game.
Here's Mason now working it around to Koch. Cross-court pass, no one's home. And it goes back to the Rams.
I think it was Nick Walker, the cutting man, and Koch thought he could have had an open lane right there, but Walker didn't even have his head turned around for the pass.
Now here's Nas Jackson, a transfer from East Peoria, top of the key. Now here's on the drive, Page, tough look off the glass, up and over Luke Hopp.
Yeah, tough finish right there. And, like I said, we're going to see a lot of strong finishes at the rim.
We saw a really physical game between Richwoods and MacArthur in the last one. That first game had the most fouls between Calvary and Danville. Both Richwoods and MacArthur physical without fouling. That was kind of a theme of that game. Knights put up 90 points. Lathan Somerville and Daquan Little both at 23. So really no team today has struggled to score at all. So we'll see if we get another aptly contested shootout here at the Manual Shootout.
I mean, certainly the scoring's been off the charts today between different players, and it's been just a thrill to watch.
Here's Page in the corner. Theme of today also has been star sophomores. All three games, the leading scorer of the game has been a sophomore, as the three ball from Nas Jackson, who is a sophomore himself, is off the mark.
Yeah, the power of the sophomores today. I mean, it really kind of just encaptures the future of what Central Illinois basketball has in store. I mean, there's already been a great tradition set by the former players and the current ones now, and it just, signified that it's not going anywhere. This is still going to be a strong area for high school basketball.
A couple of players on Metamora right now or in that starting lineup as sophomores, like Matthew Zobrist. He played a big part, as well as Luke Hopp 2 years ago when he was a sophomore. Zobrist gets his own miss, finds Hopp down low, and just like that, there's the two connecting for another easy deuce.
Great job by Zobrist to get his own rebound off the miss. And even better find Hopp underneath the basket. That's already a second basket just like that.
Traps dials up to three, and it's long. Page tries to throw it off of the Redbirds, but to no avail. It'll go back to Metamora in their road red and black. We saw them in their home whites back on Tuesday. They had that big win against Morton, 67-48. Closely contested first half. Redbirds ran away with it in half number 2. Tyler Mason scored 23. Here's Hop. Can put the ball on the ground. Now Koch recovers it in the corner. Defended by Richardson. Good defense from the junior, and now here goes Richardson the other way. Leading the break. Offensive foul on Dietrich Richardson. That's Mason that drew the charge.
Great defensive player right there. Seeing that Richardson was just coming to the paint really hard, stood his ground, chest straight up, took it. Great defensive play right there.
Says it's a offensive foul, does not count against Richardson's total. As Walker checks out for Ashton Greaves. Was pretty quiet scoring-wise on Tuesday, but had a huge highlight near the end of the game as Metamora was about to put it away. Threw down his first ever in-game dunk. Blew the roof off of Tepke Gym as Hop above the rim, off the mark, and one. Luke Hop has all 6 and possibly 7 of Metamora's points.
Yeah, he's just dominating that paint right now. And kind of going back to what you said about Ashton Greaves, he's been just a great kid, the grandson of head coach Danny Greaves right now. And the game that I was at last Friday when they played Mount Zion, he hit the step-back 3 at the buzzer to go in the half, and that gave them the 1-point lead, and they won that game by 3. So at the time, it didn't seem that huge, but it was a really critical shot. And Coach Greaves made note of that in my post-game interview with him.
Obviously, Owen, I know you talked with Danny Greaves as well as the next head coach for Metamora. Danny Greaves retiring at the season's end. He's going to be replaced by Justin Dame, a longtime assistant on Metamora's bench. And Owen, you got to know Justin pretty well. Can read all about it on CSM Overtime. Head on over and subscribe if you haven't. Here's Finley taking it away. Sees Koch at the rim, but still finishes. DJ Finley goes coast to coast.
Yeah, just another great transition bucket right there. Finley, we talked about, he can be one of those contributors night in and night out for this Rams team.
And Manual, by and large, goes how Richardson goes, but it's a very deep tee. What a pass to Hop, but he can't finish.
Oh, that could have been just a beautiful play. Could have been, maybe play of the day across the 4 games.
We've seen some amazing ones today. Richardson, the deep ball is short. Jared Jackson, that buzzer beater from about a third of the court long, that bounced off the rim and the backboard and still went down. Koch finishes for his first score. We had that huge dunk from Jared Jackson, or it's either Jared Jackson or Tavy Smith, I can't remember. But there was a big slam in that Richwoods game.
Saw a big slam from LaShawn Stowers in the Peoria game.
Feeding Koch in the corner, and he sinks it. Hop scores the first 6, and Koch takes the next 5, and Metamora is out to an 11-4 lead after nearly 5 minutes here at Manual.
Yeah, Metamora, they're just such a great team. They're going to find, these runs that they go on, but Manual's going to have to just do a better job defensively, trying to limit those runs and then create runs of their own.
And those big runs have been a kind of defining factor of today. We saw Danville jump out to a 26-point lead. They had a big run of their own. Then Calvary countered with a huge run of their own. Richwoods started the second half with an 18-0 run in the last game, and that was a huge reason why they won against a very good MacArthur team. So, I think that timeout by Marvin Jordan just kind of, talk things over and, not let Metamora get all the energy here in the Rams home gym. Here's Traps now. Manual, the Rams an orange script on their jerseys. Richardson grabs the miss, kicks it back out for Finley. They go around the horn, and now here's Jackson. Back to Traps. Finds Richardson open in the corner, and he traveled with it. Thought about it a little bit too much, kind of did a little sidestep, and that was enough.
Yeah, I don't want to put that one on the highlight tape, but he sure has plenty of other highlight tape to go around to show how great of a player this kid is for Manual. And, yeah, he's going to have a bright future post-high school and into college.
Yeah, and still just a junior. He's got offers from Power 5 schools like Illinois and Vanderbilt as Koch is fouled. He also has other offers from Indiana State, who is currently playing Bradley right now. Braves just trail by 1, 42-41 at the moment. As well, he's also got offers from Southern Illinois, MVC member, and Green Bay, where former PND star Noah Reynolds is right now, and also where Brian Wardle used to be at before he came down to Bradley.
The Phoenix, yep. I'm very aware of the Phoenix, being a Wisconsin native, but it's not thought of as one of the bigger programs, especially when you have Wisconsin and Marquette in the state, but it still has great basketball, both on the men's and women's teams.
The Phoenix are putting together a very good season after being one of the worst teams in Division I as Koch gets his 6th point of the night to go. They're now among the Horizon League leaders, so head coach Sundance Wicks, also a great name, Sundance. Don't see too many people named that. Doing a great job up there in Green Bay. I'll say that about the basketball team. I won't say as much about the football team up in Green Bay. I know you probably would disagree with me on that one, Owen.
Certainly.
Yeah, 2 Wisconsinites here in the booth, but I was raised in Illinois, so I stick with my Bears. Here's London Tolliver into the game. Another one of Richwoods' plethora of guards, but it's the forward Page getting another tough look to fall, and I feel like it won't come easy for Page tonight, but he's made it work so far.
Yeah, they've had a decent night so far in the paint. They haven't had any outside shooting to connect so far and really haven't had too many attempts, but they're going to have to expand just a little bit more, but if they can establish some more dominance in the paint, it could keep them in it.
Koch dumps it off to Hop for the easy score. All of Metamora's points coming from Koch and Hop.
That's a good way to put the two together.
Cop, yeah. As now here come the Redbirds. Zobris up to Greaves. Wide open. Hop down low. He's got 10 points in the first 7 minutes of this one. Manuel's got to start covering the 6'8 forward.
And what I like about all 10 points, it's all within 7 feet of the rim.
Page tried to find his teammate Amari Breedlove, the P&D transfer. Finley's 3 is short and rebounded by Mason. Now here comes Metamora on the break. Koch gets a screen from Hop. Looks down low on the roll. Now they feed it to Hop. Nice back and forth to Ashton Greaves. And he's met at the rim and fouled.
I really like that play design. Hop's been living underneath the paint. They got the paint touch from him, and then a nice cut to the rim by Greaves, setting up the foul.
So here's the junior Ashton Greaves. This right, first one is up and good. Pretty looking shot from Greaves. Nice rotation on that free throw. As Hop gets a well-deserved break and a little bit of applause and a high five from Danny Greaves in his 13th year with the Metamora Redbirds. Greaves goes 2 for 2 at the line. Greaves brings in a mark of 283 and 98 on the Metamora sideline. An absolute legend in the Central Illinois area.
Yeah, great coach and an even better person, too, getting to talk
really
to him
fun
after the
guy
game.
to talk to.
Can't say enough about him.
Another 3-ball off the mark from Manuel. They've been cold to start this one from deep. They can get it going in a hurry. Mason tightly guarded there by Finley. Great defense in the corner. Now with 3, with 2. Mason gets to the rack, kicks it. I don't think Greaves got that shot off. Didn't go in either way. And a strong start from the Redbirds, looking to win their 18th of their last 19 games. They've been as advertised with 10 points from Luke Hop early on.
Yeah, if this first quarter is any indicator, it's that they're going to just continue to dominate. Already up 12 points, but I think the bigger thing is that they held Manuel to 6 points. They have all those guards that can get up and down the court and just score at will, so only holding on to 6 points in 1 quarter, that's really tremendous.
It certainly is, as we'll take a word. Speaking of advertised, we'd like to remind you that Clutch Sports Media can play a large role in expanding your business's reach. We play host to some of the most passionate and dedicated fans in Central Illinois. So if that sounds like an audience that you'd like to connect with, reach out to us at clutchsportsil@gmail.com for more information. Our team is excited to help you build your brand awareness and help it expand. So email us today for a variety of partnership options, both on the broadcast and also on social media as well. Big night of hoops at all levels. Lots of other good games going on around the area. Also at the college level, Bradley, a big one against Indiana State. We have our eye on that one right now. Sycamores lead the MVC, but talk about a winning streak. Bradley's been almost just as hot as Metamora has, winning their last, I believe, 9 in a row now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I was with my buddies out to dinner watching that comeback win, and that was just really cool to watch all the way back from 23. And they're really rolling right now, and it's fun. I mean, they had a great season last year, and it was just, as a student of the university, it was so fun to be a part of. And, you know, even me and my buddies went down to St. Louis to watch them in the championship. Didn't end how we wanted it, but it was still a fun experience nonetheless.
All right, to cover that team down there at Arch Madness, we were there pretty much the entire way of the season. That was a lot of fun. Around that same time, though, it seemed like I was watching Bradley and Metamora either every night of the week, because you got Bradley play one night, and then you have, you know, the day after Arch Madness ended, went up to Ottawa to see Metamora win the Super Sectionals. And then a couple days after that, we're down at State and Champaign, where Metamora has been the last 2 seasons, looking to make it 3 in a row.
Definitely get some good basketball. Zobrist laid it in there.
And Zobrist's first score of the game. Manual looking for something on offense. Got to give credit to this lengthy Metamora defense. They're just in a 2-3 right now, but not many 3 balls for the Rams early on with so many guards. As you get a 3 ball from Josh Humbles, it's no good. Trying to be able to shoot, it could make it a tough night for you.
Well, even just the passing alleys, there's not a ton of room to get clear passes off.
Koch, top of the key, bang! Cooper Koch, the Iowa commit, has got 9. How about this run from Metamora? Finley bounces off of Greaves. Nice shot there from the junior. Manual really needed that one.
Yeah, I really like the jumper right there. Mid-range is kind of a lost art nowadays. It's either, you know, dominating in the paint or the three-point shot. So that mid-range game that players can find, it can just be a new element.
Nice play there by Manual head coach Marvin Jordan. One thing I love about Marvin Jordan, he grabbed that ball as it went out of bounds. He's one of the few head coaches nowadays that still wears a suit. How about the dunk from Mason? Elevating for his first score of the game. Boy, for a 6'1 guardo, and he really has quite the vertical. He's just so athletic and plays much bigger than his size.
Yeah, the athleticism just really carries over, and he'll be another fun high school prospect to watch as he goes to Winona State.
At the D2 level, but I'd argue he's certainly D1 talent worthy. Nice offensive board and the putback from Josh Humbles. The sophomore gets into the book, and Metamora leads 25-10. Danny Greaves will talk some things over. I'm sure he's still probably pretty happy with how his team is playing here in the early going. Looking at Metamora's season, and they've had some big wins. They beat O'Fallon at the UIS shootout. They beat Downers Grove North at the Jack Tosh tournament, which they won up in Elmhurst. That's a huge tournament around Christmas time, full of teams from around Chicago. Metamora, though, got an invite as a downstate team and became the first downstate team to win the tournament, beating Bolingbrook, who's ranked in the Class 4A top 10 in the title game. They've also beaten, like you said, Mount Zion and Morton, 2 ranked teams as well. So, I mean, it's just night in and night out. The Redbirds are going up against some of the best in the state.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a common theme I see between both.
Watch out for Mason. Oh, he blew it. He went in and out, but he got fouled. Tyler Mason almost came flying in for hammer time, but he'll head to the line for what could potentially be just as many points.
Definitely not the flashy points, though. But as I was saying, the common theme that I see between both these teams is that they are battle-tested. Really tough schedules against tough opponents that have each team has been taken to the wire and won in the wire in those situations.
Mason's second is good. And Manual again, 14-9. Not a record you'd think that the number 2 team that's sitting in Class 2A has, but I think all the voters in the state can, look at their schedule and respect that, okay, well, these losses are coming against very good teams. Manual is a school of just under 600, so they're not the biggest school in the world, and they're still hanging with the big boys. As here's Finley on the drive. Kicks it over to Jaquan Brown in the game now for Manual.
Tell you what, 600 is a lot bigger than the 86 from Springfield Calvary.
Yeah. That was a very tiny school, but it really was impressive. Even though they lost today, incredible fight shown by the Saints, down 26 and nearly winning. And that one, Brown wasn't ready for it, but kicks it back out. Rams nearly turn it over. And it's not many open passing lanes. Owen, you mentioned much less open lanes to shoot as Humbles will draw the foul.
Yeah, I mean, it just speaks to the length that this team has. There's not a single player that's under 6 feet tall, and then they have the giants like 6'8" at, Cooper Koch, but even other guys that just really, really lengthy players.
Humbles first, looked long off the hand, but hits the back of the net and goes down. That foul on Metamora going on Luke Hopp. And Humble's second is just off the mark. Zobrist with it. He's been a huge part of this Metamora team, even 2 years ago as a freshman. He turns it over, though. And one for Josh Humbles. How about the sophomore coming alive, Owen? It's been the sophomore shootout today, and Josh Humbles is throwing his name in the hat.
Oh, certainly is. That was a great steal on the defensive end, and then just followed up with the attack at the rim, and now he's awarded an extra free throw. And just that little play just kind of garnered some excitement in the gym. It's been pretty quiet for Manual for the most part in their own home gym. So just got to get something that these fans can get going and kind of support them.
Humbles ranked in the top 45 in the state in the class 2026 by Prep Hoops Illinois. Pretty respectable website out there. They usually put out pretty accurate stuff. So Josh Humbles is the real deal. Keep an eye on him as he continues to grow for Manual. There's a call the home crowd doesn't like, and a tough 1-2 call. It looks like Brown got Koch on the reach.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle for Brown all night with a player like Cooper Koch underneath the basket. He did his best to defend it, but got called with the whistle.
That's the second team foul on Manual, so no bonus. Free throws for the Redbirds. Mason gets a screen from Koch. Dumps it to Hop, now to Walker. Zobrist over to Mason on the wing, got it to go. Mason's got 6.
That was, a pretty chaotic sequence right there. Ball went off Hop's fingertips, but rolled around and after a little bit found Tyler Mason wide open for a nice three-pointer.
Mid-range on the baseline. No good from Humbles. Here's Tolliver guarding Mason. Now Humbles on Koch. Koch steps back. Tough shot to make, and he makes it. We've seen Cooper Koch over the course of his high school career make a lot of shots like that. He likes that shot where he kind of just leans back, creates space.
Kind of like a Jordan fadeaway a little bit-esque, but, when you're 6'8", if you can go to that play consistently and dominate it, you're just going to take your game to the next level. There's not really anyone on this defense who can match that size in the paint, especially when you're fading away on a jumper like that.
It's a shot that even would be tough to block for Zach Eady on Purdue. London Tolliver gets the mid-range to go for Manual, and as we mentioned in the previous game, Owen, Dietrich Richardson, if he ends up at Illinois, you never know where he could end up. He could get even more offers. Koch committed to Iowa, so there's an outside chance that we may see Dietrich Richardson and Cooper Koch face off in the Big Ten, maybe against Lathan Somerville too as well, go into Rutgers in the next 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks for the talent today at the shootout between all 8 teams. Just, between Somerville, Stowers, Koch, Richardson. This is like the best of the best of it, like around the Central Illinois area, and to have them all play at one gym on one day, it's just special. And we've been just really grateful to be able to cover this.
It's been a fun time. Our first time ever broadcasting the Manual Shootout is Mason will head to the line for 2. And, kind of a theme of, I think, of a lot of teams around the Peoria area this year is, the best teams usually have, one guy who's just, a generational talent. Obviously, Cooper Koch, there's been some very good players on Metamora, don't get me wrong, but Cooper Koch, a D1 Power 5 bound player at Iowa, doesn't walk through your doors every year or two. And, for Richwoods, Lathan Somerville, again, just such a unique player. Type of player that isn't seen it too often in Peoria, much less around the state, as Mason gets the free throw to go. And also, you look at Normal Community, they have Jaheim Weber and so many other D1 caliber players as well. So lots of stars in the area. Finley, tough feed over to Jackson in the corner. High post, here's Postlethwaite. No good, but a tough sledding offensive first quarter for Manual. Mentioned that needs some points to win this one as Page nearly got the block. 16 I think is probably one of the lower totals we've seen in the first half among all the 8 teams so far today.
Oh, it certainly is. But as we said, it's that defense. It's a daunting defense with the size, the speed, and just high IQ play on that defense between all 5 players on the court. They just really make it difficult on their opponents, no matter how good of a team they may be facing, like Manual. They only gave up 16 total to Canton last night.
What an absolute stifling effort as Nick Walker sinks his first from the charity stripe. Believe it or not, Owen, that wasn't the best defensive performance in the area in a girls basketball game, as Walker goes 2 for 2. Between Brimfield, they hosted Bushnell Prairie City. They won 43-5.
Wow. Yeah, I did my one of my team previews at the beginning of the year for the Brimfield girls team, and getting to talk to their coach, just knew that they had a special season kind of incoming for this year for them, and so it's really cool to see them carry that out.
Here's Hop over to Zobrist. He hits the deck and loses it. Manual could use some capitalizing here as that one deflects off the wing of a Redbird and out of play.
And even when they're in transition and, they think they have just a glimpse of an alleyway to get that pass through, Luke Hop comes out of nowhere and knocks it out of the way.
52 seconds left. We'll see if Manual holds for the last shot or not. I don't think they will. Many teams don't. Here's a 3-ball from Postlethwaite that's off the mark. Rebound brought in by Humbles, and he's fouled. Not much Dietrich Richardson in this one, Owen. He hasn't scored in this first half. Sort of almost like LaShawn Stowers of Pure High did 2 games ago.
Yeah, they're both very odd, but Stowers, he really turned it up in the second half. Scoring all, I believe it was finished like 13 or 14, give or take +1, -1, whatever. But it really came in the second half where he just dominated. But maybe we could see that at Richardson. Only 39 seconds to go in the first half. Not, maybe can get 1 extra shot, but you're going to have to lean on him more in the second half if they want to try and make a comeback in this one.
Humbles goes 1 for 2 at the line. Mason with it, guarded by Jackson and fouled. And Metamora is in the bonus, so they will be shooting free throws here. They've been heading the line quite often here in the second quarter, obviously being in the bonus. Manual being pretty physical, and I think, maybe something that Marvin Jordan may talk about is, I know it's a good shooting team, but, You'd much rather have him shoot jump shots than free throws because this team is going to make them more often than not as Mason makes the first.
Yeah, I mean, even when you get in the high school level, some teams just, can't shoot free throws, but I believe Metamora is one of the better free throw shooting teams in the area. Just a fundamentally sound team that's been, coached by Grease for, 13 years now.
Mason, he's usually money at the line and is there. So Manual facing a 20-point deficit as Richardson tried to feed traps and went a bit too far upstairs.
Just watching Richardson right now, he's definitely kind of hindered by some sort of leg injury. Just has like a limp or some sort of gimp in his step.
You'll keep an eye on him right now. As Metamora holds for what should be the final possession of the first half. Redbirds looking very strong in the first half against the number 2 team in Class 2A. Here's Koch, needs to get a shot off, a deep one, got it to go! Cooper Koch at the horn. And how about that, Owen? 40-17. Not sure that many would have expected this in the first half between the Rams and the Redbirds.
I mean, just to be blunt about it, it's just a thrashing right now from the Redbirds over the Rams. A lot of second half to play, but the way that this game is just shaping up, that it's just Metamora dominance. And you go across the board, Cooper Koch with 14, Hop 10, Mason 8. There's just, as we said about Manual, there's a lot of guys that can be contributors and you don't know where it's going to come from. You can say that on the flip side with Metamora that they have their own dogs on that side.
They certainly do. Koch leads all scorers with 14 right now. He's having a heck of a stretch recently. He scored 21 against Morton, 24 against Mount Zion, 27 against Hinsdale South. So, he's always going to get his points, but he's just been turning it up just a little bit lately for the Redbirds. So they take a 23-point lead into the halftime break, and want to remind everyone that you can advertise with us on Clutch Sports Media. We have plenty of prime advertising spots available now until the rest of the season and into the spring as well. You can play a large role in expanding your business's reach, playing host to some of the most passionate and dedicated fans in the area. If it sounds like something, an audience that you want to connect with, hit us up, clutchsportsil@gmail.com for more information. Always looking forward to see who we can partner with to help you and your business out. We'll send it to a quick break here from Manual. Final game of the day at Manual, but the host Rams face a big deficit, trailing Metamora by 23, heading into the locker room. Right back after this on Clutch Sports Media.
Attention business owners and entrepreneurs. Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than Clutch Sports Media, your go-to destination for local high school sports coverage in Central Illinois. Our business has reached almost 1 million total views on YouTube and is connected with an astounding 39,000 accounts on social media, averaging thousands of views with each post. That's 39,000 engaged and passionate sports enthusiasts who love tuning into our content, ready to become your new customer. Clutch Sports Media is offering an exclusive opportunity for local businesses to seize the spotlight. We are opening up prime advertising spaces in our social media posts and live sports broadcasts. Partnering with Clutch Sports Media isn't just about visibility. It's about being part of a community that loves and embraces the spirit of sports. It's about making lasting connections with your target audience. Don't miss out on this winning opportunity. Clutch Sports Media, where Central Illinois plays its biggest games.
Welcome back to Manual High School. Metamora holding a big lead over the Manual Rams. strong offensive first half. Everything just seemed to be going for them. They knocked down the 3 ball. They got it down low. Played good defense as well, Owen. I mean, if you're Danny Greaves, I'm sure you have to be happy with just about everything you've done so far. If there is anything you want to improve, maybe it's one thing that they want to focus on heading into the second stanza tonight.
I think it's, keep Richardson out of this game. No points in the first half, and that's a huge reason why they only put up 17 in the first half. That defense was outstanding. They played a lot of complementary ball, both offensively and defensively. So it's really, not necessarily making any changes. It's just, keep the foot on the gas pedal and roll into the second half and walk out of here with yet another W.
Yeah, Metamora has won 7 in a row, 17 of their last 18. They've been shooting the ball really good recently. Last weekend against Downers Grove South at the Redbird Round Ball Classic, where both these teams played, Metamora made 15 threes in a 70-43 win. They've been shooting it pretty good, but really, I think early on it was Hop getting down low, and then the second quarter it was just getting to the line a lot and taking advantage of Manual fouling a lot, and Metamora's made their free throws. Got to give them credit for that.
Yeah, it started all down low with Luke Hop, as he said, got 10 points just right off the bat. Then it extended to Cooper Koch, getting some scoring going for them. But yeah, I think the early in-paint dominance really established themselves to kind of extend away from the rim, the mid-range, the three-point shot, because Tyler Mason knocked down a couple big ones, and so really it's just been like how it evolved from inside paint, and then Manual might have tried to limit some paint touches, but then that allowed them to, oh, you're going to stop that? Well, we'll just beat you from outside, too.
Yep.
So that's just Metamora. They can just beat you in many different ways.
They certainly can. Let's take a look at their point scorers. Koch with 14. Luke Hop has 10. Had their first, I believe, 8 points of the game. I know it was the first 6 at least. Tyler Mason, he has got 9 right now, at least to my count. Zobrist has 2, Greaves has 2, and Nick Walker has 2 as well. For Manual, they're led by 7 points from Josh Humbles, 4 from Terrence Page, 4 from Finley, 2 from Tolliver, and 2 from Traps. Got nothing from Dietrich Richardson yet. I guess some of those other guys, Humbles, I think, is going to be, he's going to have to be a guy that Manual's going to have to focus on in this second quarter. You got some tough buckets to go. I think, the outside shots just aren't falling for Manual tonight, Owen. I think, it's got to start getting down low and getting to the free throw line if you're the Rams.
Yeah, I would agree. It's going to be a difficult task just with that height on defense, but it's definitely, you got to try and open that up. You can't just avoid it all night and then just settle for three-point shots. That's just going to, dig you an even deeper hole than you are right now. So they got to try and find ways to create scoring, and whether that's down in the paint, fouling, drawing some fouls and getting to the free throw line, that could be it. But you just got to work through the troubles on offense and just try and find a way to figure this thing out.
Good insight there. Our Michael Savoy, our camera operator, shows us a big score from today involving Central and Illinois powerhouse. Lyle Bennett, ranked in Class 4A, takes down Normal Community 61-60. A nail-biter for the Ironmen, but they come out on the losing end. Metamora, though, looking strong here at the Manual Shootout. We'll step aside on Clutch Sports Media, come back with the second half. Jonathan Michael and Owen Dimple here with you on your Saturday night.
Central Illinois, we're going to overtime. After 4 years of preps coverage in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime? We're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams,
Your stories. Your stats and standings.
your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts.
As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds.
CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action.
More stories.
More coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
Welcome back inside Manual. The Redbirds. Love our scoreboard from Tuesday. Still in the Clutch Sports Media system. Morton is not playing Metamora. That was back on Tuesday. You can catch that on demand on our YouTube channel. That's a big win for the Redbirds, and they're looking good. I have another one here, but what we've talked about, we've seen a crazy comeback today. That fell just short between Calvary and Danville. We saw Bradley. They were down by the same margin, and Southern Illinois came back and won. Obviously different at the high school level. There's no shot clock, but it is possible. It just starts with just chipping away. We'll see if Manual can do that to start off here in the second half. Manual's 5 on the floor. Dietrich Richardson, Nas Jackson, Terrence Page. As we look at who else is out there, DJ Finley and Jarrell Traps. For Metamora, it's Zobrist, Nick Walker, Hop, Mason, and Koch. Their starting 5 back out on the hardwood. Zobrist heads to the baseline. Some intense defensive pressure from Manual. Leads to an open Hop, and he lost it. Turnovers like that will really help you for the Rams. Now you got to capitalize on the other end.
Yeah, I mean, just slow the passing lanes and, the shots created, just like Metamora's doing to you on that side. And, you mentioned a name that, we've been talking about how Dietrich Richardson has been scoreless. Jarrell Traps is also scoreless. So it's like, if you would have told me going in this game that both of them would be a combined goose egg on the box score, I would have called you crazy.
Both those players can really light it up. Page had a tough look. Couldn't get that one to go. He's had a number of them tonight. Zobrist from deep, got it to go. Metamora builds on it, 43-17. Just been that kind of night for Manual. Sometimes it just happens. I mean, Metamora's clearly been the better team, as Koch thought he got fouled, and he may have, but no call. Page cuts in, but Traps, there he is. He's got an elusive bucket.
Yeah, I mean, those past 2 possessions with Manual have kind of been a story for them. That, 2 initial misses at easy layups, but, I mean, Traps got the board to get that second one good.
Another turnover behind the back pass from Page Richardson. There's his first points of the night. Comes with 6:26 in the third quarter. So Manual's got some life left in them. Again, bring it down to 10 or 12 at the end of the third. You're in the game. Mason, are they going to count the bucket? I believe they will. Richardson, I believe, will get called for the blocking call.
Richardson looks a lot better, kind of ending the first half. Just watching him walk around in the backcourt, he was just really had like a limp in his step, but must have got taped up pretty good or something in the locker room. Nothing's really hindering him at all.
Mason completes the 3-point play. Now here's Richardson, top of the key. He was the selection to the Pontiac Holiday Tournament All-Tournament team. He dials up a deep one, and it's just short. Nas Jackson, though, the diminutive guard, brings in the miss. Driving left, and one is Dietrich Richardson.
And you look at the past 6 points scored, it's been the Traps and Richardson. It's just,
You inspired him.
Yeah, I must have, call me Ted Lasso then.
Richardson completes the three-point play. As Hop will get a breather for Metamora. These two teams could have been a matchup in the playoffs as Zobrist from near straight away knocks it down. The three balls continue to fall for the Redbirds. Could have potentially been playoff opponents, but now Manual dropped down to Class 2A based off of their enrollment. So that really changed things a lot. Manual is already a good team in 3A, but now you're in 2A. Not saying that 2A is easy by any means. There's lots of good teams down there, but this makes you kind of a bigger fish in a little bit of a smaller pond. And Danny Greaves wants a timeout for Metamora. Can't take him up Route 116 with you, so may as well use it. Redbirds still leading by 25.
Yeah, I think that's a well-used timeout right there. The Rams have been able to put up some points. And even on that last offensive drive before calling the timeout, it was kind of just looking a little out of sorts. Nick Walker driving baseline could have almost threw it away, but it's something that I've been watching with Nick Walker is that very just an unselfish teammate. He was the one that was down the paint that kicked it out to Zobrist for the wide open three. He could have had an easy bucket of his own just right underneath there, but saw that Zobrist was right there for three and knocks it down. But yeah, definitely key to have a teammate like that where he's not afraid to pass up the ball to his open teammates.
Yeah, and every championship team needs that player like Nick Walker. Again, not going to light it up scoring most nights, but really just a team-first guy will do anything it takes to win and really set your team up well with passes. As Metamora gets another one to fall. Didn't see who that was.
It was Koch.
Big surprise there. As Koch now up to 16 on the night. Three ball on the way from Jackson. And it's off to the left. Manual just could have knocked down a couple more threes. It'd be a little bit different of a ball game, but as it stands right now, Metamora is on track to potentially reach running clock territory. By the time the fourth quarter rolls around, Redbirds bring in the miss.
Great offensive board by Ashton Greaves.
Zobrist wants it on the baseline. They feed him, kicks it back out. Mason on the drive, another kick, inside out, basketball to perfection. Finished off by the triple from Greaves.
Yeah, that whole offensive sequence right there was all Ashton Greaves, getting the offensive board and then going over in the corner and knock it down.
Here's Manual on the other end. Finley gets a tough one up to go. Finley had a nice game, one of the last times that we saw him, at least on the broadcast, against Normal Community back in early December. Manual, they went down in that one, but they came back and really made it a ball game. Again, Normal Community, one of the best teams in the state. And now, just like that, 2 buckets in a row from Finley.
That's a great job by this Manual defense. They got another turnover, another bucket. Little by little, just find a way to just inch back into this game.
I think, something to keep in mind if you're Manual is, you're down 26 to the reigning state champion. It's not a position that you want to be in. But, you're going to learn something from this game. It's a non-conference game. It won't hurt your conference standing. Zobrist finishes with the scoop and score. But, it's just, these non-conference games, these shootouts, about playing tough teams, getting ready for the playoffs. And this is certainly one of the toughest teams that Manual will face all season long.
Yeah, it'll go a long way. And nice stuff there by Cooper Koch. And going back to that last bucket by Matthew Zobrist, now he's into double figures, and now he's part of one of 4 Redbirds within double figures. Yeah, Koch with 16, and then Zobrist, Mason, and Hop all with 10 each.
As Rams in the corner. Richardson with it again. He's had just 5 tonight, partially blocked by Koch on Humbles. It'll stay with the Rams.
Speaking of blocks, I mean, I lost count of how many Lathan Somerville had in the previous game against MacArthur.
He had 9 by my unofficial count. He may have had 10. If you would have had 10, you would have had a triple-double. I'm sure of it because I'm 99.9% sure he had more than 10 rebounds, and he also had 23 points as well. 3-ball from Tolliver is off the mark.
It was funny. I mean, just, you know, before we got here today, setting up, we talked about how he could potentially have a triple-double today.
Yep. He almost had one last night, too. Had 31 points, 15 boards, 7 blocks, and 6 assists in that win over Centennial last night that I was at. Quick score update for you in the college realm. For all of you Bradley fans at home, the Braves have gone on a big run, and they now lead Indiana State, who leads the Valley 78-76 with 47 seconds to go. Our producer Josh Messenger keeping tabs on that one. Drive in and one. Nice bucket from Josh Humbles. Again, the sophomore putting together a nice game. That might be 4 straight games only. We're going to have to give the player of the game tortilla to a sophomore.
I think we need to make this a new tradition, the tortilla player of the game. It's been fun. But, yeah, that was a great play by Humbles, and an even better dish out by London Tolliver finding his teammate.
Tolliver's no stranger to passing. He's the quarterback for the Manual football team. A couple other football guys on the Rams, such as Jakyle Green and Amari Breedlove. Rams football head coach Dennis Bailey, one of the best in the area. How about Richardson with the steal and lays it up and in. Thought we were going to get a big finish, but just goes for the easy 2.
Yeah, just take the smart route. He knew he had Cooper Koch right there, all 6'8" of them. Could easily go up there and stuff him.
Sure, Richardson did keep that in mind. Richardson, again, he's been pretty quiet tonight, but had a really nice weekend last week at the Redbird Round Ball over in Metamora. In their wins over Dunlap, Washington, and Sherrard, he averaged 18 a game. That's kind of where he's at usually this season. Redbird's lead is about where it was at halftime. Manual's played a better third quarter. Koch on the drive and the finish. He just keeps on scoring from all levels. The mid-range, he hit that leaner. He's got those layups, sank a couple threes as well. He has done it all for these Redbirds. And, I mean, what an addition. I mean, there were rumors over the summer that, you know, he was – practicing with Metamora a little bit. No one was really quite sure. Humboldt knocks in another 3-ball. And then the official announcement came out back in the start of the school year, and then Metamora just got so much scarier. Although, again, nothing against Cooper Koch. I think they'd still be a state contender even without him. He just makes them even that much more of a state contender.
I mean, you're just looking at the Monstars from, Space Jam. Yeah, but anytime you can go out and add a player like Cooper Koch to the team, it's gonna put you in a place where you're gonna be a contender every night for non-conference games, conference games, but especially come March and the tournament time.
Comes from a great pedigree as well. His father J.R. Koch played professionally and also in Iowa too, if I'm not mistaken. Mason hits the deck as Zobrist travels. Hand it over back to Manual. P&D, where Koch came from, also dropped down to Class 2A. So last year in the Class 3A playoffs in the regionals, there was almost a city tournament pretty much of the 4 Big 12 teams. Manual, P&D, Richwoods, Peoria High. Those were the 4 teams in the Peoria Richwoods regional. I believe Manual lost to Richwoods in that regional title game. Now it's a little bit different. Manual and P&D there. facing some teams potentially like El Paso Gridley or Bloomington Central Catholic. Lots of other really good 2A teams in the region.
Yeah, I remember, you know, me and you doing the doubleheader for the regional semis for those games, and yeah, him and that Owen Dillon, part of PND, was a really good duo. I believe he's committed to Belmont.
Yep, he'll be going to Belmont.
He's another terrific talent as well.
Irish are dealing with some injuries right now, including to Dillon. Nice block by Mason. Shot at the horn is off the mark. And Metamora still leads comfortably heading into the final frame of the 2024 Manual Shootout, barring a miraculous Rams comeback. You never know what this fourth quarter could have in store between the Redbirds and the Rams. Again, I want to remind you that prime advertising spots available on Clutch Sports Media, both on the broadcast and the social media side of things. That's on clutchsportsil@gmail.com for more information. Bradley, Indiana State tied up at 78 with 6 seconds to go. My word, what a battle there. Obviously, Owen, you're a current Bradley student. I'm a Bradley alumni, so I've covered the Braves a little bit this year. A team that we're both invested in. A big game over in Terre Haute against the Sycamores. That game is headed to overtime. Speaking of overtime, head over to Clutch Sports Media overtime as well. Lots of good written content like Owen's feature on Justin Dame, Redbird's new head coach. We're going to try and talk to Manuel at some point as well. Maybe talk to Dietrich Richardson, Jarrell Traps. Again, a lot of good players on this Manual team. It's just run into a little bit of a buzzsaw here in Metamora tonight. And lots more other things like power rankings, daily roundups of all the scores and top performers in the area. Cooper Koch seems to be on there every night. So does Tyler Mason, Dietrich Richardson as well. So everything high school sports in Illinois, head on over to clutchsportsil.com/overtime. And when our Athlete of the Week story drops next week, look for a special discount code. We're offering it to fans of Central Illinois. So if you want to save a little bit of money as well, that discount code is as well. Dietrich Richardson won Athlete of the Week for us a couple weeks ago after his performance at the Pontiac Holiday Tournament.
Yeah, always kind of looking at those polls. As you said, a lot of familiar names, guys that we cover a lot, and then guys that are just constantly on that radar for Players of the Week in the area.
Koch was a nominee, I believe, this past week. And Zobret's layup is no good. The boys' side of things was won by one of Metamora's rivals from Morton, Wes Goodeman. Here goes Zobrist and gets the flush. A little bit quieter than we were anticipating, but still 2 points.
There's a buildup. Everybody was getting ready for it, but no, I like the dunk from him. Just something nice. Keep it, business as casual kind of dunk.
Koch in the corner, got it to go.
Speaking of business as usual, another Cooper Koch three-pointer.
He's now up over 20 for the night. Metamora, Owen, their last 100 games, I was doing the math last night, 86-14 in their last 100. And a good portion of those came back in their later part of the 2021 season, if I'm not mistaken. And had to do some math there, but again, Metamora's just been so good. I mean, just being able to get back to state, regardless of where they finish, getting to state 3 years in a row is not easy to do, especially when you're at like the high school level, when you have guys graduating and there's always some sort of turnover year in and year out. It says something a lot about the Redbirds. There you look at Justin Dame. He's got the shot caller for Metamora. Danny Greaves says, "I'm just here to look pretty."
Yeah, that's
he still coaches, I'm sure, a little bit. But
yeah, but, that's kind of exactly what he told me. He's kind of like the sideshow to, Dame kind of slowly taking the reins over the program. But, Metamora cannot have, a better guy to take over such a prestigious program as of late. And, the community just feels utmost confidence in him to, keep the program what it is and maybe even take it places it's never been before.
And that state championship last year, and they were one wild shot away. I'm sure Metamora fans aren't going to want me to bring this up, but that buzzer beater from Keyshawn Singleton that bounced 3 times off the rim and in to win the state championship. I mean, they were just that close that year, too. I mean, one wrong bounce, and Metamora could be looking at back-to-back state titles, sort of like how Manual did back in the 90s, as we see on kind of the walls here.
Yeah, I mean, you see and feel the rich history that Manual has with those 4 straight titles. You got all the players and coaches, pictures up on the wall. So, yeah, I mean, Metamora is kind of going on their own dynasty run right now. But, you mentioned it, one shot away, one bounce away from being back-to-back state champions. But even that, that shot going through, I can tell you, that fueled them going into the next season.
It did.
It certainly did. Because no player wants to have that feeling that you came that close to a title. And so, while they're already a tremendous team, that definitely could have had an extra feel to the fire for them last year.
And what was so impressive about them last year at the state championship games, which I remember vividly broadcasting on for ESPN on behalf of Sports Radio Peoria, but they came back. They were down big in those games as Darren McClendon gets his first bucket of the day for Manual. But they were down big in both their semifinal and final games. They came back and won both of them. So I mean, you just really can never write off Metamora as Mason picks up a foul on Nas Jackson.
Yeah, before that foul on Nas Jackson, you had that nice feed to McClendon to get the bucket.
Aaron McClendon, a junior for Manual and a forward, so he'll be back next year. Mason can't get the layup to fall.
Don't see that too often, him
No.
missing a shot like that. And, he'll probably tell you the same thing.
Mounds goes to Koch, steps back. That would have been quite the shot. Step back contested. Hop, what a feed and what a cut there from Colin Ramage into the game for Metamora, but Koch is the one with the finish.
That was a beautiful tip in. Just the high IQ to see that ball and knowing that it could roll off. He was right there to tap it back in.
Look at this Metamora team. They're going to lose some big players after this year, like Luke Hop and Cooper Koch, Tyler Mason as well. But, you got guys like juniors that are going to still be around, like Ashton Greaves, Matthew Zobrist, Jake Walker is still around, Colin Ramage, as we see now into the game. He's, keep an eye on number 11 in black. He's a player that, could be, a big piece of this Metamora team that I'm sure is still going to have those same aspirations next year.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the roster turnover that they could potentially face next year, but I just have a feeling that they develop players to play highly at the varsity level, so not really too much concern for the Redbirds moving forward.
Wide open Ramage. There's an easy finish. He gets his first deuce of the game. It really starts at your young level for these Metamora players. They're always very successful at the grade school and middle school levels. As we are on the doorstep of running clock territory, Hop drives in, passes it to a fan. He's feeling extra generous. Want to get the fans involved.
Yeah,
might as well up 29.
This ain't the Harlem Globetrotters. I mean, got to keep your head on a swivel if you're sitting down there courtside. I feel like they could incorporate a way to play basketball, kind of like the Savannah Bananas.
Oh, man, that would be fun.
Have like a fan, just throw it from the bleachers, and if they make it, it's worth 4 or 5 points.
I'd argue that it should be worth even more. Nas Jackson gets it to fall. And Hop on the other end for Metamora. Lead still 29. Acrobatic layup from Jackson. Manuel gets it back. Jackson another up and under. And Reggie Postlethwaite gets the score for Manual.
Yeah, I mean, in a game like this, you know, just like to see some of the guys just find a way on the box sheet, find their name on there, maybe get some guys that don't play too often in there, especially when you can play a team that's a, reigning state champion.
Foul goes on Luke Hop. I think something's not accurate on the scoreboard. It says Luke Hop has 6 fouls on the scoreboard, which I know is not the case. Greaves blocked by Humbles, but the layup up and good by Mason. Back up to 29. Metamora looks like they're going to advance to 21-4. Manual looks like they're going to drop to 14-10. The 3 ball is good from London Tolliver.
Tell you what, though, these Manual Rams are not giving up. The tremendous block by Humbles and then the following three-pointer by Tolliver. Still just trying to play ball.
Mason still in the game. No good, and I haven't seen many stoppages recently. I'm sure Metamora would probably bring in some of their reserves as Postlethwaite finishes in transition. And he's another sophomore to keep an eye on for Emmanuel alongside Humbles. Nas Jackson, a sophomore. Tony Bradford, another sophomore to keep an eye on as well. He haven't called his name today.
Like we said today, I think they could rename this the Manual Sophomore Shootout.
I think so. The sophomores have stolen the show, but the final game of the day, it's been the seniors, Tyler Mason, Cooper Koch, saying that, hey, seniors can still play as well. We're the old guys here. Don't forget about us.
And when push comes to shove, it's the old guys that they're going to make sure that they end the night on.
Postlethwaite, a one-handed shot. How about the finish there? Nice job by Reggie Postlethwaite, who scored 11 against Rock Island pretty recently. That was a big win for Manual. Jarrell Traps scored the game-winning bucket in that one. The Rocks sort of just collapsed. And the night is through for Luke Hop and Tyler Mason as Kendrick Shaffrin checks in for Metamora. Postlethwaite tries to complete the three-point play and does, so he's up to 7. Humboldt still the team lead with 13.
All 7 coming here in the second half.
Nice feed. Shaffrin can't get it to finish. Grabs his own miss. And 6'5". Pretty easy finish for the big fella, who's also a wide receiver on the Metamora football team.
Yeah, that Metamora football team was fun to cover this past year. I know me and you did the Metamora Dunlap game at the end of the regular season.
Tolliver gets it to go. Looks like Bradley's going to come up short. Trail by 7 in the final seconds of overtime. So Braves lose a big one on the road. Caden Latta into the game for Manual now, as well as Tony Bradford. Been a fun day of action here at the Manual Shootout. Glad you've stuck with us on Clutch Sports Media. It's been a wild day, to say the least, both in terms of basketball and up here in the booth, the new raging phenomenon of player of the game tortillas.
Can't forget the 360 view to start the day.
Oh boy, that seems like forever ago. It's been a good day of basketball here at Manual, and again, maybe not the closest game that we expected to close out. Again, give credit to Metamora, but overall, I think a lot of the teams we saw today really just showed off a lot. Richwoods, I mean, that was a huge win for them over a very good MacArthur team, and Peoria High had a battle against Galesburg, and They came out victorious, and Danville, not in our coverage area really, but still in the Big 12. That was a really fun game between them and Calvary. And lots more exciting basketball coming up, and for those of you sticking around, you're going to be able to see both of these teams next week. I'm just going to make the executive decision to announce it right now. I haven't announced it yet on social media. We're going to be at the Normal West Crossroads Shootout next week down at Normal West. Metamora will take on a Normal Community. Circle your calendars for that one. Manual will take on Mount Vernon. Great basketball all day long down in Normal. Normal West will face Washington. Moline will face Bradley Bourbonnais. Quincy and East St. Louis. That's a barn burner to start the day. So we'll have 5 more good games coming up for you next Saturday on CSM.
Yeah, as we talked about, these in-season tournaments are just so fun to watch. From fans, fans, parents, but even for the players to play, and just, you get to see tough competition, teams that you never really hardly ever see, sometimes ever, or sometime maybe once a year or whatever. But yeah, I mean, this tournament today has been, shootout tournament, however you want to put it. It's been tremendous, and the Normal West one should be, just as good, if not better.
That is going to be tons of fun down in the Twin Cities. And we'll have lots more good games coming up. We'll have hopefully to be somewhere Tuesday. I haven't confirmed where yet. I think we're going to hit some girls basketball next week. Some big games coming up. Girls regular season is almost over. I believe next week is the last full week of the regular season. On the girls' side, stay tuned to our social media pages. That's where you'll find all the latest updates on where we're going to be throughout the rest of January and the rest of February and March as well. We're going to be busy, that's for sure. We do know that. Where and who we might see or where we might be, not quite sure about that yet, but that will all come into focus not too long. So follow us on Clutch Sports Media on Facebook and Instagram, Clutch Sports IL on Twitter. Let's also stay up to date with all the latest from CSM, as Latta's corner 3 is too strong. Metamora just going to dribble this one out, but an impressive showing. The offense continues for them. Manual will get another bucket. Jarrell traps. They'll change nothing but the score. Won't change the outcome. Metamora wins their 18th of their last 19 games. A resounding victory over one of the best that Class 2A has to offer. Really wasn't much of a question in this one tonight. 78-56 your final. Cooper Koch, 23 points for the Redbirds.
Yeah, I mean, same old Metamora. It's just dominance all over the court. From their starters, even their bench guys that come in and play a role for them. It's just a really one of the few complete teams that you see play, and I think they're destined for another deep playoff run come March.
And so for Manual, obviously, a tough one to swallow, but again for the Rams, a lot about learning experience, and I don't want to say throw learning experience out there because they have had plenty of experience against good teams. They can beat those good teams as well. Just wasn't their night here at home, but Manual is certainly a team you want to keep tabs on throughout the rest of the season. And such a historic program, looking to add another chapter into the long history book of Manual basketball. So your winners from the Manual Shootout today: Danville over Springfield Calvary, Peoria High over Galesburg, Richwoods over MacArthur, and Metamora trucks one up for the Mid-Illini over Manual out of the Big 12. What a fun day of basketball it was on Clutch Sports Media. Appreciate that we were a part of your Saturday. I know that a lot of things you can do with your weekend, but it means a lot you stuck with us and tuned in throughout the day, whether it was just one game or all 4. Had lots of fun spending it with you. That'll wrap things up from Manual. For all of our great crew at CSM, Michael Savoy, Josh Messenger, Owen Nymphel, all doing a multitude of different things. We switched around all day long. Everyone did a little bit of everything. Everyone also did a great job as well. I'm Jonathan Michael saying it so long and good night from Manual. Metamora wins it 70-56. So long, everybody. I hope you have a good and safe week, and we'll talk to you soon next time on Clutch Sports Media.